everybody on YouTube, those that are watching and those that are in the chat room. And hello to Ronald and Carmen Mauricio, Jello, Tara, and Lisa, a lunatic. And she says hello, Mom.
Who, Lisa?
Yeah.
I would love to meet them all. You know what I'm trying to say in person.
Yep.
Hi, Lisa.
And everybody else.
My love and everybody else. My blessing and my love.
There she goes. All right, so let me get a little of that first before you disappear.
No, I thought you were going to finish the painting.
Well, if I finish the painting, then I got to put some music on because I got to go out there and paint.
I thought you were going to finish the wheel.
Is it dry, the paint?
I don't know.
All right, so I'll go out there and I'll put another song on.
Because I already did the best.
It's not going to take me long to paint that wheel.
No.
Like 3 minutes. All right, so let me...
Can I get rid of the brush?
You can't use that brush again unless you clean it with turpentine or brush cleaner that we have in the cabinet because it's oil base.
So I should throw it out. No?
You should.
Yeah.
Okay. James, I've got bad news. And don't worry about doing it again. The mirror, the thing that you made, that beautiful artistry work, was broken in 3 pieces when it got here. I guess they banged it around and you put the paper towel around it. It just didn't hold it. When you send something like that, you got to tape it in cardboard. Instead of the paper towel, just put it in cardboard on both sides so it doesn't bend or go, you know, it doesn't shake around. But it's okay. You don't have to make another one. It's okay. It was a great thought. That's all that matters to me. But it's okay. But I'll tell you, you do amazing work. I have to say, that was beautiful. I was almost in tears when I saw it after I unpacked it and everything. And there was bubble wrap in there and everything. And Mom is going to try to glue it together. But even if you try to glue it, it's still going to show the cracks. And it's not going to look, it's just not going to look right. And then there's these little shards missing anyway. So little tiny ones where it broke. But it's okay. It was the thought that I am so grateful that you even thought of doing that. That's all that matters to me. So don't worry about it. Okay. I've got to go out and do a quick paint on this big wheel. So I'm going to put another song on. Let me get that, Mom. The chicken is done, by the way. I shut it off.
Okay.
We're doing a lot of work in the house. It's nonstop. It's just nonstop. I'll actually show you guys the final. Well, it's not the final product because I'm still got more to do. I don't think I have an updated picture. Okay, this was the old picture. Yeah, that's the old picture. All right, that's the old one. Let me see if I have the new, latest one on here. I think I do. I'm just so busy. Tomorrow, Al of Bronxville Paranormal's coming over. I got to go to the doctor tomorrow afternoon. I got to do a pre-record Thursday. Friday, I'll be producing for 6 hours. 4 more hours on Saturday. I'm just going to be... And I'm hoping to stream if it's clear. Okay, so here's the final. That's it now. I tightened up the green screen. It looks less wrinkled now. The concrete is dry. I'm doing more work there. So it's not a final product, but that's the latest image that I've done so far. Okay, so I'm going to put another song on. And again, hello to everybody on YouTube that's watching and all those that are in YouTube chat. I'm going to put another song. I got to go jump outside really quick and paint something really quick. Let's see. I will be playing KGRR stuff later. I know LA's got a new show, and Jimmy Church has Richard Dolan on tonight. All right, let's see. Where is my songs? I wish I could play music. I really do tonight. Let's see. Where are my songs? I might have to go to my page. Let's see. I think it might be Skywatch on my computer. No. They're not there. Interesting. Where would they be? Let's try this one. Okay, that could be it. Let's see. Let's see what this sounds like. Okay, I just did the painting really quick. That's all done. All right, so little updates. Let's just do a quick shout out to everybody that's in chat. Carmen Mauricio, D, Kathy, X-Lady, Jello, Obsessed House, which is Jello, twice. And Knight from Australia. Ronald and Lisa in the UK. So right now it looks promising for tonight, the weather. We'll see how it progresses and goes, if we see any activity. The other night, it was dead. It was nothing. It was lame. It was odd because the few nights before that, it was so much activity. And I need to get my pen, or it's right there, paper ready, to write down the timestamps. And again, I'll appreciate everybody that's helping with that. Just post the times when you see something so I can write them down. So when I make an edited version, I can just easily go and get back there and get the times. So this weekend on Dark Matters Radio, Don Ecker's guest will be, which I'm checking now, Walter Bosley. And then Jill is going to have Diane Brandon for 2 hours. And then she's going to have for an hour Chris Garitano, hopefully. because Chris has some a new TV series that's going to be released really soon on cable. So I don't want to talk too much more about it. I'll let Chris discuss that Friday night. So it'll be a special 3-hour QP Science show on Friday night. Also, we're going to be utilizing my Skype, and we will be taking callers now for shows on the weekend. And we'll announce that on Friday night. So you can actually call into the show and ask the guest, talk to Jill, talk to the guest. I'm going to offer the same for Michael Melton and Julia Weiss and for Commander Cobra. So we will see how that evolves. Also coming by the fall, KGRA TV, where hopefully not only will you get to see the shows, but also Mark D'Antonio's Sky Tour live stream may be carried on that. It's more than likely it will be. And also P&K Space Imaging. I won't do it because I have enough work to do what I do. I'm getting more on my plate with producing, editing, putting shows on the archives now. I have access to the archives. So my role is increasing. So Bill needs some downtime too. Between Sky Watches and producing and taking care of the business around the home and taking care of myself, I have a full plate. So we're going to probably stream Ellie Marzulli show, which starts at 9 o'clock. And then Richard Dolan, I believe Race told me that Jimmy Church's show, I think Richard Dolan's on tonight. So tomorrow, I don't know how late I'm going to go tonight because my good friend Al Santoriga of the Bronxville Paranormal Society will be coming over, spending a few hours here. We may be going over some stuff that he wants to share with me and go over that. Then we'll get Al come on one night and we'll talk about everything that he's been up to lately. What else is going on? Okay, they are going. I cannot go because I have to produce for the network for the solar eclipse. Mark will be going down with Keith to Tennessee. They will be streaming. I would have gone, but I have to run the network because Race is going to Kentucky. And also with the guys from the station to cover the solar eclipse somewhere in Kentucky, I believe. And they're going to be doing a paranormal investigation at the same time. I think a lot of people are going to be going, so I was going to go with, and what's up to Wise Frog? I was going to go with Mark and Keith down, but unfortunately I have to run the station because Race can't. He's going to be gone. So maybe some other time I'll join them for a future venture. So yeah, those are the things that are going on in the near future. And I will be covering, hopefully, the Perseids. Now, I'm going to look on my phone really quick and look at the weather, which can change because it's only Tuesday. But right now, as of what I looked a few hours ago, it wasn't looking good. Let's see. Tonight, mostly clear. Tomorrow night, mostly clear. Figures. Thursday, partly cloudy. Now, partly cloudy I can get away with. Thursday night, we'll see activity. That's into Friday morning. I'm going to be wiped out for Friday because I got to do 6 hours of producing. But Friday night, mostly cloudy. Bad news. Saturday night, partly cloudy with an isolated thunderstorm possible after midnight. So that's not looking too good either. So it may change. It's not set in stone. I mean, a lot of times they predict this, and they're saying partly cloudy Friday night, followed by cloudy skies overnight. So maybe those cloudy skies will move in later. The time, like I said, 3 days from now, for them to be accurate, no way. They're barely accurate in 24-hour time. And again, I never really follow it. That's just a basic weather prediction. I look at the radar. The radar is what answers everything for me. So they may say that, but it might turn out to be okay. So we'll see. And I will be producing Friday night and Saturday night and Sunday too. But So if I do a stream, you will hear the shows I'm producing, the behind the scenes, the whole thing, um, that night, the 2 nights. Because I really want to stream Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night. Friday being the prime night, but I will be producing for, like I said, 6 hours. So it'll be one of those things where I'm going to be running in and out, and taking care of the shows and the streams and everything else. So that'll be cool. Also, I'm going to be a guest Friday night on a show and talking about the Perseids meteor shower with Patrice. And Don has, like I said, Walter, I think it was Bosley, I think the name was, on Dark Matters Radio. Yeah, Walter Bosley. And as I said earlier, Jill will be having on Diane Brandon, followed by Chris Garitano. So it's going to be a 3-hour QP Science Project show. And we've went over this because the shows are usually 2 hours. From time to time, Jill will be doing 3-hour shows. So that's going to be pretty cool. So there's a lot of things going on. So we're going to just chill out for a little bit. And I'm going to get ready to take the KGRA stream. I don't have the station tonight, thank God. Race has it. But I'm going to pull the stream in anyway, because I do have the codes for certain shows. For Jimmy, I can just pull his code and play his code on my... Matter of fact, I could do that. That's probably a better thing to do. Well, I'll do this for now. I'll get KGRA because he's got replays going on right now. Let's see what Race is doing. What's he got going?
Warfare and diplomacy and propaganda.
He's got a Richard Dolan show.
They often include members of the CIA or, quote, former CIA personnel and military intelligence, influential political people, Democrat and Republican Party, news media. They're all involved in these NGOs. All right, these are not simply like.
All right, he's airing
your friendly dude.
He's airing a Richard Dolan show right now.
Working.
And it's going to be a long. He's probably doing it because Richard Dolan's going to be a guest on with Jimmy tonight, so he's making it a Richard Dolan night. If I had to think what Race is thinking in his head, matter of fact, I may try to bother him right now. And hello to Tuku, Heidi, of course. And yes, KGRA is taking care of me. Yes, and I have to thank the guys at KGRA for all their support and everything else that goes with that. Okay. Because it looks like I am going to be the main producer along with Race for the foreseeable future, which is great. And they're going to take care of me, not just in financial terms, but also with equipment, anything I need, which is great. So, you know, maybe for Christmas I'll ask for a new mixer, a new computer. Oh my God. I don't even want to say anything else more. Let me see if the Hopster's around. Let's see. Let's see if I can tease him to come on for few minutes. When I have the station, I am very fair. I play everybody's shows. That's one thing. And I really enjoy that. I don't overkill one specific show. I am very fair. I'll play everybody's shows. More or less their most recent shows, but still, I will play. There are some of my favorites. If I'm doing a Skywatch, yeah, I'm going to put in some shows that are going to be airing on KGRA when I'm producing, because I'm carrying the stream, so I'm carrying the audio on my Skywatch. So I'm going to play shows that I enjoy too, that I like, of guests that I want to hear. So I definitely will lean that way during a Skywatch night. things I think that people were going to enjoy here on the Skywatch. So again, hello to everybody that's watching on YouTube and those that are tuning in right now and coming into chat. And I'll do another quick shout out. Al, my good friend Al, Carmen and Mauricio, Duplicat, Gary Mogul, Heidi in the UK, of course, Knight, Ronald, a Lunatic, Tuku, and Frog. All right, so I'm going to actually, we only have an hour before the live LA Marzulli show comes on, and I'm definitely going to put that, and I'm sure Ellie's going to touch on all the news going on now. If I had to put money on it, he's definitely going to have to bring up what's going on with North Korea right now. And the rhetoric is reaching an all-time critical insanity point. I mean, someone needs to step back, and we know that that crazy lunatic in North Korea is going to keep just splurting out all these crazy threats. He's not going to stop. He's been doing that. His grandfather did it. His father did it. This is nothing new. The only thing is now that they have the possibility of having a miniaturized nuclear weapon that can be armed onto a warhead on an ICBM, the stakes have definitely changed. Now, how we handle this situation is going to be really interesting. And I have to say right now, it's not looking good. It's almost looking like heads are going to collide. Somebody is going to have to bluff. Someone's going to have to stop and stand down. Because the words today that were just spoken by President Trump a few hours ago, fire, fury, and the power that the world has never seen, if he continues to threaten the United States, I mean, it looks like this is getting really, really dangerous. And I just hope that it's resolved peacefully, because the people that are going to suffer, there's going to be literal, and Seoul is the one, Japan, the people of North Korea, of course the people of South Korea. I mean, Seoul is 20 miles from the DMZ. They're going to be the first target. There's 10 million people that live in Seoul, South Korea. Now, and then you also have Japan, the other areas around, the surrounding areas. It's just going to be, we have 28,000 of our troops there right along the demilitarized zone. So I don't see any good outcome from any kind of military action whatsoever. And that's really scary, where this is going to possibly go. And I am really, really concerned about it. Now, you people can say it's fear porn. You can say, do not underestimate this. We hope it's fear porn. I hope it is. But we're talking about somebody who sent missiles into Syria, and he's not a person, unless he's listening to his generals, and they tone him down and diplomacy is the way to go. I don't know. I hope you're right. I really hope you're all right in your comments in chat. But right now, this rhetoric is not helping whatsoever. And we shall see. And like I said, I hope you're all right. I hope it is all bullcrap. I really do. Because if one mistake is made, it's only going to take one slight mistake. It could spark a whole regional war. And the thing is, nukes can never be an option to take out North Korea, because all the surrounding area is going to be affected as well from the fallout. So I don't know what the possibilities are here. I don't know what the answers are. I think they've been trying to come up with the answer for decades now. The only thing is, well, yeah, military personnel, the generals are going to say what they're going to say. They have to have a prepared plan. They have to. The only thing is, there has to be some type of Secretary of State Tillerson. To me, they missed an opportunity. They should have at least had dialogue during the Asian conference that just happened, and there was none. There has to be dialogue here. It just can't continue to be this way. They're not gonna. You have to think they're not gonna give up their nuclear program. They're not gonna do that. That's their only card that they hold. That to me, they're looking at it as a deterrent in itself for themselves. And he's trying to preserve his regime. It might be easier just to take him out and see what happens. It just might be easier to do that. Cut off the head of the snake. I'm sure, and we've heard a lot of speculation and talk of the people that are around him. The people that are surrounding him want him out. And that's why he executes his uncle and his half-brother and everybody else he feels jeopardized and threatened by. So he's also under a fragile a regime. So who knows? Maybe that might be the answer. I don't know, and I'm just speculating here, of course. But it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. And like I said, it's all over, and the media is running with it, which is not helping. They're just going and running with everything. And then he's tuning into our media, and he's seeing this, and he's probably freaking out. The sign that's going to be interesting is, will he do another ballistic test? Will he do another nuclear test? The underground test? And then how do we answer? And is it going to be another red line that's drawn and it's a bluff? I don't know. And that's what I said, Al. I agree with you. I even brought that up on the air during a show. Why not just EMP all of North Korea and take it all out? That would be the easiest way to go. Take out all their electronics. And then deal with the artillery individually. But that would probably, the thing is, we have to think about the weapons that we don't know about. And do they want to show their hand? Because if they use an EMP device, that shows the whole world that we have it. And now you're showing everybody else. That's almost like with the leaks. And I'm not saying that they're valid. That's not the point of what I'm about to say. With the way that we find out about the source of leaks and how they're traced back. And you could say, let's just say, I'm the Russians. Well, show me the evidence. They're not going to show them the evidence on how they do it. They're showing their card. They're showing the means about how they go about to retrieve that information. So they could put that smile on their face and say, well, show me the evidence. Prove it. Well, if you prove it, then they're going to figure out how we did it. It's a catch-22. Same thing as if you start putting out weaponry the world has no idea exists. Well, you're showing your hand. Now the whole world knows. But in a high-stakes situation like this, maybe it's needed. You need to use whatever's at your disposal, with the exception of nuclear arms, the arsenal. Oh, my God. We cannot go back to that. Or a hydrogen bomb, which is even worse. So it's like I said, I agree with a lot of what everybody's saying right now in the chat room. I hope it's just a lot of bluster, rhetoric, talk, and it's just people trying to show themselves as being the voice, and I am going to threaten you, and I'm going to threaten you back. Who's the biggest boy in the room? And it's just going to keep going back and forth. I hope that is the case. But we shall see. Anyway, to get off this political thing that's going on. But again, it's all over our news. If you turn on any station, on the mainstream, of course, it's everywhere. And it's actually really sickening to a point where it's shoved down your throat and you regurgitate and throw it back out. It's overkill. So we shall see where this goes. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be a clear night. Also, there are like somebody mentioned in chat. I don't know who it was. We have an earthquake that struck China, 6.5. I think last I saw was 5 people were killed and over 100 missing, and that was an earlier report. But it does look like these earthquakes are occurring more often. And then we have these storms that are going on. There's flooding pretty much all over the place. I know there's been flooding down south. That Hurricane Franklin, I believe, just passed over parts of Mexico, and now it's going into the mainland of Mexico. So that's another thing to keep an eye out. The Atlantic is getting more active. This is the prime time for hurricane season, August, September, even October. So this is where we need to keep an eye on the tropics if you live on the East Coast or in the Gulf. And they're predicting it's going to be a more active Atlantic season. So we shall see about that too. What else is going on that I've seen recently? I think that covers basically everything else. And like I said, I am not... Mom, check the chicken, see if it's not burning, because I did shut it off, but you may have to open the oven door because it'll just kick in. Like I said, I don't do sky watches to get into the political aspect. We hear enough of that BS as it is. And there's strong opinions on both sides. And I will not be drawn into going either way. I'm staying neutral on it. I'm not going to voice any opinions because I just put the facts out there, what's been reported and what's the president said himself. I'm not going based on any anonymous sources or unnamed sources and all this other stuff that you hear about, and we don't know where the hell the information is coming from and if it's valid or credible. I just know that I seen what the president made a statement today, and that's what he said in response to the report that was on the media and that he actually tweeted about after a Fox News report this morning. So that's something that he addressed directly himself. Anyway, let's get back to, I'm going to see if I can probably place a show in the meantime till we get a live L.A. Marzulli show on, which is going to start at 9 o'clock Eastern time. The sky does look good. It's supposed to be clear overnight. We'll see how the activity is. What happened?
You made a spot.
Well, go touch it.
I took the brush away.
Oh.
I gotta take it out.
Take it out and then retouch up the spot. I was rushing, I guess. All right, so let's see. Let me go into the archives, my archives, and see what I can. Matter of fact, do I have a show with the Bronxville Paranormal guys? I think I do, actually. From when they were on with Jamie and I. I might just do that. Play an old show right now. I'm sure Al would get a kick out of that. I know I do. And thanks to Jamie for giving me all the archives. I had lost them all. Let's see. Let me play it. I don't want to play the intro music.
And I often about, he was really looking forward to that event.
Okay, I've got other stuff playing in the background. We got to pause that and get the show on.
Doug is always sitting in this corner.
There he is. There's Al.
If I could get the team together, really great.
All right.
Exactly what you guys do. I know we've talked about it a little bit on a previous show, but this is the first time we've had actual members on together, and we're focusing on the topic itself.
Sure, Jamie. Well, Paul Greco has a UFO group. It's called the UFO Roundtable in Yonkers, and they meet once a month. And my brother actually turned me on to Paul's group and said, I should go there and check it out. And went there, and I hung out, and there's a really good group. The people are really great, and Paul's a fantastic guy, and just by going every month and meeting the guys and hanging out. And I was doing a lot of investigations on my own with a bunch of friends of mine, but they weren't really taking it serious. It was more of a goof, and I wanted to take it a little bit. I wanted to get serious about the investigations and really get down to it. And as time went by, I got to meet Brian and Paul and a few other members of the UFO Roundtable who are part of my team. I picked these guys. I handpicked each one of them. And I asked them if they were interested, and everybody said, yeah, they were interested. And we all just kind of meshed together, and it just worked out great.
Absolutely. So, Al, what about this incident or this experience that you recently had with an orb? Maybe you can fill us in about that.
Okay. On September 2nd, I got a call from a woman named Lee. And she asked me to come down if I could get the team together and come to her apartment to do an investigation, because recently she's been having a lot of dark dreams, and she's been waking up with injuries. So I said, well, okay. I said, I was actually off that day, and I said, I can stop by today and I'll do an interview with you and a preliminary investigation, and let's see what happens. And so I stopped by her condo complex, and we went in and we were into it. She was explaining to me that, our dog is always sitting in this corner looking up at the ceiling, barking at the ceiling, and that she had taken some photographs of that corner ceiling, and there was a lot of orbs in there, but her computer was down. She couldn't show me the orbs. And so she started telling me how, one time she would have these dark dreams, and then the next day she would wake up. The first time she woke up with like a burn mark on her chest, like a cigarette burn. And the second time she woke up with like a black and blue on her thigh, like somebody punched her in her leg while she was sleeping. And the third time she woke up with a scratch mark across the arms, 3 scratches. So I said, you know what? I got some stuff in the car. Let me just, do a little investigation and see what we could find, just, while I'm here. So I broke out the EMF meter and I started going around, and really wasn't getting anything, but I was kind of getting a vibe that no matter what part of the apartment I went to, that something was dodging me, something I couldn't see. Just had a feeling something was dodging me. So I said, you know what? Let me give Cindy a call. Cindy is our psychic. And I said, see if she could feel any dark energy in the apartment. And I called Cindy, and Cindy got on the phone, and she said, I don't feel anything dark, but I do feel something. Whatever there is old, and it's very good at hiding its energy. And so as at this point, Cindy is talking to the client, and I'm doing my investigation. And then, I get the phone back, and I tell Cindy, I'll give you a call. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Let me do a few more things. So I broke out the ghost meter and the ghost radar, and the ghost radar was telling us that there was 2 entities following us around the apartment. And during the meantime, this woman Lee's telling me that one time she was doing the dishes in her kitchen, and she seen like a small black blob go by her. And so I turn on the ghost box, and the ghost box says words. And this thing started spitting out words faster than you could imagine. And everything it said, this woman Lee could relate to. And this woman started to get hysterical. And the ghost box is just spitting out words, and this woman's getting hysterical. And the dog is running around us, going crazy. And I felt like I was trapped in like a vortex of energy. So this woman eventually collapses. I pick her up. I help her into the bed, or I put her down in the bed. I call Cindy back. I said, Cindy, talk to this woman, calm her down. In the meantime, I'm going to do some more preliminary investigation. And I started taking photographs around the apartment, and all the photographs were coming out great. And I get to this door that led out to her patio, and it just felt like there was something there, but I couldn't see it. So I take the photograph of this door, and it's like the one photograph that came out blurry. And I don't know why it came out blurry, because, the camera said everything was in focus. So I move on to the hallway, and I'm taking a picture of her bedroom door, because she says that she sees orbs with her own 2 eyes over the door, like a blue orb and a white orb. So I said, okay, let me take a picture of her. And I'm standing in her foyer taking a picture of her hallway towards her door. And a white orb comes out of the bathroom wall. about a foot away from it, could have reached out and grabbed it. The size of a golf ball, makes a 90-degree left-hand turn, and goes down the hall. And the whole time I'm watching this thing, I'm getting the feeling like this thing is running away from me, like it's trying to make a break for it. So then it makes a 90-degree right-hand turn, goes through the kitchen. And I'm so amazed by what I'm seeing with my own two eyes that by the time I snapped the photograph, it wasn't even in the shot. I chase it out the kitchen door and through the patio door and out into the patio. At this point, I get the client, Lee, and I tell her, you never believe what I see, and I can't believe what's going on here. You know, I tell Cindy what I've seen, and Cindy said, well, she goes, I have a feeling that it's like, because Cindy says to me too, she says, I think I see, like, I'm seeing in my mind's eye like a black blob, but it's small. And she says, I think it's something to the effect of like a nature spirit, maybe a gnome or a leprechaun or something to that effect. She said, but I had it on the run and I chased it out the door, and she recommended that we salt the back door so it couldn't get back in. And I went there for a 10-minute interview with the woman. I ended up staying there for like 2 hours doing a complete investigation. It was like the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my own two eyes. And not in a million years did I ever think that I would see an orb come out of the wall right in front of me and, run from me. It was just amazing. And Cindy was on the phone with the client, and she was telling her all kinds of stuff, like all kinds of energies and stuff. And Cindy at one point said, I feel like somebody died there. They had a heart attack, but they didn't die from the heart attack. They died from a head injury. And the client saying, yes, my neighbor was going down to get the mail one night, and he had a heart attack on the way down the steps, but that didn't kill him. He actually died when he hit his head at the bottom of the steps. And it's just an amazing experience, just amazing.
Yeah. Al, why don't we introduce the listeners to who we have on tonight one by one so they get to know? And I know we have somebody else calling in any minute now to join us as well. So why don't we tell them who we have tonight? Okay.
Well, first and foremost, I have Cindy Bailey Dove, the team psychic. Then I have Brian Bowden. He's the team's tech manager. Brian is a genius when it comes to technology. He's amazing stuff he can do. And last but not least is a dear friend of mine, Paul Greco. Paul is my consultant and my orb guy. Paul can just think orbs, and orbs appear. He's amazing. And that's part of the BPS team. That's about half of the team.
Now, would you consider yourself, Al, with your experiences since early childhood, to have some type of intuitiveness, or I would say a higher sense of perception?
Well, Bill, it's funny you mentioned that, because I was there was one day I was pumping gas at the gas station, and a woman came up to me, and she was lost, and I gave her directions, and when I shook her hand to say goodbye, she got like an electric shock when she said to me, she said, "You're an intuitive." And I was like, "Lady, I don't even know what that is, And then she went on to explain to me that I said, okay. I said, I know I get a lot of gut feelings, and I just go by what my gut tells me. But I said, as far as being intuitive or psychic or anything like that, I know my mom used to get a lot of premonitions and stuff, but I don't know.
Now, the photographs, after they were taken, I guess they were handed to Paul?
No, I sent the photographs to Brian. Yeah, I sent Brian. I asked Brian to clean up that one photograph of the kitchen that came out blurry, and I explained to him what I thought that was there, and he cleaned it up, and then he sent it back to him, and he said it was pretty strange. He had never seen anything like that. And the funny thing is, while he was working on the photographs, Brian got 3 scratches across his chest.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you guys, but yep, I got them, and totally unexpected. I had nothing on me that would actually lend to scratching whatsoever. I was actually outside, pretty much Giant Stadium, when I got the photo. I was working on it, and I only noticed it was scratches when I got back to where I was going. I was going down to Jersey Shore, and I looked at it and I'm like, what the heck's bothering me here? And I looked, and I took pictures of 3 scratches. I mean, I've never heard of that before.
And the photograph Brian cleaned up, you got to see what it looks like. I mean, it looks like there's energy waves going through the whole photo. It's amazing.
Now, are those scratches similar to what the person had experienced in the home?
Yes, so the woman Lee said she had 3 scratches, but they were across her arm, I believe she said, not her chest.
And if you had to guess, was this some type of human markings, animal markings? Like, what would you? Were they close together, small? Like, did you guys ever think about what it could have came from, with the origin?
When she told me that she had the 3 scratches on her arm, I asked her, could it have been possible that the dog jumped up and, while you were laying on the bed and scratched you accidentally? And she said, no, because the dog has his own bed at the bottom of the bed, and he wouldn't come up on the bed on that side. And she said she sleeps with her arms behind her head and under the pillows anyway, so there would be no way for the dog to scratch her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, hopefully that's what we're waiting for, is for this client to hopefully call in and tell her what exactly, her side, because she's a witness. I mean, obviously she experienced this. And Al, I mean, what you went through and running down this orb, did you ever see anything like this? Any of you during any of your investigations, something similar to this?
In 6 years as a professional photographer, I never seen an orb in my life until I started hanging out with these guys.
Did you happen to catch the orb, Al? Is there a photo of it that you can share with everybody?
Honest to God, I was so amazed by what I was seeing, Jamie, with my own 2 eyes, that by the time I snapped the photograph, the orb had already made the right into the kitchen, and I missed it.
I've been there. There was 3 of us one night during the Skywatch, me, Dave, and Billy Cox, and this object went over us. All 3 of us had cameras, but they just stayed in our hand. We didn't even pick them up. We were so amazed.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, it really. And after I left, before I left, I actually saged the apartment down, and then I hit it with holy water, and I said a white prayer to protect her, and I left the sage there for her in the holy water, and I left a prayer card that I had blessed by the church. I told her, would come back again with a couple other guys from the team, because what I'd like to do is have my videographer just film the whole time we're there. And then, one guy get in one side of the room, one guy get on the other, and just push this, whatever if there's anything else there, push it out. Because the way I felt that night, that there was the ghostwriter said there was 2 things there, and it just seemed like something was dodging me. So I don't know if I got everything out, or if we just pushed it back into the walls and maybe into the next apartment over. But man, it was incredible.
Has she mentioned any decrease in activity or anything since you guys investigated?
Yeah, you know what? I figured if anything was going to happen, like if it was demonic and anything dark was going to happen, it would come back with a vengeance, and she would call me right away. About 3 days passed, I hadn't heard from her, so I called her and I asked her how things was, and she said no more dark dreams. She's been sleeping well. No more injuries. The house felt lighter. Everything felt good. So I told her I would stop by again with
some of the team.
I'm actually got her a prayer candle, a big prayer candle for her to light like maybe 5 minutes before she goes to bed every night. And just to, cleanse the room or bless the room before she goes to bed. Just that little extra protection for her. I had it blessed at the church.
Al, did you think that maybe your presence and, you have this, I'll say it again, this intuitiveness, that maybe by it feeling your presence there, you drove it out just simply from being there?
Well, I don't know if I drove it out, to be honest with you, but I know I had it on the run. I felt like I had it on the run. From the minute I started walking around with the EMF meter, I felt like I said, I felt like something was dodging me, and I felt like I had it on the run. And the vibe I got when that orb came out of the wall was like, okay, it's my chance to make a break for it. He stepped out of the way, because I happened to step back away from the bathroom, and that's when it made its move. And I swear to God, that was the vibe I got, like it was making a break for it.
I'd like to maybe ask Cindy what she got there while you guys were investigating. Maybe talk to somebody else about that night. And were you the only one who witnessed the orb actually live besides the witness? I think we have our other caller calling in. Let me see.
Yep, that may be her.
All right. Hello.
Hi. What is your name?
I'm Jamie. I'm the host here with Bill.
Hi,
Bill's my
Jamie.
co-host.
I'm Lee. How are you?
Good. We're on right now with everybody. You guys can hear her all right?
Yeah, I hear her great.
Okay.
Yeah, she's good.
Oh, is that Al?
Yep, that's Al.
Oh, hi, Al.
Hey, Lee, how are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
How's everything at the house?
Everything seems to be okay right now. I haven't really felt, any paranoia. Sometimes I get paranoid, but I've been pretty good. Since
How
the
you
cleansing
sleeping?
that, I do want to validate that Al cleansed on September 2nd. And there were a couple of things that took place that really blew my mind.
Blew my mind.
Well, it did, when that machine went, started going with when you were by my Uncle Roland's aisle and his mask card with his picture on it. It said, and my uncle used to call everyone Dad. And this machine that Al had, it went off down. It said floor because the tile is low by the floor, and it's a crest of the Nicolari family, of my uncle's family, and he had given it to me, so I had it, and it broke, so it's near the floor right now, and the machine said floor right when he was near it, and then it said Dad, and my uncle used to call everyone Dad, and it was really a little freaky. And then another episode that took place that freaked me out was when my boyfriend's mom's ashes are on my windowsill in my living room, and he was by there, and the thing read urn, and oh my God, and we have her ashes in an urn on the windowsill, and then it said herself, and then it said help. And I kind of relate that to from her from her passing away is helping us because she left her son a lot of stock that we're just now liquidating, and it just all freaked me out because it all coincided with what was in my living room, and then thing was going crazy. And then I thought it was...
sorry, this is Bill. I'm the co-host with Jamie. I wanted to ask you, how did you come in contact with Al? How did this whole process
begin? Through a mutual friend.
Okay. So you had these experiences on numerous occasions that were going on in your home?
Well, not only my home, I mean, I've had feelings about different things ever since I had an experience one night. I was with my mom, and we were leaving my uncle's home, and that was in Croton at the time. And there was a back road by a lake, and it was very snowy out. And that night, now I'm normally I get really excited if I'm driving with my mom in the car, and I'll say, "Watch, Mom," and I get crazy. But this particular night, I just very calmly said to her, "Okay, Mom, now watch the two people on your left-hand side." And she put her high beams on, and she said, "Where? What people? What are you talking about?" And I was like, "Mom, and I described the exact silhouette that I saw that night. And ever since then, that kind of validated my senses that I'm aware of feelings that I get and wherever I am. I was deathly afraid for a long time of my mom's house. Going up the stairs, I would get such a feeling down my back. I would have to hurry up. And just been a lot of, things that have happened, and that's why I'm so into what Al does.
Now, how did this whole thing happen with the scratches on your arm? Were you sleeping? How did this all occur? Is she there?
Hello?
I think we lost her.
Oh.
That's strange.
Hopefully, maybe we'll call back. But yeah, for the minute, for the moments that she spoke, interesting, that she's had some type of paranormal experience.
Yeah,
here she comes.
Cindy said she thinks she's, psychic or
here she comes, guys.
Abilities.
I think she's chiming in now.
Yeah, she's back.
Yes, hi, I'm back.
You caught the part of the question I asked you, but
yes,
where did these scratches occur? How did it occur? Give us a little background and.
I have no idea. I went to sleep, and I know, those scratches were not on my arm. I'm forever, I'm always checking my body out. And I woke up that morning, and there were 3 scratches on my arm, on my lower forearm, and they were exactly the same size, and they were like spread apart a half inch, and there were 3 of them, and then they were gone, and I have they didn't scab, they didn't do anything, and it was like they disappeared. And it was like really weird. And I thought about it, and I didn't say anything to anybody because I said, oh, they're going to think I'm nuts, but I don't know. And I don't have any scarring from them. Like usually you'll see a little scarring afterwards from something that's faded, but this didn't even take time to fade it. They just like disappeared. They were there and then they were gone.
Did you ever discover what the source was for this activity? Was there something you brought in your house? Was it the house itself?
I don't know. I don't know. I know there's been a lot of deaths around me in this right next door from me. The man passed away. He fell to the ground and hit his head or something, and he passed away. And he lived right adjacent to my door. Then the woman next to me on the other side, she passed away in her apartment. I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but. And it was weird. A couple of weeks ago, I went to my pool because I live in a condominium complex, and a gentleman went over to my boyfriend and said, I can't believe where you just sat. A man just died right in that spot. And I don't know, like, I was, like, drawn to that spot to sit. Like, it was so weird. And the woman next to me, she was leaving the pool, and she says, oh, I left you something on your chair. And it was religious stuff. And I said, oh, my God, I feel like she blessed the spot that I was sitting because this man passed away right where I sat.
Have any of the neighbors had any activity, and how's the activity been since the investigation?
Well, I haven't. I've been feeling pretty calm, actually. Like, I don't feel any tension. I was initially, after Al left, I was a little paranoid.
She was very paranoid. She was afraid to look out her own patio window.
Yeah, I put up, oh, God. I have blinds on my window, and on each side I have sheer curtains, and I covered up the inside of the sheer curtain because I didn't even want, like, to look outside my deck into the woods. I was a little paranoid, I guess, a lot. But now I feel okay. I he told me to put that salt, and I did that, and I feel okay right now.
Now, did you see the orb also exit the home when Al seen it going down the hall?
No, she would think she was in the bedroom talking to Cindy on the phone at the point.
Oh, okay. So at least you're in peace now, Lee. That's the main thing.
On video in my home, though. And I also have pictures of, like, one night on my boyfriend's son's birthday. We were having a little party. I was taking pictures, and the camera was fine. But this one particular spot, there was about 30 orbs in the room, in the living room. I swear, I was shaking. And then there was one above my bedroom door. Now, I haven't taken any. And then all the other pictures. I mean, everything. It was fine, so it wasn't anything with the lens. I know they were orbs in this house. But since I haven't taken any pictures, and Al did see the 2 flash by, and that's 2 that flash by that I have on video, that I also have seen, years ago.
Now, did these guys... Go ahead, I'm sorry, Jamie, go.
No, you can go ahead.
I was going to say, did you ever give these guys any of that footage? Do you have the footage? Maybe they can do analysis on this?
I don't. My niece, God rest her soul, she passed away. She lost the video because it was of my dog, and I had her look for it, and she couldn't find it. This was after I had given her the camera back. I had left the video by accident in it, and she couldn't find it. She misplaced it, so no, I don't have it. I wish I did. because there's two that are flying from the bathroom, like from the bathroom area into the living room. And then when Al told me that happened when I was on with the psychic, I freaked out because that the same exact thing happened when I was videoing. And there were two of them, and he said that there were two also. So that was a little freaky.
Well, we're going to take a break here in a minute. Anything you want to get out of her, Al, before we go to break? Anything you want to ask that she should talk about that's important?
No, I just wanted to make sure everything. I still got to stop by and drop off the candle and all the rest of the stuff I bought for you.
Oh,
and
great.
I just want to make sure everything is good at her place. You know, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, it's great that you guys are helping people like this and having a positive
it really
outcome.
is. And for him to see the same two, like, it was like as if, I don't know, they came out like when, because he knew, like he saw them too. So it made me realize that I'm not going nuts. There's something going on around me. But now, since he's cleansed, I feel pretty good right now.
Well,
actually, I don't have this odd feeling, every now and then, like I get this feeling like as if someone's around me, and yet I'm alone, but I haven't had that feeling.
A quick question from chat from Lorraine. She wants to know, did electronics in the house have issues during the activity?
Oh my God! Oh, not at the activity, but I had something happen to my vacuum one day. My vacuum, to turn on and off, when you turn it on, you have to pull the lever up. So, and all of a sudden I heard noise in my living room, and I thought it was the people cleaning the hallway. And I was like, oh my God, but how long are they going to vacuum out there? So I went to get up to go tell them, can you stop vacuuming by my door? And I went in the living room. It was my vacuum that was on. And there was nobody here. And it wasn't like you have to push the lever down, that it may have been loose and did it on its own. You have to pull it up to turn it on. And it was on.
Wow.
And that freaked me out, too. Yeah. So since Alfred did this, I feel pretty good right now. I'm not walking around like that there's someone else here with me.
Well, Al's a great guy, and he's going to be stopping by with some more help. And
great, thank you so much. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lee, for calling in and validating this story.
Thank you.
For me.
My blessings to you all.
You have a great night, Lee.
Good night.
You too. Good night.
And with that, we're going to take our first break. We will be back in about 2 minutes. You're listening to the Jamie Havigan Show. Tonight, our guests are Bronxville Paranormal Society. Hold tight. We will be right back.
And with that, we'll take a quick break. Say hello to everybody on YouTube that are watching and everybody that's in YouTube chat. And at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, about 28 minutes from now, we will go live and carry the stream from KGRR, LA Marzulli Show, Acceleration Radio, followed by Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, with his guest, Richard Dolan. Okay, so let's do a quick shout out to everybody that's in chat right now. Al, Carmen and Mauricio, Sherry, James Brock, James Owen, Jeffrey Boyd, Jello, Knight, Rockstar, and Ted Bronson. Ooh, I almost said Branson. Let's see, who else is in there? I see more names just pop in. I think I got Rock and Knight. Okay. And Ken. Okay. I think we got that all sorted out. A reminder, Mark D'Antonio should be streaming tonight, so go to Sky Tour live stream. I'm not sure what the weather's like in Miami for Paul, so look out for P&K Space Imaging as well streaming tonight. And X-Lady. I forgot. I don't know if I mentioned X-Lady. Kath. And Kath, I know it means nothing, but the Giants, the Pittsburgh Steelers are playing the Giants on Saturday in the first preseason game. Yes.
Where you put the hammer?
Oof. Good question. I have no idea where I put the hammer. It's not. I didn't leave it outside?
I don't know. I've tried to close the thing. I don't find the hammer.
Well, it's dark outside now. Unless you take Cyclops outside, you could go look for it. Cyclops will light up the whole freaking yard. Anyway, let's see where the show stands.
The show is open?
Yes, it's open. I'm going in and out right now because it's getting dark, so leave that door open.
Lori McDonald.
Oh, still commercials. Okay, and you can. It's a beautiful night, by the way. It's absolutely clear. So we'll see if the weather cooperates throughout the night. It is Tuesday night going into Wednesday, so who knows? Maybe we'll see some activity tonight as we near the peak. Friday night into Saturday morning, and we're going Tuesday into Wednesday, so maybe we'll see some activity tonight. Hopefully we will. Don't forget, though, that Sky Tour live stream and possibly P&K Space Imaging will be streaming as well. Okay, yeah, it's still... Yeah, Kathy, I've got your terrible towel, and I have it with pride. And I wish your Steelers well this season. I'm just glad they're in the AFC. Well, I just seen L.A. Marzulli sign on, so that means he's getting ready for his show. Let's see if the Hopster is online, too. That gives me an idea if these guys are actually going to go live. I just seen L.A. go live on Skype. And, yep, Race is on, too, so that means we should have a live show. Forget about the hammer right now. I'll look for it tomorrow.
How can I? I have to close that paint.
Use something else to close it shut with.
Let me use your hands.
Use your head. And see, there you go. P&K will be live tonight. So all three will be live. He updated the website, www. Just go to astroimaginglive.com. And hopefully one day we will be able to do that. We can, instead of using the YouTube chat, we can all just, it's really difficult to be in the two chats at the same time. But I would really like to see that chat room get more active in the astroimaginglive.com site. And you can play all streams, you can mute it, and you can watch everybody. See, that's the thing, too, though. You don't want to miss what Mark D'Antonio's speaking about when he's covering the objects that he's viewing at any given time. And the same goes with Keith. You know, he's got his thing going on. But it's beautiful. I mean, for those that don't want to hear us talk and play shows or whatever the heck, it's also cool to see all three at the same time and see what's going on at any given moment. If you like enjoying your own music, put your music in the background or something else that you like to play in the background, well, you could see the three images right there and enjoy all three, what the three are doing at any given point. So that's another way to look at it, too. And there is a chat room in there as well. And the guys are always updating. They're putting photos in there as well.
I would say it all started with
so I'm going to
that,
go back to
you know?
Al right now, so enjoy.
That would be my first experience.
And Brian, did you ever have one?
Yeah, I've had a bunch of them, but I would go back to Connecticut, up in the Winstead area. I think Jamie, maybe you're familiar with it.
Yes.
And up there is where most of it happened. A couple of different sightings of strange anomalies.
And this was before you guys were together with the Bronxville Paranormal?
Oh, this was well before. I mean, we're talking, I don't know, maybe I was 6 years old.
Wow. Okay. Cindy?
I mean,
I'm sorry, Brian.
No. It's sleepaway camp. So, you know, I mean, it was a summer and there was some strange things going on. So besides the camping stuff, but strange area.
Cindy?
Well, I've had them since I can remember. So 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would say the first one I'm conscious of remembering, I was about 4 years old, and I started to see shadow people.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Paul?
Okay. Well, my really first thing that I really saw that was any good was the I saw an orange disc hovering over a building in New York City.
And how old were you when this occurred?
I can read you my little thing about it here. It'll tell you exactly everything. This was June 21st, 2001. It was at 4:45 p.m. While driving south on the FDR Drive around 79th Street, I glanced to my right, looking towards the city, and saw a dull orange disc-shaped object with no dome, not glowing or reflective, moving slowly over an apartment building. It moved in a straight and steady path, approximately 20 to 30 miles an hour. I thought at first it might be a frisbee, but it was way too big, at least 6 feet. The sky was slightly overcast, and it was not windy. Because I was driving, it was very hard to study the object. Although I had to keep looking at the road, I did manage to take 2 photos. At that point, the disc stopped momentarily, hovered, then violently wobbled, and descended straight down behind the tree. I zoomed in and took a 3rd photo as it went behind the tree. I was straining my neck because by now I had passed the area, but out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw it drop beneath the lower branches of the tree. I felt very excited. I could feel my heart beating in my chest. I remember wishing someone else was with me to witness this, and I had never seen anything like it before. So that is my really good experience I had.
And you're part of the UFO group?
Yeah. I started that group around 2004 because I was friends with Bud Hopkins, and I was invited down to one of his little meetings that he had for the abductees, and I was very lucky that I was led into that group because I'm not, as far as I know, I'm not an abductee. And it was really mind-blowing to hear these people talk about that. And because of that, I always thought that, I'd like to start my own group that, talked about these subjects. We don't really have, I don't think we have many abductees in the group, but we definitely have people who've had a lot of sightings.
I may actually go to see, participate in one of these group meetings myself.
Yeah, I mean, you're close enough.
Everyone, it's really, people really enjoy them.
So how did you guys all meet? How did this process begin?
That's a great question.
I first met Al when he came to the meeting. Brian and everybody. So that's how we met.
Yeah, I got to the UFO meeting on a dare. I was actually having a conversation with this really cool girl at work, and she said, "Oh, we're talking about UFOs and some, paranormal stuff." She goes, "Oh, you should go to one of these meetings." So I said, she wanted me to go to like one down the city at 23rd Street or something, and I said, "Look, get me something closer to Westchester. I want to easy to get to." And she found the round table, and I went there, and it was just the coolest thing in the world. It was kind of like a really cool X-Files episode. And it had some, UFO Roundtable. Paul has these guests that come in that people pay big bucks to see, and it's a very intimate affair, and everybody has their voice to say what they want, and it's really worth it. Sometimes I wish there was more than just once a month, but that's how I met Paul, and how I met Al. I think that's the common core right there, the Roundtable. I have yet to meet Cindy physically. Hi, Cindy. But I talked to her on the phone. So that's how we met. We met Cindy through Al.
And I started actually in the fall of 2011. I was having so many sightings. Like, it was like one every night. I really thought I was losing my mind. I actually called my brother and I said, "I think I'm losing my mind because I'm seeing something every single night for like 3 months, and I'm freaking out." And he said, "You know what you need to do? You need to find a group and go talk to, and be around people who see all these things, and talk." And I was like, "I'm not going to go talk around strangers. What, are you crazy? I don't know any of these people." But he found one that was really convenient to me, and I, got a couple of guys from work, and I talked them into going, and we went and we sat down in the back and we listened, and it was really, really a comfortable environment, very casual. Everybody got, talked, and just was really, really, I just hit it off with everybody there. I just had good vibes about the place, and I've never looked back. I've been a member ever since.
Well, I actually met Al in the KGRR chat room. That's where we met.
Nice. It's nice that you guys live, you guys live somewhat, you guys can be in the same group, which is good. I wanted to ask you guys: do you typically investigate ghosts? Will you investigate other things like things, cryptids, UFOs, sightings like that, or do you stick to people that are having hauntings?
No, I mean we'll go out and we'll investigate anything. I actually had I took 2 groups out before I started the BPS team. I took 2 groups out to do Sasquatch investigations, expeditions, one during the day and one at night. I invited Paul and Brian to come, but at the time we weren't actually official team, and everybody, has lives, so it's hard to schedule everything around everybody else's schedule. And so I'll do anything. I mean, we definitely want to go back out and do another Sasquatch investigation. And, there are some people at the UFO Roundtable that would like us to take them to the ancient stone chambers, and I don't want to do an investigation during the day because we already did that. I won't mind taking people out there to show them the chambers and everything, but I'd like to go back next month and do a night investigation at the chambers. That's what I want to do with the team.
Now, we have a question from our good friend Ufi in the chat room, and she wants to know that it seems as though she's been seeing shadow people. They're trying to communicate with or through her. Should she be concerned, cooperate, avoid, run away? What do you guys think? And Cindy as well about what she's going through.
Yeah, I'll hand that off to Cindy.
Yeah, I was going to say, Cindy, it's all you.
Okay. Well, there's really different types of shadow people, okay? In my experience, most of them, they're really harmless. But now you can run across every once in a while some of these shadow people are shadows that are not harmless. What you need to do is trust what I call your gut with this. If you get afraid or have negative emotions or feelings around these shadow people, then I would go with they were probably not good and get them out of your house. Now, if you are feeling like that you are communicating with them, you're not having any problem, it's probably okay.
And we had another question from the chat room. Let me scroll up a bit here. This one's from Lorraine, and she wants to know, what tips can the group give to people looking to reclaim a space, their space?
I would, first and foremost, you tell the spirit or whatever that this is my place. You own it. This is your place.
Yeah, you have to claim your place.
And you announce it and you mean it. You don't do it timidly. You say, "Get the hell out of my house. It's mine. I own it. It's mine, not yours. You're not invited here." And then
right.
Other suggestions.
I would definitely do like Brian says, claim the space, be very authoritative, and claim your space. And then after you claim it, I would definitely sage to cleanse it, and a blessing with holy water wouldn't hurt.
I'm also big on salting. It has to be a kosher salt, and you would salt all the openings of the house, windowsills, even around air conditioning, and then you have to find the exact dead center of the entire structure, which takes a little bit of thinking. But you would put a little vessel of salt there in the center of your house. I mean, you just drill a hole, put a little bag there, and that does help out a bit, from what I understand.
Now, say you have family members that have passed on or something like that are still around you. Could that drive them off as well?
From what I know, no, it's not going to. I mean, that's really to ward off, I believe, evil.
Gotcha.
And something that does not have your good or best interest in mind. I've done that in my house, a suggestion of a friend of mine, and it had helped a lot. But we still have visits from, I believe, a dead relative. So,
Right. It will, when you do that, it doesn't run off any of your relatives or people or entities that are there to help you. Brian's right. It gets rid of the entities that you do not want in your house. So it does work. And what Al also said, you can sage your. This does work. I know it sounds crazy, but these things will work, and they are both right about you have to physically reclaim your space and mean to get rid of these things.
I was going to ask, what about like personal artifacts, or even the smells of flowers, or could this contain past spirit, loved one spirits? Are these signs that can be the case?
Well, I'll take that question. Our relatives, and you will have unusual smells. And for example, my mother wore a certain type of perfume, and for 10 to 15 years after she died, I would smell this perfume, and I did not own a bottle of it. So, yeah, there are signs. They will give you signs, but most people are not aware of the signs, or they are not, I'm looking for the word, they're not observant. If you're observant, and when you have these type of situations, instead of just blowing it off in your mind like a lot of people do, that's weird, and they dismiss it, you miss a lot of these signs.
There's another question from chat. James wants to know, how do you discern between spirits who may be trying to warn you or help you against those that are trying to harm you? I mean, I guess if you're getting things done to you, you know they're trying to harm you. But go ahead, guys.
I mean, for me personally, I mean, you can have spirits that'll play really nice. I would always get very nervous if when those little girls show up, or
they're the worst.
Little girl's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the hell out of the place, because that little girl is not a little girl. It's, for the most part, it's a ruse. It's kind of like Ouija boards. It'll start off very innocent, and then it builds up, and it builds up, and it builds. You'll just know. It's just this negativity, this nastiness. It just starts. This heaviness in the air. You'll get scratches. You'll get strange things happening, things moving, versus something that's there to help you. You'll get those signs. You'll get a little. Sometimes I get something. It feels like someone's like touching the back of my ear, or you'll find coins everywhere. You'll just start finding coins or feathers, or you'll have those really smells that remind you of someone. That usually means, from my experience, that something's there. It's trying to get your attention, but in a positive way. But I could defer to Cindy and Paul and Al on for the rest.
Well, for me, I can tell you, if there is a negative entity, first what happens, I will get the taste of metals in the back of my throat, like you swallowed pennies. And it can become so bad that I actually physically become ill. And Brian's right. The air will be very oppressive. And along with this, you will start getting negative emotions. And what I mean by that is very depressed, very unhappy, anger, just striking out for no reason. Most people, I believe, can feel when there's really a negative entity around, because the energy, the air, and you also have nightmares. Really bad nightmares about something attacking you. Now, we're talking about like the real nasty stuff. And most people, they can sense this. So I would say to anybody, a lot of people can sense this by getting this penny metal taste in the back of your throat. I don't know why that happens, but a lot of people get this same sensation.
As far as I go, I go with my gut feeling. So James, if you have a feeling that something is there, and just go what your gut tells you. That's the way I usually do it. I go by what I feel, and then I take it from there.
Now, my friend Lucky is in the chat room. He would like to. He has a quick experience I'm going to tell you guys about, and also he wants your opinion. A friend and him and a friend, they were at a lake, and they were thirsty, and they stopped to rest by an abandoned farmhouse. A woman came out and gave them lemonade. She went back inside, and a couple of months later, one of the farmhands had told him that no one had lived in the house for 50 years, and this was back in the mid-'90s, that the woman had passed away. He would like to know, should he try to find out who this woman was, or should he just let it go?
Wow, that's wild. I don't know. I mean, how does how does Lucky feel? Does he really want to dig into this and look it up, or does he just want to walk away? I mean, I think it all depends on, what he's feeling. Does he feel like he's being drawn to this to look into it and do a little research, or is he just afraid and just wants to walk away? I think it's on Lucky.
I think Al's right. It depends on what you want to do, because there's a lot of people that do not want to open the Pandora's box, and I couldn't understand that.
Especially if it hasn't bothered you in so many years. I mean,
right.
Better left to just leave it be and not stir anything up that may cause any kind of negative reaction or activity.
I mean, I don't think a person coming out of a house and giving you lemonade is really negative.
Right.
But, I mean, the first key, this goes back to my New York Bronx roots. If I'm in a lake and I have an abandoned structure and all of a sudden some lady comes out and gives me lemonade, I'm going to be a little bit leery about that situation.
Yeah.
So, it's like that great commercial they have there. Let's hide by the chainsaws,
Right.
It's what you feel from it. I think apparently he's drawn. So you're drawn to this. There's something that's intriguing you. So this may be something that's telling you should research this a little bit, but don't get too carried away. Just find out who the lady was, or just research the property, and then you can say, wow, this has been happening in the past, and that may trigger something for you to be like, I'm really interested in this. I want to learn more.
Yeah, sometimes
Right.
the spirit can put some kind of influence on you that makes you want to look into it, and there's a reason behind it, I think.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree, too. I agree with that.
I wanted to ask you guys about mirrors. A lot of people think, mirrors could be doorways. Some people use them for, like, scrying, I believe, paranormal. They use them to try to contact spirits. What do you guys' take on that? You guys ever tried anything with mirrors, or do you believe that there's anything to them?
Personally, I don't play with mirrors. I do believe that there's something to do with mirrors as far as opening up doorways and vortexes and stuff like that. And I don't play with it because I just, I don't know how I would be able to control something like that, if I opened something up. So I don't play with them. I mean, I know other people do for other reasons, but that's just my personal feelings on it.
It's funny you said that, because our daughter, she's going to be 8 now, but about when she was 4 or 5, we roughly got a brand new bedroom set, our first ever bedroom set, and there's a big mirror in front of the bed. You can see it on the dresser. And she wouldn't sleep. I mean, she spent like a year and a half in our bed because she would not be in her room alone. But we were reading her a story one night, and she looked directly in the mirror like she caught the eye of something, or something caught her eye, and she was looking at something in that mirror. It was not her reflection. I caught this. I believe my wife caught it at the same time. I think they are pathways that can be used for these spirits to get in easier. But I also know that people in the past have, I think Nostradamus has used some kind of a mirror or reflection to look into, to actually see the future. I think they can be used that way, but it goes both ways. It can open up a doorway, and if you don't know what you're doing, you could be in a lot of trouble at that point.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I agree with that also. I mean, that's one of the things when I was a child, the first thing besides the shadow people, I would catch people in the mirror. And I actually told my parents that people lived in the mirror, but they did not, they thought I had a vivid imagination. But there is lots of material written about this. There are lots of incidents where people have seen full body people in the mirror. So I would kind of be leery with working with the mirror, but if some, I know other people do, but I wouldn't work with one either.
Well, I know that Rosemary Ellen Guiley is really into the mirrors. She's selling them now.
Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people that use it. They really, a lot of psychics use it, and they have good luck with it. I think it's whatever you're comfortable with. If you're not comfortable with the mirrors, don't use them. But just for myself, I wouldn't use them because I was terrified since I saw things in them as a kid. So I got a kind of phobia about them.
Yeah, I gotta be brutally honest. Mirrors scared the living hell out of me. They do. And I'm being honest here. They do. I don't know why I got such a fear of mirrors, but when I was a photographer, I never took a picture through a mirror or of a mirror or anything like that. I know a lot of guys who do a lot of great stuff with mirrors as photographers. You can get some really great shots, but man, I just got a bad vibe when it comes to mirrors.
Yeah, same here. That's why I asked it to begin with.
That was a great question.
We're gonna take our second break here, and we got some questions coming in the chat room. So when we get back, we'll jump on them and much more. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back in just a second. You're listening to the Jamie Advocate Show. Tonight's guests are the Bronxville Paranormal Society. Okay.
All right, we're going to switch shows now. I'm going to do that right now. And hello to everybody that's watching on YouTube and everybody that's in YouTube chat. And also P&K Space Imaging, P&K Space Imaging should be streaming, as well as Mark D'Antonio's Sky Tour live stream, and I'd say a half hour. So keep an eye out for both of those. You can just go to astroimaginglive.com and you can see all three live. All right, let me get the show on. I know Ellie's probably playing his intro music, or races actually. Let's see.
By the way, I mean, he is. You would not really know it until you see this guy pick up a guitar, and he was just perfect heading up the band. He's also in a.
See, this is the thing.
He doesn't tell a lot of people that.
I wish I was actually doing the show myself right now. I won't tell race that.
Warfare and diplomacy and propaganda that
we are living in. Are we in the last days, the time of Jacob's?
Okay, he's playing his music. So I'll wait till the music stops, and then we'll continue the show. And before I go and put the heater band on the lens, hello to Bobby, Bobby Bibble Babble. I always have a problem saying that. Arnie, Sherry, Duplicat, Ian, Ken, Lorraine, and Steve, Metalhead Rob, Knight, Rockstar Ted Bronson, and Lisa. Okay, let's see what's going on with the show. Yep, music's still playing. So I'll wait till the music ends. Ugh. And I've definitely got to put that heater band because it's going to get kind of condensation out there for the lens. The temperature's dropped. Okay, he's coming out.
Just out the door, not quite yet. Don't get all excited. Not quite yet, but I got to tell you, folks, and I'll be giving more and more about that, about the film as the.
I'm hearing two audios. That is bizarre.
And let me bubble.
That is seriously bizarre.
I'm already getting that through your rabbit trail.
I'm still hearing it.
I said this.
I got to tell Race.
Again, do ancient prophetic text warn of a time? Look at the people. I mean, it's a whole different deal, and that's how it was in
Oh, that is so bizarre. Let me try something else. Otherwise, I've got to let him know. Let's see if it's doing that on another stream.
Millions of people visit Fatima, Portugal every year. Millions of Muslims encircle the Kaaba stone.
Holy cow, it's doing it there too. All right. This is really bizarre.
And it's my belief, and it's not the intention of the film.
That is super bizarre.
Now, I can't be more open and honest than that in the way I just said it. It's not our intention. People can believe what they want to believe, and that's fine. But I haven't...
I can't figure this out. I wonder if... Okay, let's try it again. Let's see now.
And we look at, let's say, something like Moses parting the Red Sea. Now, modern day scholars who do not believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible.
Oh, that is bizarre.
Say, well, it's all allegory. Moses really didn't part the Red Sea. The waters really didn't stand up like a heap. Jesus really didn't walk on water. The miracles of the loaves of fishes never happened. Lazarus wasn't called forth out of a dead. It's all allegory. It's all just a bunch of invented...
I've got to tell him. I've got to let him know. That is bizarre.
So the bottom line is, when we went to Fatima, we took Mary off the table. I took Mary off the table completely. We're not attacking...
I want to see if you guys hear this.
The Bible is. We're not. We're not attacking what people who go to Fatima for pilgrimage, what they believe. We're not going to even get into that. That is off the table. What we are interested, what I am...
All right, he's just messaging me. I've got to make sure. I'm going to close all my windows. Everything. So I got to make sure it's not me. Okay, I just closed everything. There's no audio playing through the pipeline right now. So let's go back. I'm going to try going to the KGRA site and listening to it there.
Well, that was just the name made up by a reporter. Because the Batman show was really big and Superman was really big on TV. Oh, we'll call this thing Mothman. Yeah, that's a ticket, see? So that's what they did. They called it Mothman. No one knows what this entity really was called or where it was from. In my opinion, it was a dark angel, dark wings, a fallen angel. So that's what I believe it was. Other people believed it was something else. So it was called Mothman. That's a misnomer. That has nothing to do with what the entity really was. Likewise, with the miracle of the sun, it was given this name by a reporter in the next day in the paper. Miracle of the sun. The guy was an atheist. So he doesn't even have a religious card to play, as it were. Apparently, he's an atheist. We sat down with Fina Di Armata's daughter, Frederica. And what was interesting about this interview, Fina was the researcher, decades ago, who had access to the sanctuary in Fatima. And what she did, what she saw, differed from the official story. And she published her findings, which caused an uproar throughout Portugal. Again, people believe what they want to believe. We're not here to disparage people's beliefs. That's why I'm focused on the miracle of the sun. But Frederica, Fina's daughter, told us that an atheist wrote this and labeled it Miracle of the Sun. All my research, and I could be wrong, but all my research going back to the original documents from 1917, 1919, those are the earliest and the original documents. Those are the ones we trust, not the documents 20, 30, 40 years after the fact, where everything is massaged and doctored and retold. So we have two versions of the events. But the 1917, 1919 documents state, and we have the quotes in the film, that I looked up and saw a dull silver disc. Remember, in 1917, the words UFO and flying saucer are not part of the vernacular. They're not. Those terms would not come to the mid-20th century. So you have to keep that in mind. And several doctors and lawyers looked up, men of letters, looked up and described it as a dull silver disc. There's also like a flyby, where here's the crowd. This thing comes down like this and flies over the crowd. And this is what's not told. Windshields of cars shatter. The hoods of cars just kind of explode. Engines and gasoline burst into flames. People get skin burns on them. Radiation burns? I don't know. And we're going to explore some of this more in depth in part 2 of the film. But part 1, that just gives you a little teaser of what we discovered. And I think that the interviews are incredible. And they point this, and they're fair. I mean, these people they're going where the science leads them. They're going where the facts take them, not through, not what they want to see, but where the facts take them. There's this one gentleman who we interviewed, Raul, and he had spent a long time with pictures tracking down the witnesses in the field. So this happened decades ago, and pinpointing these witnesses, and then trying to find out 28 witnesses what they experienced, and all that's documented. And some of them saw a disc, many of them saw a disc, a silver disc. So the word silver disc is used over and over again. Remember, UFO, flying saucer, is not part of the vernacular. So people have no verbiage to look at something like this and fit it into their paradigm. So they just tell you what they see. I saw a dull silver disc, and all that's fine. Anyway, that's a little bit about the movie, and it's coming along really well. We're excited by it. Go to thewatchmanchronicles.com, thewatchmanchronicles.com, and support what we do here, folks. That's there is no sugar daddy. We're not being funded by somebody who's going, oh yeah, I really love your films. Here's $100,000. That's not the case. We are funded for our DNA account, but that funding goes specifically for DNA. We don't touch that. I don't draw a salary off of that. So I'm not crying poor here, but we paid for the film. And sometimes we get donations for people and for our ministry, for what we do. And we'll plow that right back into what we do. And that's what enabled us to get over to Fatima and film. And we're thankful for that. If you want to support what we do here, just check out the film. Go to the trailer. I'll show you at the break. Look at the trailer. But pick up a copy of the Watchmen Chronicles, UFOs Are Real, or pre-order of a new one, say $5, Fatima. Miracle of the Sun, or A Harbinger of Deception. So here's something else to think about, that there are 3 conferences coming up. August, September, October. August, Hear the Watchmen. By the way, the first 2 are sold out. Hear the Watchmen Conference, sold out. You can only watch live streaming, and I admonish you, check out the live streaming. That's something that you're going to want to do. You can watch it for, I think it's 4 to 6 months at your leisure. And it's cheap. I mean, it's a lot cheaper to get the live streaming than to actually go to the event, because the event's sold out. You can't get there. The second event, of course, is the one in Branson. Again, sold out. Steve Quayle, Timothy Alberino, Anson Pialba, Rambla, and yours truly. All of us will be there. And that's Derek Gilbert will be there. That's going to be amazing. It is sold out, upwards of around 3,000 people. It is going to be a zoo. So again, you can't go there, but you can get it live streamed. The third one, and I'll get onto the blog here in just a second, is, of course, Prophecy Watchers Conference. There are 33 speakers speaking there. My good friend Gary Stearman, Tom Horn, Derek Gilbert. I mean, the list is endless. So I think you can still get tickets for that one. But I'm not promising that. I know it's going to sell out fast. The bottom line is I will be speaking at all 3 conferences, and I will be delivering different messages at all 3. No repeats. There might be a little overlap, but no repeats. So the deep state, the shadow government, this is from the blog. The deep state is a hidden entity that has controlled our country since JFK was gunned down in Dallas decades ago. I've said this many times in radio appearances, conferences, on this blog, and will state it again here. We have not had a real president since JFK, with the exception of Ronald Reagan, and they tried the lone gunman nonsense on him too. Now we have President Donald J. Trump in the White House. He was elected by the people who want to drain the swamp, who want real change on the Beltway in Washington, D.C. In my opinion, the entire Russia story is nothing more than the unofficial wing of a Democratic Party, i.e., our media fueling a bogus story and doing so day after day after day after day. The vitriol that's going on in the media against Trump and his administration is beyond the pale. Beyond the pale. Why? Because the media is, for the most part, 100% liberal in their ideology. It's all groupthink. That's what it is. Mike Savage stated this last week, and I'm going to regurgitate it here because I think it's pithy and really important. If this is a quote from Savage, if the left succeeds in its efforts to remove President Trump from office or renders him virtually powerless, America's working class, the Eddies and Ediths, will revolt. I'll say it again, will revolt. And you know what? Savage is right. The American people are fed up with being lied to. The average Joe and Jane will not lie down like some tranquilized cow about to be slaughtered if the deep state takes out Trump. And here's the warning, L.A. Marzulli's warning, which is only heeded by, the folks that listen to KGRA and our 62,000 plus people on YouTube that watch this. But here's the deal, folks, and it's something we really have to think about. We're not going to believe the heart attack like what happened to Breitbart. We're not going to believe in exploding cars like happened to the reporter, or the suicide where the guy gets shot in the back 3 times. How's that possible? We're not going to buy it. We're not going to believe in the lone gunman. So if you take out Trump, I don't know what's going to happen. Will I take to the street? No, I'm not a violent man, but I'm certainly going to use the pen, which is mightier than the sword, to voice my opinion, like I do here on KGRA every single Tuesday at 6, like I do day after day at the blog, lamarzulli.wordpress.com, like I do with our films and movies and everything else that I'm constantly trying to do, to send up a warning to the American people. Look, and you'll get to this in a second, this whole thing is funded by George Soros. A lot of it is. Media matters, but I digress. I'll get to that in a second. The deep state doesn't want Trump because they can't buy him off. They can't control him. As Newt Gingrich stated in 2016, Trump isn't part of the secret societies. Let me digress here just for a second. Think about this. And Bohemian Grove is coming up. And leaders from all over the world fly in to Northern California, where all the redwoods are, and they go to Bohemian Grove. This is a real top secret deal. Alex Jones blew the lid off that a number of years ago. There's a statue of a 40-foot owl, okay? And there's a sacrifice. They call it a mock sacrifice to the cremation of care. In our opinion, and many of us, and I speak for Russ Tisdale and myself, he and I have talked about this numerous times, that it is not a mock sacrifice, that it is a real human sacrifice. Why would people sit through something like that? I'm just going to invite you to a nice mock sacrifice. No one's really going to be killed, but you can sit and watch us offer this sacrifice to this 40-foot statue of basically Moloch. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And that's where we are. That's where we are. Trump is not like W and John Kerry, the skull and bones. He's not that. Is he a perfect guy? No. But I mean, look at D.C. 200 days and our Congress is once again on vacation. Wow, what a job that is. And nothing's been done. And I predict if they do not lower taxes in 2017, maybe then the people will say enough's enough. We are nothing more than paid serfs. You got to realize something, that our country was founded. And one of the hallmarks, one of the battle cries was taxation without representation. The American people were being taxed to death while we were still under the yoke, under the foot of the British. Taxed to death. And we're not doing this anymore. Give me liberty or give me death. That was the cry of our forefathers. Not this, panty waist nonsense that we get now in Washington. They got to pay a little bit more. Nonsense, Barack Hussein Obama. I'm tired of paying a little bit more. I'm tired of socialism. I'm tired of, Bernie Sanders, who's basically a communist, for crying out loud. I'm tired of our liberal media telling me, all the bleeding hearts where Trump's done this and everybody's using the word racist. Does anyone know where the word racist really comes from? Right, it comes right out of the communist playbook, for crying out loud. That's where it comes from. And people throw this word around like it's it's salt and pepper, for crying out loud. I mean, really? Really? Anyway, to wrap things up, our country is on the verge of an all-out civil war. People aren't stupid, and thus Congress's approval is down around 10%. Go figure, right? 10%. This is why we need term limits to get Maxine Waters out, to get Mitch McConnell out, Paul Ryan, John McCain, Nancy Pelosi, Zabut. Give them das Boot. Give them the boot. Not the boat, the boot. Out. Bye. Sayonara. Take a hike. Because they're not for us, they're against us. And remember, there was no taxation in this country for decades after the Revolutionary War. Not like we have today, where we've got the IRS. And under Obama, we were audited for 13, 14, and 15. Go figure. Obama gets out of office, Trump gets in instead of the witch with a B, Hillary Clinton. And 14 and 15 went away. Gee, I wonder why. We were targeted. And I know other people who were targeted. That's how the game is played. Silence all opposition any way you can. I agree with Savage. If you take out Trump, the people will rise up. And you know what, folks? Frankly, we need to. We absolutely need to. Silencing the opposition. This is the other blog that I actually wrote today. This is from the article. Silencing all opposition voices inside the Media Matters playbook. And Media Matters is funded from our good friend, George Soros, who's a multi-billionaire. Where do you think all those ninja-like social justice warriors with the mask and everything else just show up at these rallies? They're professionals. They are paid rioters. They are paid rioters. They are paid agitators. And I believe that they may be funded by Media Matters. Even to casual observer, it has been obvious for months that the left is orchestrating a tightly coordinated campaign to undermine and delegitimize the current presidential administration. Oh, gee, you think? As an extension of a decades-long campaign to wrestle the narrative away from conservative, independents, and centrists, they're smearing right-leaning commentators with anything they can find. In the takedown of Bill O'Reilly and Monica Crowley, an attempted hit on Sean Hannity, for example, it becomes more than evident. O'Reilly was taken down. Crowley taken down. They're going after Hannity. When Bill O'Reilly sits there, and there's a Democratic strategist before he was taken off the air, and he asks her, name me one conservative voice, one conservative anchor on the nightly news. And she goes like this. And you can see the wheels turning, and she's dead silent, because guess what? There are no conservative anchors on any of the nightly news stations. Think about that, folks. Not one. Not one. Not one. Why is that? Because it's all in the tank. It's all in the tank. Did you watch the election night? Where the guy stands up on CNN, Hillary ahead in Florida, Hillary ahead in Nevada, Hillary ahead in Ohio, Hillary ahead in North Carolina. I could go on, but you get the point. An hour later, when the tally comes in from Florida, it's on the East Coast, and the panhandle vote came in, all of a sudden it flipped. And everybody started getting a little worried. Trump seems to be ahead in Florida. North Carolina seems like Trump pulling ahead there. And that's when the media got scared. And it's just unbelievable. And yet, in every single poll except for the LA Times, Hillary was ahead by 3 to 15 points in some of the polls. It was a shoo-in. Absolute. And I look at those polls every single day. The LA Times had it right. Trump up by 3. Trump up by 3 percentage points. And if you take the illegal alien votes, which happened in California, and there's no doubt, oh my God, another racist statement. It's not racist. Get over yourself with this racist nonsense. So tired of hearing this. Anybody who says anything, oh, you're a racist. Really? How many illegals voted? How much nonsense really happened in an election? That's why the Electoral College was put in place by the Founding Fathers, because it's the only thing that protects the people in small rural communities. Otherwise, the people in large cities that's who you would campaign. You leave out the rest of the country and you just go to New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco. That's where you go, Miami, and you'd pull in those votes. That's what you would do. And notice they're all liberal. Isn't it interesting? But you look at Trump territory, when you look at a map, how red it is. Go figure. The majority of Americans voted for him because the majority of Americans, in my opinion, are traditionalists. They don't like the transgender gay community being forced down everyone's throat. They don't approve of Planned Parenthood telling us that, you know, by 2 years old, you might be able to tell whether your kid is transgender or not. They don't approve of Planned Parenthood or school administrations telling us that, you know what, you know, preschoolers, your genitals don't make you a boy or a girl. Really. What about your DNA? Let's take the genital thing off the table. What about your DNA? Does your DNA make you a female or a male? Whoa! Which is why, with all due respect to transgender people everywhere, you can take all the hormones you want. You can chop all the body parts off that you want. You can inflate other body parts that you want to. And you cannot alter the DNA. You can't. And if you took your DNA sample, what they would find is that you were either male or female, what you were born with at the time of birth. Are there gender problems on this planet? People who are confused? Absolutely. Absolutely. And prayer can change things. Please, prayer don't tell her. Prayer can change things. There is a God, and he is all-powerful, and he loves you, but I digress. I am just amazed at the snowflakes in colleges all across America who call pundits like Ann Coulter a fascist. Let me stop there. Do you realize that Ann Coulter was prohibited from speaking at a liberal college? Oh, my gosh! Oh, we can't have her. She's a conservative voice. Oh, we'll be polluted. Oh, she's a fascist. No, the fascists are the people who are prohibiting free speech at the colleges. It's all reversed. It's all reversed. Anyway, I think it's time for the break here. You're listening to Acceleration Radio. I am on a rant. Haven't even gotten to any of the news stories yet. Thanks for listening. We'll see you on the other side of the break. I'm your intrepid host. Keep it right here on KGRA. This is the new Acceleration Radio.
Okay, I had to lower it down because this music. Actually, it's a really good song. It's off his own album, Zuli. I can't remember the name, but it's something sweet. It's S-U-I-T-E. I know that word is in the title of the song. I just don't know the whole title. I may have it downloaded somewhere. I can actually look it up. It's really a good song. It sounds like a Sting song. And hello to everybody watching on YouTube and everybody that's in YouTube chat. Just keep in mind that any minute, Sky Tour live stream should be streaming. Mark should be streaming any minute. So check out Sky Tour live stream on YouTube. And I'm not sure that if Keith is streaming yet with Paul at P&K Space Imaging, but I believe they are. If not now, very soon. So all three streams should be going tonight. And if you go to astroimaginglive.com, you'll see all three right there. And I'll do a quick shout out before the show comes back. What's up to Al, Sherry, Daryl, Kathy, Ken, Knight, Keith, Ted, and what? Okay. It looks like it's going to be a good night. Clear skies. It's a little damp out there, but I got the heater strap on, so that should keep the camera lens pretty clear. I don't have to go out every 5 minutes and wipe the lens. That was really a great investment to get that heater band that goes around, wraps around the lens. Keeps the lens nice and clear at a perfect temperature. The real test will be in the winter. I had one last year, it burnt out. So I bought a new one. So I'm really interested to see how this one's going to work in the winter. Especially during the Geminids in December, because that's another really good meteor shower. I know this year is going to be tough for the Perseids anyway because of the moonlight. And I haven't checked what's going to happen for Geminids, what the sky conditions are going to be for that. So I'll definitely keep an eye on that. Also, next week, actually 2 weeks from yesterday, on the 21st, don't forget that solar eclipse. If you're in that belt across the states where you'll see the full effect of the eclipse, make sure to go check that out, weather permitting, in your area. Also, P&K Space Imaging will be in Tennessee, and they should be streaming from their location of the eclipse live. And I know Mark D'Antonio's going down too. I would have too if I didn't have to produce, because it just happens to be that Race is going to Kentucky, I believe, to check out the solar eclipse as well, with the owners of the station, because they're going to do a paranormal investigation while they're there. So there's all kinds of things going on. So definitely make sure to check out P&K Space Imaging August 21st for the solar eclipse coverage live. So we're going to get back to the show in a second. Once I know it's a 3-minute ad run, because that's what I would do.
And patient.
So in about 2 minutes, we should be getting back to the show. And I will be streaming Jimmy Church's Fade to Black with guest Richard Dolan tonight. So we'll be carrying that. And I again want to thank Jimmy Church for allowing me to stream his show live. I've got permission from him directly. Even though it is on KGRA, it is on his website, which is jimmychurchradio.com. You can check out his stream there as well, and all the other information that he posts there, merchandise, etc. So if you go to jimmychurchradio.com, you can find everything there. Just be patient with the page. It takes a while to load. Okay, let's check out the status of this. Yep, there's the music. So he's coming back any minute, about 30 seconds. If I was playing his intro, I'd probably run it about 20 seconds and then fade him in. So about 30 seconds, he should be ready to go. Let's see. Still going. And Mark is live, and if you heard my phone, I bet you that's the message that he's live. Yep. Uh-oh, there's more notifications coming on. I just cleaned my notifications. I just got a message from a host. Just don't mind me. Wow, he's still playing the intro. Let's see. Wow. Oh, I forgot Ellie does have a long backtrail from break segment. All right, so we're just standing by, waiting for the music to end. And there he is.
You know, all these snowflakes. Oh, my gosh, Aunt Coulter's a fascist. Ah! No, she's not. You're the fascist for shouting her down. You're the fascist for not allowing her to speak at your school. You're the fascist because you're afraid of any opposing opinion other than your own. You're the fascist. Not Aunt Coulter, not conservatives. This is how twisted our society is, how absolutely twisted our society is. Meanwhile, George Soros is funding a takedown of any conservative voice. Excuse me, Fox got rid of O'Reilly for alleged sexual misconduct, and their ratings have sunk. They're basically in the tank. Nice going, guys. O'Reilly was one of the most stalwart conservative voices on the air. His show was rated #1 for over 17 years. Nice takedown, Mr. Soros. Was there impropriety there? I don't know. I don't know. And it's so easy for me to sit here and, well, you know, in my opinion, blah. Who knows? I wasn't there. I can't pass judgment on O'Reilly. What I can pass judgment on is that his show was the #1 cable-rated show in 17 years. And since they kicked him off, there's no sort of elder statesman who could really stand toe-to-toe with pretty much any political entity on this planet and do so with a certain savoir-faire and yet intensity, not letting him do the lambada, as he used to say. So my hat is off to Mr. O'Reilly. No one's perfect here. Okay? If there's sexual allegations, then he needs to defend himself or bring that out into the light. But isn't it amazing how they just, boom, he didn't even get to say goodbye to his viewership. That's a coup. That's a takedown. And it's not going away. Now the left wing, who, by the way, are the real fascists, are going after Sean Hannity. And watch, they're trying to take him down too. The bigger target, however, is our president. They hate everything he stands for. Now I just know the hate mail I'll get for this. A border wall to keep the illegals and the drugs out of our country. A ban on Muslims that come from Muslim countries that support terror. Lower taxes, a better health care plan other than Obamacare, which is imploding in states all around the country. Okay, let's break that down. Border wall. Border wall. How many people listening right now? How many of you in the listening audience are watching this on YouTube on my YouTube channel? How many of you have not had someone go through rehab? How many? How many? 1%? 3%? 50 years ago, no one knew what rehab was. Nobody knew what the word was. Now, it's common. Well, he just came back from rehab. It's his third time through. Seriously? That's our culture? Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's more people killed in Mexico than in Iraq and Afghanistan combined? Why do you think that is? Why do you think the cartels over the weekend machine gunned 3 tourists on the beach and the nutcase with the cell phone is laughing? I think you just shot somebody. Ha 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 ha. Lawlessness. 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 The wall will keep some of the drugs out, but even then you got the submarines. You got the narco subs. They put the poison in the subs. They sail the subs up. They land them on some beach someplace. Heck, here at Zuma Beach a number of years ago, and I don't know when it was, but bales of marijuana washed up on the beach. Seriously. So, the drug cartels will continue to ply their trade with or without the border wall. The bottom line is, and Bill O'Reilly, I'll quote O'Reilly here. O'Reilly stated, and he's right in saying this, Mexico is exporting its poverty. Oh my gosh, that's a racist statement. No, it's not. It's a factual statement. It's a factual statement. And a fact is something that is true. Just because I say something like that doesn't mean I'm a racist. It just means that Mexico is exporting its poverty. Why is Mexico so poor? Why? Because it's a two-class system. The elites on the top and then the equally poor on the bottom. There's very little education in Mexico. The elites get all the good education. The poor get up to 4th, 6th, 7th grade. Some of them may have a high school education. That's it. That's it. So they don't learn. Education is the way out of the ghetto. Education is the way out of poverty, period. You have to be able to do something. You have to learn a skill or a trade. If we don't do that, then what are we going to do? Sit back on the public dole? Get food stamps? Become a burden? We learn to do something. We learn to work with our hands. I had a cabinet shop years ago. I wasn't always doing this. And I still have a small shop. I love working with my hands. Love it. I have a reverence for wood. I love woodworking. There's something just wonderful about creating anything with wood. I love it. So I learned a trade. But I also read voraciously and began to write. And the rest is history. People just can't come up here and pick vegetables. And shame on the Mexican government for not having a school system in place where the people can actually get educated and learn. Shame on the Mexican government. Shame on them. For many of them are in cahoots with the cartels, which is why nothing gets done. I read a while back where this woman was elected mayor, and she was opposed to cartels. She took the oath of office. They shot her on the way out. That's it. She never had day one. Oath of office, boom, you're dead. Now, and I think the movie's called Cartel Land, and that's a caveat here. If you watch it, be prepared because it's very intense. Entire towns are creating their own militias. and keeping the cartels out because they know that the government won't protect them. So that's what's going on south of the border. Build the wall, Mr. Trump. Then we've got where an imam, and I talked about this last week, stood up in California and basically called for the annihilation of the Jews. That, my friends, that is real hate speech. Okay? That is real hate speech. But unfortunately, you know, the left is pretty much silent on that, and as the rest of the media. And so the imam apologizes, and we're all supposed to sing Kumbaya and gather around a campfire and, you know, roast some marshmallows together. Nonsense. He does that because it's politically correct for him to do so. And because he can lie to the infidel, which of course is you and me. Lower taxes. I've already talked about that, so I'm not going to beat the drum on that again, beat the dead horse. I'm not going to do it. And then, of course, the health care plan, which was ramrodded through Congress in the first year of Obama, and Nancy Pelosi stood up and said, we have to pass the bill before we can read the bill. I mean, is that the inmates running the asylum? You tell me. We have to pass the bill before we can read it. And the Republicans are no better. They've had 8 years to come up with a plan. You want to talk about a bunch of bumbling bozos? George Soros is working behind the scenes to bring an end to the America that we grew up in. Then you have Maxine Waters, who is calling for an all-black party. She's also boasting that Trump will be impeached by January. I mean, what do you do with this? And Maxine, where do you live? Do you live in the district that elected you? Or is your house outside that? And how long have you been in Congress, Maxine, with all due respect to you, madam? Because you're powerful. I'm a nobody. You can crush me like a little bug. But how long have you been in office? This is why we need term limits. And not only Maxine Waters, but everybody else up there. Everybody else. Got to clean the house. If the American people don't rise up and demand reform in Washington, and that reform is term limits, we're toast. It'll never change. It will never, ever change. There is so much divisiveness in our country, and I've never seen anything like it. As Michael Savage warned last week, and I reposted his article, the deep state, if the deep state, takes out Donald Trump, there will be a civil war. That's what Savage sees happening. And frankly, I do too. People have had it. Everywhere I go, and I travel all over the United States and speak at conferences, there is a deep dissatisfaction. And for those of you in the NSA who are listening to me right now, you got to understand that the American people have had it with the nonsense. Have had it. You want a civil war here? I don't. But I want real change. Real change. Wrapping it up, there is evil afoot. There are those who want to control every aspect of our lives from cradle to grave. They thus far have been successful in removing conservative voices who dare speak out against their agenda. It will continue unless we push back. By the way, Venezuela, let's get on to some news here. We spoke, you can check this out on my YouTube channel. We spoke to Juan, not his real name. He's down in Venezuela. He told us months ago that, in his opinion, Venezuela had about 6 months. And we are getting rumblings of civil war, a coup. There was an incident over the weekend, and Maduro stands up, and we're going to deal with this. But the people have had it up to here with Maduro. So there's real problems in Venezuela. Not only are people starving to death, there's not enough food to go around. If you go to that video and it says Venezuela update, there's a link you can go to and you can contribute. We here contributed $100. Not a lot, but we put our money where our mouth is. We threw $100 down to the cause. There are kids who haven't eaten down there. There is no food. There is no medical treatment. How do we know this? Because Juan, who is boots on the ground, came on the record anonymously for a PPS report, Politics, Prophecy, and a Supernatural Report. You can go to the YouTube channel, and it says Venezuela update, and you can check that out. By the way, quake of 6.5 striking in China. And what's happening, we get this more and more and more. Ancient prophetic texts tell us that there'll be earthquakes in diverse places, okay? So this is Yeshua, Jesus, telling us that one of the signs of the end will be earthquakes in diverse places. Time out. You go back 2,000 years ago, there's no way to tell if you live in Jerusalem, if there's an earthquake in Fukushima, Japan? You're not going to know about that. There is no media. There is no satellite system. There is no internet. There's no TV, thank God. But there's nothing there. Word travels by word of mouth or by ship. That's it. How would you know about the Fukushima earthquake that happened, almost 6 years ago now? You wouldn't know about it. You wouldn't know about it. 9.1, 9.2 off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture, Japan, which, by the way, crippled the Fukushima Daiichi power plant, and they still don't know where the nuclear fuel rods, highly radioactive, are. They burned through the containment shell. They're basically on their way to Kansas. That's what's going on. So that prophecy says that there will be earthquakes in diverse places. It's like we're getting thrown a spiritual bone here. Wait a minute. How would, this is written almost 2,000 years ago. I'm not going to know about earthquakes in diverse places. Now we do. Now I know that there's a 6.5 that happened in China, Sichuan province. I know that. How do I know? It's because we're linked up geosynchristically. The satellites are over the earth, the internet, everything. We're linked up as humanity for the first time. It takes a village, but we're linked up for the first time in history. And of course, I could go down a rabbit trail, and I guess I will because I've already started. Help! But the reason why I believe disclosure is soon, and this ties right back into one of the talking points, the coming war with North Korea. I was told way back in March by a spook from an alphabet agency that the next war was North Korea. Excuse me. And I looked at him and said, slurp time. I looked at him and said, I didn't say slurp time. I looked at him and said, how do you know that? He says, we know. Next war is North Korea. It's going to be taken out. You got to be kidding me. Now, every day, the saber rattling. Kim Jong-un, North Korea, nukes, nukes, nukes. China might get involved with India. Nukes, nukes, nukes. You detonate a nuke somewhere on this planet, anywhere on this planet, a real nuclear device. And this will set the greatest fear in motion that humanity collectively will experience. We'll all experience it together, folks, because of the media, because of the geosynchristic satellites all over the planet Earth. And that's when they, the so-called space brothers, show up, in my opinion. That's when they show up. Could be wrong, but that's what I'm banking on. They move in fear. Their calling card is one of fear and deception. Don't believe me? Read the works of Jacques Vallée, Messengers of Deception. Why did he entitle his book that? If they're so benevolent, if they're so wonderful, then why do they move in the shadow of night? Why has the cat and mouse game gone on for decades? Why haven't they revealed themselves? What's holding them back? Why do they abduct 5-year-olds? And any of you out there, any of you who believe that it's somehow okay for E.T. to abduct a 5-year-old and perform graphic sexual experiments on them and implant them, you need to have your flipping head examined, with all due respect. You do. You do. And yet, that's what takes place. That's what takes place. The UFO phenomenon, in my opinion, in fact, I lectured in Portugal when I was there at the University of Porto. I lectured there. And my lecture, and I'll be giving this lecture here, I've given it at UPAR's conference here in Los Angeles, and the room was packed. It was a good audience. But I'll be giving it again, and I'll be adding a lot to it at the Branson conference, because there's only two ways of looking at the phenomenon that we see. Is it interdimensional or extraterrestrial? Interdimensional, extraterrestrial. Are these entities that pop in from another dimension, or are they from some planet out there? If we are intellectually honest, no one has any idea of what this is and where we are and who we are. Nobody has any clue. What I mean by this, let's take the universe as we know it, and we'll just pretend the universe is America, the United States of America, the lower 48 states, okay? Are we in Poughkeepsie? Are we in Tampa? Are we in Boise? Are we in LA? Are we in Dallas? Where are we in the universe? No one knows. We have no idea of where we are, how this got here, and what we're doing here. Nobody. And a lot of us think that this whole thing is nothing more than a holodeck, a holographic universe. And that's what I'm down and jiggy with. Is it real? Yeah, to a point. But that's when things get really weird. And Chuck Missler did a wonderful commentary on this, but I don't have time to get into it. But the idea that these entities pop in and pop out. The ships make right-angle turns. They defy all of our laws of physics. And we all know that. That's why you guys come here to KGRA. Because you're looking at this phenomenon trying to figure out what the heck you're looking at. They're interdimensional, in my opinion. But they can manipulate matter, time, space, time, matter, and energy in ways that defy our physics. And we know that. How is that possible? The stock market, in my opinion, folks, is a ticking time bomb. While Trump stands up, and you can see I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid here. Trump hails the stock market. Oh, wow, look what I've done. It's going to tank. I don't know when, but it's going to tank. It's inflated. It can't go on forever. If this thing tanks, all hell could break loose at that point. So I think it's a ticking time bomb. I'm not really excited about it. I mean, it's great for those of you who are in the market. I know that, I've got friends who are heavily invested in the market, and they're giddy over it because they're making all sorts of money. But I've never been one to play the market. I don't trust it. I've seen it go like this. And it's true. Look, just take the silver market, for instance. Excuse me. Silver has been manipulated for decades. It's been held down artificially to an artificial low. Right now, it's like $16.48. A while back, about 3 or 4 years ago, it went up to $31 and then promptly trickled back down. Meanwhile, gold is what, $1,200 an ounce, $1,400 an ounce? I remember when I was told by an insider that gold, what I mean by an insider, a guy who traded in precious metals, he said, and gold at that time was around $300, $400 an ounce. He said gold's going to go to $800 an ounce and even higher. And, okay, so you listen to that, I don't have any money, so I'm not going to buy gold. But had I done that, I would have tripled my investment easily tripled my investment. So he was right. But silver has been held down artificially. Once again, it just goes to show us that we are in a rigged game. It's a rigged game. And don't ever forget that. It's a managed agenda, as Chuck Missler would say. It is a managed agenda. And in some ways, unless we drain the swamp, unless we bring in fresh blood who are not part of the secret societies, who are not part of the good old boys club, who are upstanding and believe in the principles of the Constitution. Unless we can do that, as a society, as a culture, as a country, we are doomed. We are doomed. And there was a Russian prophet, not really a prophet, and I blogged about this a while back, who stated that America would divide into 6 or 7 smaller countries. And you know what? If something happens to Trump, that's what I think will happen. We'll see the Northeast states separate. There'll be secession. The Mid-Atlantic states, the South, Texas will be its own region, the Midwest, the Southwest, the Northwest, and then California will probably be its own entity. That's where we are, folks. We are in, I would say, the death throes of the Republic, just like Rome was. Just like Rome was. We've learned nothing from history. We are corrupt. We are lawless. We have lost our moral compass. And God forbid you stand up and say these things, you're called, a fascist, which is unbelievable. Exactly. The people that are calling people like me a fascist are, in fact, the real fascists because they don't want free speech. They don't want me to stand up and go, abortion is wrong. They don't want to hear that abortion is ending the life of an unborn child. They don't want you to look at when the lady from Planned Parenthood munching on lettuce and sipping wine talks about, well, I don't want to, when I go up there in the woman's womb with the forceps, I don't want to crush the head. Isn't that great? while she's drinking Cabernet and munching on the wine. It's unbelievable. Let me ask you something, folks, and you tell me how you wash this out. If I hold a condor egg in my hand, a live condor egg in my hand, a real condor egg, California condor is a rare bird, all right? And I go squish and smash the condor egg, I'm arrested, I am fined, and I am jailed. Why? Because you can't kill a condor egg in the state of California. Why? Because the condor egg has value. Well, LA is just a massive protoplasm, surely. Oh, really? Isn't it funny how in the hands of those who switch everything, the condor egg is viable. They all know the condor egg is viable, which is why they legislate that if you damage a condor egg, you go into the hoosegow. But somehow that doesn't apply to a child in a mother's womb. Somehow it's just a mass of protoplasm. Nonsense. This is how wacko, how depraved as a culture we've become. Folks, that's all the time I have for. Thanks for checking us out here on KGRA and also on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. I try to do even a short post at least once a day. And, of course, this is the long 1-hour show that we do every week, every Tuesday night at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, right here on KGRA. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube.
Okay. I've got the...
Thanks so much for watching. Remember, folks, I'll see you on the air.
All right, I got to lower this. All right, I muted.
Try to take the wash machine home.
Okay. Now I'm a mess. All right, so we're going to hold that off for right now till the audio comes back because Jimmy's going to play his music. So I got to write that shooter down. That was a nice one. 9:54:35. 9:54:35. Thank you, Chris. That was a nice one. Early one, too. All right. Got that written down. So hello to everybody that's watching on YouTube and everybody that's in the YouTube chat. We're going to carry Fade to Black, Jimmy Church, guest Richard Dolan in about 7 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to play my song because I want to hear it again. And I'm about to eat dinner, so once Jimmy starts, I'm going to step away from the computer for a bit, eat dinner. I think I changed the battery at 9, so I may do a quick battery change as well. This way I don't have to worry about that. All right, so let's do that. Oh, I got to stop the KGRA audio.
Must determine the truth behind both.
Yeah. Let's do that. This is like insanely multitasking to the hilt here. I can't find the audio stream. There it is. Pause that. Okay, there's my music. I don't know, I like this one. This might be the best song I wrote for Skywatch. I am going to eat my dinner. I just want to say hello to everybody that's watching on YouTube, everybody in YouTube chat. I almost choked on my food. Coming up is Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, excuse me, with guest Richard Dolan. I'm just waiting for the music to stop playing and Jimmy's intro, and then we'll get to the Jimmy Church show. Okay. I'm sure a lot of people may have reacted to, I'm sure, let me go back to, they may not have liked, they may not have liked what L.A. Marzulli was talking about, and that's why that would make sense for all the thumbs down, which doesn't bother me. It's all about content. And I think a lot of people didn't like what L.A. was saying. And obviously, that's his perspective and opinions. Doesn't reflect anything that I believe or say here. But that's just his show, and he has the right to voice what he wants to speak about, and that's what makes it all about the freedom of speech. All right, so let me just get a quick check to see what's going on with the show. But that would make sense. Oh, my. Does that just show you the environment that we live in today? Either side. Okay. Let me check the audio. Like I said, I've got a million things going on my computer here. Yep, he's still got his music going. And I'll say a quick shout out before we get to it. He's cracking now. Okay, he's going to get started. Before I do that, I want to say hello to Arnie, C&D, Boy in Canada, Kathy in Pennsylvania, Kerry, Peggy, Rockstar, Star, who's about to go to work, so have a great night, Star, Ted, and Zombie. All right, let's see what's going on with the show. This way I can eat dinner. Still got the music going on. So I'm just waiting for the music to end.
Rappaport.
Still going. Okay. I see a satellite in Z2 going to Z4. It could be a plane. Could be a satellite. It's way up there. We did see one nice shooter already, and it's really early. Uh-oh, Ray said a shout out. I don't know. Ray's just told me he did a shout out. He must have did a shout out to me on the air. That's pretty cool. Okay. And thanks, Ray, for that. Let's see where he's at.
And
here we go.
I don't even know what that is. Wow. That's a good question. I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that for Richard. He's smart. He knows. He knows what the deal is. Okay. Lots to talk about. Crazy news day today. Let me get a few things clarified and done. The Stan Romanek trial ended yesterday, and this morning the jury returned its verdict. Romanek was found guilty on the first count of sexual exploitation of a child. He was found not guilty of the second count of sexual exploitation of children. Sentencing for Romanek is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. on October 19th. He will be free on bond until sentencing. Now, I want to make something very clear to everybody. After I posted all of the news on the Romanek trial yesterday and today, all of the breaking news, we had people in the courtroom that were reporting back to us and providing us with images and up-to-date this and that. Okay, so we reported the news, but the trial is over and he has been found guilty. And I removed everything from Facebook, at least from my personal Facebook page. I don't want to read it. The trial is over. It is done. What I want to make very clear here, there's about 3 points that need to be mentioned, and then we are moving on. Number one, this is a case about Stan Romanek, and it's not about ufology. Okay? I do not want the two of them to overlap and to be involved with each other, because they are not. Okay? That's point number one. So I just don't want to talk about it anymore. It's his personal thing. If he wins on appeal and, he gets sentenced and then he appeals everything, and then wins on appeal, there may be a conversation in the future about this. But until then, case is closed. I just don't want to discuss it anymore. Point number two, there are people out there that are supporting him. That is fine, and that is to be expected. And there are those out there that feel that he was framed and set up and the evidence was planted. Well, that's fine, but that's not going to be discussed on this show. It's just simply not. Okay, to me, it is a completely depressing and sad situation for everybody involved. And I'm just not going to get dragged down into it. Okay, I did that once before with the Sandusky thing, and it's traumatic. And not only for me, but for you guys. And you just don't want to hear this stuff. I guarantee you don't. Case is closed. If it goes back to appeal and he wins, then there's another discussion. And probably the third point is this. If you really, really, really think about it, there isn't a positive thing or angle to discuss in this case any further. It's not. The case is closed. There is nothing to discuss. Okay? If he would have been found innocent and tampering and planted evidence and was vindicated on that side, then there is a discussion. But right now, there is not. And I just want to make that very clear. Okay? So, I've done it. I've done my duty. I've reported it. It's done. It's over. Okay? I'm not going to get sucked into it. And moving on. Okay? There you go. All right. Subscribe. And now let's get all uppity, because we've got Richard Bleep and Dolan on the show tonight. So let's get uppity. 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 Subscribe to our podcast. We have over 700 archive shows. Custom apps, Apple, Android, all platforms, just $2 a month. Help support the show. Don't even use it. Just spend the $2 a month. Because we have all the other archives. We have commercial-free stuff. We have the membership area. It's all supporting the show, okay? But if you are a podcaster and you enjoy having the slickest apps and everything available to you and what a podcast gives you, $2 a month. Best deal on the net. Go right now. Click on the podcast banner. And, of course, become an official Fadernaut in our membership section on the site. Get the bunker cam. Hello, everybody on the bunker cam. They're right there. If you want to ask somebody right now, look, is that me, or is that last night, or is that right now? Is that right now? I can't tell with that bunker cam because I'm doing the same thing, the Ronnie James Dio, right? Okay. You get the bunker cam. You get free downloadable, our commercial-free archives. You get the Game Changer with T-shirts and autograph hats and all kinds of cool stuff. So become a member. Become a Fadernaut today in our membership area. Don't forget to check out all of our sponsors, Life Change Tea, GetTheTea.com, River Moon Coffee, New Pharma, Chip. Chip Paul was on with us last night. Great conversation. Ancient Life Oil, and, of course, Studio Dome speakers. The new The new promo code for Life Change Tea is Fader, Fader. Okay? All right. Thank you for doing that, Bob. You are the best. That's why Bob gets a thank you after every show. All right. Let's get this show cracking. Happy birthday to today. The Edge is 56. I wonder if his driver's license says Dave Evans or The Edge. Who is Dave Evans? Dustin Hoffman today is 80. On this day in history, OTD, it went down. This is why right now, what I'm about to whip out on you, the OTD today is why you come to this show. I bet you Richard Bleepin Dolan knows this fact. 1988, gangsta rap hits the mainstream with the release of NWA's Straight Outta Compton. Man, that's a good album. Fader fact. Fader fact. You would have to click a mouse 10 million times to burn a single calorie. That is a Fader fact. All right, tonight, very special guest Richard Bleepin Dolan is here. We've got so many things to discuss tonight with Richard, so just get ready for that. We're gonna go into all of the zones that you are anticipating. Well, at least he doesn't know that yet. He said to me, "Go ahead, church, lead the way, my man." So that's what I'm gonna do. All right. Tomorrow night, Corey Good is going to be here. And Thursday is another Fader night with John Rappaport and his No More Fake Newsroom Live, followed by Open Lines. The call-in numbers are 323-825-5045 or 323-275-9695. Now, I set my alarms this morning. There was a lot of things going down. So I got up for the news today. And the news went crazy. And now I know that I don't, how do I say this? I don't get involved in the news, right? I just don't get involved. But because most of it is propaganda. But I've been talking over the last few weeks about this rhetoric and this heating up of things around the world. And I'm talking about our relationships with Russia, okay, Germany, China, North Korea, Venezuela, and a few other, of course, there's Syria and Iraq and Iran and everything that all at the same time. Of course, we can throw Israel in. It's always there. All at the same time, this craziness, right, just flared up. And now you have to stop and ask yourself. I go and as I read, and I get my news selectively by reading and going to different news sources. And when you see Reuters in there, you know my take on this, but it's happening. And it's crazy, right? Well, today, early on, the news cycle started with an intelligence report from the DIA where U.S. intelligence analysts have assessed that North Korea has produced a miniaturized nuclear warhead. And now, This was from a variety of sources. Okay, it came out. I'm going to talk about this. It came out of different countries. It came from all at the same time. Now, all of the reports over the last 2 years, talking about in 3 years, 4 years, with all the nuclear tests that have been coming out of North Korea, that they're 10 years away They're 15 years away. No big deal. No big deal. Let them tell you, these are just wires hanging off these rudimentary devices, and they're too big to put on a missile. They'll never, you can't do blah, blah, blah. Right? Okay. Well, then these ICBMs allegedly get launched, 2 of them back to back. And now the talk was, sometime next year it's possible. Right? And then today we get this announcement. And it got so dark today with this announcement that there were even reports that they had up to 60 nuclear bombs built. Now, with the sanctions that went down on North Korea over the weekend, where their national GNP, their intake is $3 billion in trade. And we're going to sanction them for a third of it, $1 billion. Okay, all right. That sounds pretty harsh. Where are they getting the money to develop and sustain not only that army, but this kind of weapons development? I ask you, how is this possible that a little teeny tiny country like that can be doing this? And now it appears that they have a miniaturized nuclear weapon, and they've got the missiles now to put these on too. After the report was released, President Donald Trump turns around and issued an extraordinary, inflammatory, insane ultimatum to North Korea, did that earlier today, warning Pyongyang not to make any more threats against the United States, or they will, and I'm quoting here, face fire and fury like the world has never seen, end quote. I'm like, holy crap, whoa, slow down, really? So I pulled the entire quote. I watched this photo op that he did today. I watched it like 10 times just to make sure I'm not misunderstanding. And here's the full quote. Quote, North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. He has been very threatening beyond a normal state. They will be met with fire, fury, and frankly, power the likes of which this world has never seen before. End quote. Okay, now it's starting to get out of control, right? And that was all by noon. So anyway, the U.S. official familiar with the analysis of North Korea's missile and nuclear program says, in reference to North Korea's leader, Kim Fatty Fat, and his boast about the program, I'm quoting here, we have to take him at his word, and we need to be prepared to deal with it, end quote. This official said the assessment is continuing, and it will be refined and updated as more intelligence is collected. Okay, well, it gets worse. The officials all note that the evidence shows North Korea is making progress, and the question is more about when, if not North Korea, is capable of launching a nuclear-capable missile. The assessment was reported just hours after North Korea threatened physical action in response to punitive sanctions unanimously passed by the United Nations Security Council over the weekend. So, minutes after that threat from Trump, North Korea turns around and said that it is seriously considering a plan to fire missiles at Guam. Now, let's be clear here. Trump just said, you threaten us again, fire and fury is coming your way. And they turn around and do just that. Ji-Sung Lim, a ballistic missile operation unit for the far north of Korea, will review a plan to fire a mid-range ballistic missile at U.S. island territory Guam on September 9th. We've got a specific date. Today is August 8th. In a statement released by state-run media, the Korean People's Army is reportedly looking into striking Guam to subdue the United States military bases on the U.S. territory, particularly the Andersen Air Force Base, where nuclear-capable bombers are stationed. A second statement, not one, but two, released after that, said North Korea, and I'm quoting here, could carry out a preemptive operations if the United States showed signs of provocation, end quote. Now, to be clear, this was after Trump's warning to North Korea earlier today. Specifically, the statement mentioned a potential strike on, and I'm quoting here directly from the statement, Andersen Air Force Base, in which the U.S. strategic bombers, which get on the nerves of the DPRK and threaten and blackmail it through their frequent visits to the sky above South Korea. And that's where they are stationed, and to send a serious warning signal to the United States, end quote. Kim Fatty Fat. As of showtime tonight, North Korea and Kim Fatty Fat have managed to keep their mouths shut for the last 3 hours. But I have this strange gut feeling that we are now at a point that we have to start believing what these two men are saying. And I'm talking about Trump and Kim Fatty Fat. Both have crossed the line. They have. Clearly, they have. I respect Trump's position. And the reason why I say that is the United States has allowed this thing to stay out of control for administration after administration after administration. Thinking that China was going to keep them in check, thinking that Russia was going to keep them in check. And quite honestly, that's what we were all hoping, right? And they weren't big enough. They didn't have the money. They didn't have this, the backwards army. I realized their Air Force doesn't have anything. They got like 20 or 30 MiG-29s, and that's it. Everything else, they've got MiG-15s and 17s and 19s, most of which aren't even flying. And I get that. They even have a couple of biplanes, and I'm not kidding about that. So it's not that. They do have fixed artillery. Seoul, Korea is 30 miles away from the DMZ. I'm talking about artillery shells. Missiles, yes, but I'm talking about artillery shells will rain down on Seoul. And I'm not so sure how this thing is supposed to be planned out. We have 28,000 troops, United States troops stationed in the DMZ. Not a few 100,000. Right across that fence they've got a 1 million-man army ready to go, itching. It's a scary, scary situation. But they have both crossed the line. And for Trump to finally just stand up and go, look, okay, enough is enough. No more threats. I'm going to start taking you serious. Now you have a miniaturized weapon, a nuclear weapon, and you're saying this. I've got to draw the line here. Well, he has, and so has Kim Fatty Fat. And when you puff your chest out like that too many times, somebody, one or the other, is going to take you at your word and react. You just poke them in the chest. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, United States. Come on. Come on. We're going to bomb you. We're going to bomb you. We're going to bomb, and you get poked in the chest enough. What do you expect to happen? And it's also the other way around. We're poking them in the chest. Poking, right? And here we go. I'm getting a little nervous here. Yesterday, Japan issued its own assessment of North Korea's nuclear capability. Yes, a defense white paper commissioned by the Japanese government went as far as saying that Pyongyang was capable of miniaturizing a nuclear warhead. That was yesterday. Today, our DIA did it. The white paper stated that North Korea had reached a new stage in its weapons program following successful tests of its intercontinental ballistic missiles in recent weeks. Quoting here from the white paper, it says, it is conceivable that North Korea's nuclear weapons program has already considerably advanced, and it's possible that North Korea has already achieved the miniaturization of nuclear bombs onto warheads and has acquired nuclear warheads. Russia has been skeptical about North Korea's nuclear arms capability. For me, they are the bright spot in the room, like the voice of reason. But I don't know what to believe or to trust here. Russia's foreign deputy minister, Sergei Ryabkov, says that Pyongyang is years and years away from a moment it can weaponize a nuclear warhead. And for me, I'm like wiping my brow, right? But we've been hearing this over and over again. We have, and it's been our little ray of hope because we don't want a war. That could flare up and turn into something seriously nasty and nuclear. And we don't want that. We don't want that anywhere on this planet for anybody. So what is really going on here? Can it possibly chill out? I don't know. I really don't know. And like I said, at some point here, we have to take somebody at their word. Somebody is going to take somebody at their word. And whether it's Trump or Kim Fatty Fat or somebody else, or it's just something is about to get really stupid. The reason why I'm even speaking about this now, and I'm not a fear porn person. I am not, and you know this. But the look on Trump's face today when he said those words, he meant it. He scared me. I don't believe anything that comes out of Trump's mouth until today. I had to just step back, re-listen, write it down, transcribe, and digest what he said. I mean, he practically had spit coming out of his mouth. He was, man. So there you go. All right, tonight, Richard Bleepin Dolan is here. Yes, we are going to discuss false flags. Yes, we're going to discuss ufology. Yes, we're going to discuss breakaway civilizations. We're going to discuss unity in the community. We're going to discuss a lot of different things tonight. We'll probably do it Dolan style and kick off with a little music like we always do. This is Fade to Black. Our guest tonight, Richard Dolan. I'm your host, Jimmy Church, on the Game Changer Network and KGRA, The Planet. Don't be scared, everybody.
All right. Let me lower that. I've got the stream on my TV so I can hear it that way. But it's funny. I was saying the same thing. And I know a lot of people say fear porn, fear porn, fear porn. Well, when I agree with Jimmy 100%. When I saw him say that today at the press conference that he had at the golf course, which was supposedly about opioids and the crisis here in the States with drug addiction. And someone obviously was going to ask him that question after all the news broke this morning about the miniaturization of nuclear warheads. Oh, shooter. Z4. And I saw exactly what Jimmy saw, and he looked dead serious. Now, obviously, he's seen the plans. They're going to have preparation in the event that they do go to the military option, which nobody wants. Nobody in their right minds want this because it's going to be catastrophic on every possible level. And we have 28,000 troops on that demilitarized zone, let alone Seoul with a population of 10 million. And the poor people of North Korea who are starving and are really slaves to the whole regime of Kim Fatty Fat, like Jimmy called him. So he looked dead serious. And has anybody here known Trump to bluster or step down from anything that he says in the past? Really? Think about it. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I hope cooler heads prevail and this can be worked out because, boy, oh boy, it's just not looking good right now, to be honest. And it's not a laughing matter. I'm saying that in how people also deal with serious situations in that kind of way where it's a serious laugh. Well, it's serious. And people from the outside may be looking at this, oh, it's just them talking rhetoric at each other. Well, I guarantee you right now, and just think about everything that this person has said with the Paris Accords, with the climate, with Mexico, with all his policies. He refuses to change. You got to remember, we're dealing with a person who never admits they're wrong. And these are just the facts. I'm not saying this pro, anti. We just got to look at this for what it is on face value. I don't see, I really don't see this as being any kind of a fear porn laughing matter. And he's surrounded with generals in his administration. So he's getting the advice, whether it's his chief of staff, Secretary of Defense. I mean, he is really surrounded by military personnel. So he's getting a lot of influence by the military branch. It's really, like I said, a lot of people may think that, and you could think this from the UK, you could think this from anything. Don't think this is fear porn. Now, I will say this. Why all of a sudden do we hear today that now they have 60 nukes? Now they have a miniaturized nuclear warhead to be armed on ICBMs. Oh, another nice shooter. Wow, I need timestamps. Here is the thing. We all remember the WMDs during the Iraqi war, but we also hear Trump's claims that, I never agreed to the Iraqi war. It was lies. There were no WMDs, and he's made it a statement, even based on the Russia whole scenario here, whatever you believe. I'm not trying to make a judgment here. Whether you believe it or not, he says he doesn't believe our intelligence because he says there is no 100% proof that the Russians were behind the leaks. I mean, the hacking, the election, etc. So I'm wondering, does he 100% believe right now that North Korea does have 60 nukes or does have miniaturized nuclear weapons to put on ICBMs? Who's telling him this? Now, does he believe the people that's telling him this? But he won't believe the intelligence. But he's believing the people he's listening to. So we have to take all of this into account. Obviously, he watches Fox News because after Fox News broke the story, he's tweeting about it. So this is what we're dealing with right now. I'm telling you, this is scary times. And I'm not saying that, like Jimmy said, to be propagating fear and all this. We have to deal with the reality of the situation here. Anyway, let's get back to Jimmy.
Well done. Well played.
Thank you.
Well
played. My voice for that a little bit.
All right.
I'm not in your league as far as radio goes, but I do my best.
Oh, you're doing just fine. Hey, okay, look, let's just keep the tradition going. Right now, what was the last song you listened to today?
Well, I have a good one for you. Fatboy Slim, Praise You.
No, what? See, that's what.
But you have to let me. I have to follow up with that.
Was it in the shower?
The only reason that I heard that song last, and I mean, I'm a fan of Fatboy Slim, so that's not a big surprise, maybe. But it's in order. It was given to me by my fiancée Tracy, who knew that you were going to ask me this question. And furthermore, knowing what would have been the last song I would have had to tell you, honestly, was a song that I myself sang, which was the theme song to the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Oh, dude.
In its completion, word for word, which happily I can say I remembered.
Wait,
that would have had to be the last one. So I get to say Fatboy Slim, praise you a little more on the higher on the cool scale than the Mary Tyler Moore theme song. But hey, everyone loves the Mary Tyler Moore theme song well.
You could have said you sung the Pixies version of the Mary Tyler Moore theme song.
Yeah, but I didn't, actually, sadly. I sang the original.
Oh, man. All right. Okay. Now, I'm very impressed. And the question is, and then we'll move on, did you dance to Fatboy Slim?
Not on this particular occasion.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted the visual.
Great. Head, that may count. I don't think so. Not as far as I know.
Okay. Now we need to put our serious faces on. Okay. All right. I got tears in my eyes, man. That was funny. That was good. Crazy news today, Richard. And I know that a lot of the audience right now is expecting me to go in one direction and possibly another direction. They're chomping at the bit. We'll do that at the top of the hour. But the crazy news today, when we're dealing with false flags and your favorite subject at the moment, today, do you feel like there's a false flag in our future with North Korea?
Short answer, yes. Long answer, yes.
I know, right?
So what's happening with North Korea is that, when people are hearing news about North Korea, and actually I've been out of the news pretty much most of the day. I've been working on other projects that don't involve the news, but I've been following North Korea for sure. And what you can really see happening is that the United States is itching for regime change, and they're itching for North Korea and Iran. They would love to regime change Russia. That's really not going to happen in the immediate future, but they would love that. But they can foresee, these are crazy people running U.S. policy. They're no more sane now than they were a couple of years ago under Obama or under Bush. They're at the same level of crazy, maybe even higher level of crazy in some ways. They believe that they're going to regime change North Korea, and they're following all of the types of pretexts that the United States has done since forever. So this is nothing new. The whole concept of kind of a fake revolution, you create pretexts for switching out governments you don't like. And what they'll do is they're going to convince the American public, they're already convincing the American public that North Korea really will have a nuke, and they're going to use it to hit California or the United States. Not going to happen. I'm just mark my words. I'm telling you that will not happen because they actually don't have that capability. This has been hyped so incredibly out of proportion that the nation it has, among many other things, we've lost our sanity now over North Korea. We lost our sanity over Russia, continue to lose it over that, and now losing it over North Korea. They'll lose it over Iran as well. North Korea is not going to launch nukes at all, ever, against the United States unless they are deeply provoked to do so. And what Americans don't realize, and of course, do I even need to say that I'm not here to defend the regime of North Korea, but the United States has been constantly, incessantly provoking the North Koreans by having military exercises right at their border. And they do this all the time. The North Koreans are obsessed about it. And if the U.S. really wants to ratchet things down, they would change their behavior in Northeast Asia. But they can't do it. They won't ever do it. And it's kind of ridiculous, frankly, that President Trump is expecting China somehow to participate in this. Can you imagine if China allows North Korea to go through a regime change? Now the U.S. troops go right up to the Chinese border.
Right.
The Chinese aren't stupid. They're not going to just let that sort of thing happen. And it seems like no one in the White House is aware of this basic fact. So, but I do foresee. I mean, they're just.
I know.
Because what they are, they're ideologues. And it's not unique to the Trump White House, by the way. They were every bit as much ideologically driven under the Obama White House, and they would have been every bit as ideologically driven under a Hillary Clinton White House. But it happens to be Trump, and this is just further proof, as the French would say, le plus la même, le plus le change, le plus la même chose. See how bad my French is. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
And there's no difference in U.S. policy with President Trump as it was from Obama. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same belligerence, the same warmongering, and misrepresentation of other countries. U.S. did it to Libya when they destroyed that nation under Obama, and now Trump is probably hoping he can destroy North Korea.
The entire false narrative of WMDs is it's like this crazy deja vu flashback, right? And we're having that right now with the announcement of miniaturization of nuclear warheads that can now be put on the tips of missiles.
I'm very glad you're mentioning this. You know, back in 2003, the United States has several unforgivable crimes that have been committed during our lifetime. And maybe the day will come when Americans collectively start to understand this. All right, so one of those unforgivable crimes was Iraq in 2003, when the United States government at that time, under George W. Bush, with people like Donald Rumsfeld and Condoleezza Rice and Dick Cheney, knowingly lied about the so-called weapons of mass destruction, the WMDs. Condoleezza Rice and I think it was Cheney or Rumsfeld used the imagery of a nuclear mushroom cloud over the United States, and that's how we would find out that Saddam had nukes. Is that there would be a mushroom cloud? Yeah, good one. What they ended up doing was terrifying the American public and getting them to believe that this was in fact the case, when everyone knew. I knew at the time that there were no weapons of mass destruction, and I knew because I followed the subject back in 2003. I watched Colin Powell lie to the world at the United Nations in February 2003 about this whole thing. And so and the result, of course, is the destruction of an entire nation. Iraq was destroyed, and it is destroyed to this day. Iraq is a wreck. The United States under Obama, because this is a bipartisan bloodlust, did it to Libya. And man, did they do it to Libya. And again, Americans don't really understand what they as a nation have done to what was then the wealthiest, most prosperous nation in Africa, a nation that had free health care, that had free housing for the homeless, where women could wear what they want, where women and men could easily go to universities, and they did, where there was more local democracy than existed in the United States, and that's the truth. All right, they had a strong man at the top, but he ran that country so that everyone was prosperous. And it just happened to be outside of the IMF-dominated Western U.S. banking system. And if you doubt this, read the WikiLeaks emails, in which Hillary Clinton's emails have the truth right there. There's a whole conversation about Sarkozy of France and the French desire to get the Libyan gold as one of the key motivations. Of course, the United States had the same desire.
Yep,
controlling the oil and the gold and getting Libya under Western control, and they just wrecked it under false pretenses.
You know, and I'll tell you the really strange thing that most people don't realize about Libya is they were asked to give up their nuclear ambitions, and they put everything on a boat and shipped it out of Libya.
Did that. They foolishly did that, and go back to North Korea now. All right, so the Libyans, I guarantee you, everyone who's got a brain in their head looking at this geopolitically realizes, if Libya had kept developing nukes, this probably would not have happened, and they're probably right. North Korea, they may be immoral, they may be bloody-minded, but they're not that stupid like people like to portray them. All right, so they understand full well the nukes are the only thing that is keeping that regime in power. And I agree that it is a shame and unfortunate and a crime that regime is in power. But, you know, Americans like to convince themselves that they have this ability to switch out every bad government in the world. Well, if they've got that ability, maybe they should do something about their own.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the entire system.
That's right.
That is a place that exists for an oligarchy.
Well, when people bring up, false flags, and they want to bring up something like, Sandy Hook, which I don't agree with, by the way, but when we are talking about, a true country-on-country false flag, this is going to play out just like it did in 2003. It's the same playbook, Richard. It is the exact same setup. and we're watching it play out. Unverifiable.
Over and over.
Yeah.
You can create a kind of typology of it. In fact, I've been working on this for my own book on false flags, and I actually I know I included a number of these types of ideas for the show that I wrote and have hosted for Gaia TV, which is called False Flags. And in fact, if I may, I would encourage people, if they are interested in checking that series out. It is a unique series. This I can say very confidently. There's nothing like this that's been done anywhere. I spent the time really to research the history of false flags as they developed as a phenomenon. False flags aren't ancient, but they do go back at least a good century, and there's a couple of older ones. But they're actually specifically modern. This is one of the main things I like to say about them. And
what's the format of the show? Do you have guests, or is it you?
No, it's just me doing my thing.
Right.
I wrote it.
Right.
In fact, this is another unique thing about Gaia. I'm not aware of anyone else doing this, and I'm not taking away from what anyone else does, but I didn't want to do a kind of sit-down format interview show. I had a concept in my mind. I had an arc. I had a vision of what I wanted to create, and I wrote it out. I scripted it out, and I did it in front of the camera. Now, if I were ever to continue anything with Gaia in the future, I might want to do a sit-down interview type of a format, because I can tell you writing it out is a lot of work.
That's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of stress.
I did.
Yeah.
It was good for me, though, because it actually also jump-started, really made me move farther along in my book on false flags, which I've been wanting to write for the longest time. So I've got a couple of 100 pages now written, and I'm happy about that. But in terms of the false flags, if someone is interested in checking that out on Gaia, I would encourage them, actually. They could help me out. If they wanted to join Gaia, I would say do it through the link on my website. I would be very grateful for that. It is good for me, and it helps me promote myself on the Gaia network. You just go to my website at Richard Dolan Press. There's a link right at the very top there, just on the Gaia show. You click it, and if you want to sign up, go for it.
That's yeah. I'm gonna get this up in Twitter right now for you. The reason why I don't like fear porn, I don't. But the one thing that I try to make everybody aware of, because I'm so interested in this, and the more that I see days turn into weeks and time passes, the more that it is true, which is there is an agenda that is going on. We have the dialogue that is presented to us and the dogma from mass media, which is completely untrue. And the agenda of the world is right in front of you. And if you don't trust my words, just observe what is going on in front of you right now. And it is playing out right now with North Korea. And I can't.
I agree with you.
It scares the crap out of me, Richard. And
it's not about doing fear porn. I don't want to. I mean, I guess I know what fear porn means. It's scaring people in a sense to excite them in a way, and to get them to come back, like clickbait type stuff. I'm not interested in that in the least. It's interesting, that I'm doing this show on Gaia. Anyone who's watched Gaia or follows it knows Gaia's. I mean, they started out like basically doing yoga.
Yeah.
And they're into consciousness and transformation. And suddenly they bring on Richard Dolan, and he's talking about false flags, for God's sake. So they've had to make a little bit of an adjustment in having me on. And I think they've done an admirable job, if I may say, in bringing me and allowing me to do what I like to do. And it's not in frightening people. I am never about that. But what I am about is, look, if there are bad things happening around you, and there always are, all right, we can do one of two things. We can pretend that they don't exist, and we can create a circle of light and protect ourselves and visualize positive change, which I don't think is going to be very effective, to be honest with you. What I think is going to be a little bit more effective is recognizing what the problem is and then dealing with it. I liken it to having this wonderful dream. You know, you're on the beach drinking margaritas, someone's rubbing your feet. It's a great dream, but meanwhile your house is burning down.
Right.
So what's a better solution? Keep dreaming or wake up and deal with the fire?
Throw your margarita on the fire.
Deal with it. So I want to, in doing the research that I do, whether it's with UFOs or false flags, I want to be about helping people wake up and letting them realize that by waking up, you're actually gaining power, you're gaining strength, because it's only through truth, right, that we're actually going to be able to deal with the problems around us, and it's not always easy. I remember a statement from the late John Mack. I'll never forget this. It was in one of his books. He said, look, gaining a higher awareness basically means stripping illusions away from us. And none of us can do that without a certain amount of pain, because we're all born into illusions. Every one of us. Illusions about our world, illusions about ourselves, illusions about our reality. And it's only by the painful process of recognizing those illusions that we engage in personal growth. But so there's a little bit of pain that goes along with that, but then the end result is that we grow and we become stronger and we become more able to do good in the world because we're more knowledgeable and we're not filling our head with fantasies, but we're filling our head with truth. That's the only way to make ourselves better. It is the only way to make our world better.
And the concept that I'm trying to avoid is this. I don't want to be labeled as some new conscious 1970s pyramid power, positive is the only way of life thing, because that is not the real world. You know, I don't want to be labeled as that.
It's also not healthy. It's unhealthy.
It is. It is complete. But yet, I try to live that way. that's the other problem, right?
Well, I mean, in a way, I get it, because I've said this many times. I'm very proud to say this. When I was 15 years old, I bought the very first book by Wayne Dyer, Your Erroneous Zones.
Right.
I was 15. I was at a bookstore. And, I mean, it's classic pop psychology. Anyone who knows Wayne Dyer, who's no longer with us, but I gladly tell anyone that book had a very positive influence on my life, and it still does. I learned a very important lesson from that book, which is maybe related to what you just said. And the idea is, he said, look over your shoulder. That's your death. You're going to die one day. He said, this is your life right now. And you have a choice. You can live your life in a healthy and positive way, or you can live it in an unhealthy, unpositive way or negative way. And he said, the first thing you need to do is you have to take responsibility for your thoughts, which means don't go blame your mom and your dad for how lousy things are for you. That's giving away your power and your responsibility. He says, you right now have the ability, it is within you, to make a decision. What kind of person am I going to be? And it had a huge influence on me. And so I really believe strongly in telling myself healthy, positive things. But that's a little different than the kinds of manifestation affirmations that I think some people like to do, because my take on this, and I'll make some friends and enemies by saying this, but I think that when people say, I want to manifest such and such a thing, I don't think they know what they're talking about at all.
Right.
I think that the only way you're going to manifest anything is by planning it and doing it. That's how you manifest. And so you create that vision in your mind. Yes, you do. But it's not going to happen by itself.
You still have to work.
Lazy thinking.
Right.
You know this. You went through the whole process of creating your show.
Yes.
And you know every bit of how much hard work that was, and planning and obstacles and disappointments, and then overcoming all those obstacles. I mean, it never stops. And it's the same with the projects that I've been doing. So it only happens through you tell yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? What do I want to be doing? What do I want to do in 1 year? Okay, good. That's what I want to do. How am I going to get there? and we have to think it through. So on that sense, I believe in manifesting, sure, but it's only through creating a vision, planning it out, and then working. So I feel that the New Age philosophy that some people have has been very harmful and destructive, not simply to society at large, because it really is very improper, imprecise thinking. It's loose thinking. But it's also, I think, harmful mentally to a lot of the people who engage in it.
Yeah, you have to implement. You have to implement. You can't just, the idea of, you can change your own reality with your mind, and you just close your eyes and click your heels 3 times and meditate every day.
We do change our reality with our minds, but only in conjunction with our actions.
Right.
You got to think it, then you got to do it. That's the other part.
I remember, and then when we come back after the break, I want to talk about UniWiki, our new little project here. I want to introduce this to everybody, and so you get the honor of, being on the show that we do this. This is a big worldwide announcement. We're going to do that after the break. But going back to 1991, 1992, when I was going through this transformation and, really, really wanting to do things and change my reality and was working really hard and on my mind. And then meanwhile, LA's burning down. We've got riots. We've got crack being sold outside of my front door. I got bodies in the street, literally, not figuratively, literally craziness of this madness, evil world. And I was like, man, I can want this all that I, desire, but it ain't changing what's going on out there in the streets. The reality is out there. And that's where it's harmful. You know what I mean? That's where it's self-destructive. You actually have to physically go out and make a difference, not only for yourself but for the world. And then
I have some follow-ups on that, but I know you want to go to a break soon.
Yeah, we got to do that right now. So let's go ahead and do that. And our guest tonight, the one and only Richard Bleepin' Dolan. I will never say what I really want to say. Everything's on the table. When we come back, we're going to talk about uniwiki.org, our new project. I'm going to click tweet here in just a second. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. Our guest tonight, Richard Dolan, on the Game Changer Network. And
Okay. We're going to mute that since he's playing his music. And I am not joking. Play 10 seconds or more. Copyright. I'm not kidding. I didn't realize it until I was doing some replays from KGRR when I was producing. And I remember it was Phenomenon Radio. I was playing a replay of Phenomenon Radio with Linda Moulton Howe and John Burroughs. And they have this song at the intro, and it's called City of Cyborgs. I didn't know that was a song, an actual song. I thought they wrote up their intro and they put that music. I never heard that song. I actually like it. Next day I get, no worries. You don't have to worry about this, but you got copyrighted for City of Cyborgs. I'm like, what the heck is that? And then I did Shazam, of all things, on the intro, and I figured out that's what it was. It was Phenomenon Radio. That intro is called City of Cyborgs. Because I was like, I didn't play music all night. What did I do? I wasn't even playing commercials. I was doing exactly what I was doing now. But it was the intro to that show, and I said, oh. Because if I'm going to play music, and this is what some idiot that tried to stir up problems a few weeks ago. Oh, if you play music, you're a thief. I'm going to report you. Well, first of all, I'm not monetizing my streams like some people do. I never did. Now, if I do a thing like a compilation video, yeah, I might monetize it. Or one of my songs, yeah, because I don't want people to steal my shit. Bottom line. Because they will. But if I'm playing music on a stream, I'm going to delete it immediately thereafter. It's not like I'm going to keep it up. Because now what they do, and it's happened to Amanda and a few people that I know, they don't just copyright you. Your video becomes banned worldwide. That's what they do. They just ban the video completely. Gone. So if I'm going to play music all night, I'll just play the music and then delete as it's processing, delete it. It's never going to make it to my page. So there are ways to work around things. if you do it the right way. It's just I totally understand that, because I remember Napster when it came out, and Metallica made a big fuss about their music being stolen and made available on freeware, on Napster, for people that are old enough to remember that. I get it. It's really unfair to the artists when you're using their material. I could see it if you're making money off of it, or keeping it for yourself. Yeah, I get that. So it's just getting to the point where it's all about the money. It always has been and always will be. And then you just got straight up haters, by the way, that would just love to see people, be miserable like themselves. It just goes with the territory. All right, let's see if the show's back on.
And you're listening Black across the globe on the...
Nope, not yet.
The one and only.
It's funny because I have my TV, audio, and the mixer going. Yeah, LimeWire. That was the other one. Yep, LimeWire. I remember that. And like I said, I will continue to play music when I'm having fun. But right now I want to be able to keep these videos because this is the Perseids early coverage, and we may see some really cool stuff. So I don't want to have to delete this, even though I'm recording the stream as we speak. So I can actually go back and edit everything that's seen right here. Because regardless, I'm recording. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, why is it?
Okay, we're back.
I used to go by Rich in earlier years before I went as Richard Dolan. I know now I can't even think of any other name. It's just like, this is what I am. I'm Richard Dolan, but I did Rich, I think _Dolan at Twitter. And then I thought to change it, it's like, how do you change your Twitter handle without disrupting all of it, right? It's just like...
You're stuck.
I don't know how to do that, so I'm kind of... So I have old friends who call me Rich. I have friends I grew up with who call me Richie. If you ever grew up in New York, at least when I did, every boy's name was either Joey, Bobby, Tony, Richie.
Right.
If I had said, call me Richard, they would have been like, oh, you think you're better than us? What's wrong with you? So,
yeah, I get it.
You know.
I do. I get it.
But anyway, so I went through different versions of my name, but all through my 20s and 30s, and many of my friends called me Rich.
Yeah, I was always Jim growing up, and of course, or James when I was in trouble. And then when I came out to L.A., I was going to be a guitar player. I was going to be that guy.
Oh, right.
So changed my name to Jimmy, and everybody that I met in L.A., it was so hard for me to say, right? So what's your name? Jimmy Church. And that, the new persona, right? I just changed clothes.
No, exactly.
Man.
And that's what you are. You are Jimmy Church. You're nothing else. You can't be Jim Church. Are you kidding me?
No. And when I hear
Church?
Right. When I hear Jim Church, it's somebody from high school for sure.
No, exactly.
So
I enjoy it. Like, I wanted to walk away from that type of identification for a while, like my earlier names. I thought, it's who I am. Those people know me for that, and that's good.
So we were talking before the break about, actually doing the work. I mean, if you're going to manifest, that's great, but then roll up your sleeves and get it done. Nobody's going to do it for you, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so, and in doing that, living up to that way of thinking, that mindset, we have launched the Game Changer Network. Richard, was always about getting our community to who we thought as game changers, right? And that was what we were going to build upon and do it. And so we have gotten a few different groups together, and one of them is this next launch that we have launched tonight. It's called UniWiki. I've talked to you about this a couple of times and introduced you to it before the show. But and you got it out of the gate. It was really funny when you and I were talking. You were like, "It's not going to be like that other," right? and exactly. And what?
Well, there's a variety of little wiki sites. There's like miniature wiki sites. I mean, there's obviously Wikipedia, but there's there are other kinds of wikis. The one I was thinking of was a skeptical wiki site.
Right.
It really goes out of its way to just trash talk against the kinds of things that we do.
And this is about unifying not only the community, but gathering all of our information in a positive way and getting it all centralized and together with the correct contributors, and not go negative. This is the positive side of it, and unifying all of the knowledge, because the knowledge is out there. The community is out there. We need a central depository of all of this knowledge. And that's what UniWiki is all about. And in a very positive sense, that is our manifesto. And now it's a great thing to talk about, but it's another thing to deliver the package. Well, we have delivered it.
That's right.
Yep. The software is done.
I'm looking at the page. I've got it right here in front of me, uniwiki.org.
Yep.
And it's just started, so I don't think anyone should expect to find articles in here yet, but it's there.
The engine is built. The stuff that is going on.
Is it kind of an open source project so that like people can go in and
you have to register and get accepted? And
now, are you running this? Is this your?
It's
you the guy running?
No, well, yes, actually, because it's a community. So yes, is the short answer. John Lund and his software team wrote the engine. The concept is a community concept. It's John's vision. He obviously there needs to be somebody at the top of the software chain to build this monster of a platform. But everything is done. It's done. So when we are talking about unifying and positivity and taking steps forward and doing that, well, you have to actually do it and implement it.
This is a really good idea. I'm going to say this. It's a hard thing to do. And I'm looking ahead at this project and I see how much work it will involve, but it will be easier if you have a lot of other contributors. And actually, what you're proposing is not radically different than what Wikipedia does or what the other wiki sites do. I mean, they all have moderators, right? Wikipedia is notorious for censoring out alternative information, so they or minimizing it or dismissing it in one way or another. I mean, they're very agenda driven, so they've got a very definite editorial stance. So there's nothing wrong actually with UniWiki having an editorial policy as well, and I in fact I'd encourage you to do it. As far as having people registering, I assume, am I right in thinking they just from around the world, and
that's right,
they can have at it.
Yep. And
but you've got moderators policing it. I'm assuming
you have to, because we want it. That's right. And we want it to be a positive thing where, this has always been
positive is a loaded word. So
positive is a loaded word.
Now, what does positive mean?
It means this. Context? It means this, that we need. If you can't talk here, Richard, you can't talk anywhere. If you feel like you are being repressed, if you think you are being censored in any way, and you have ideas, or if you have something that you want to contribute, you won't, because the fear of ridicule or attack or anything like that. And that type of censorship cannot be allowed in our community. It just cannot. It's like a barbershop, right? You go in and you are able to sit down and let it all hang out. And here, if we're going to unify this community, you have to feel comfortable. You have to be able to say what it is that you've experienced or that you want to explore, or if you have questions. You don't want to feel like somebody is going to attack you or do a character assassination. And that,
I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
The word unity has always rubbed me the wrong way. I'll just tell you. I mean, I'm not a believer in unity. Never have been. I don't think that unity is what I strive for. I mean, after all, I only get better when people disagree with me and they point out where I make mistakes. So I expect. I mean, I'm serious, and it's what I believe in. But this doesn't go against what you're trying to do, actually. So I don't want to nitpick. But what I believe that what we want to be about as a community, we are a community. Let's just. But I would say it's for me. It's not about unity, except insofar as we can all recognize we're in this together. But we're all going to have different ideas. I mean, it's impossible to expect thousands and millions of people to have the same ideas about something as important as the kinds of things that we like to talk about. It's just not going to happen. So I don't expect agreement. If by unity we're meaning agreement, then I would think that's never going to happen. But if by unity we mean a sense of community, like what you're saying, where people aren't being ridiculed for expressing an interest in this, and yes, absolutely, we want to do that. And we do that, by the way, by engaging in when we have disagreements, as has been going on in ufology, particularly for the last year, but even since forever, that we have those disagreements by modeling proper behavior. It's very important that we do this, that we engage in civil discourse, that we do not engage in character assassination. Analyzing people's motivations is fair game, but if you do that, you've got to have something that you're going to be working off of. I mean, we have to be evidence-based. So,
well, which is always the goal. You know, it's always about the evidence, whether it's the court system or any reporting or any investigation. You know, that's it. Always comes down to that. Do you remember UFOmind.com? Do you remember that website?
I do, yes, absolutely. Okay. From the early 90s.
The early 90s. One of the most, it was the reason to even have the internet back then, right? That was
This is exactly true. Do you realize that UFOs were the first non-techie subject of the internet?
That's right.
Like, in other words, the earliest internet of the 1980s was all like computer programming and C+, and like, who cares? But like the first actual subject on those old bulletin boards from the 1980s, the first independent subject entered in January 1986, and it was, I think that was Alt Paranet UFO.
Yeah,
it was
Paranet. Paranet.
Yeah, it was Jim Spicer.
Yep.
Was the guy who created it. And that started. That was like the birth. That was 31 years ago.
The first
UFOs
thing,
led the way.
The first thing I remember when I get my first laptop and I get home and I plug it in. I'm signing on to I forget what I was signing on to with a credit card, right, to sign on to the net. The very first thing, it was AOL. It was AOL 1.0. It was before Mozilla, before all of that stuff.
Right.
So I signed, and the first thing I searched wasn't porn. It was UFO pictures. That was the first thing that I punched
might have been
in.
For me, too, actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't get graphic user interface until late 90s, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And back in 97, by the way, I got an AOL account, too. Like, everyone in the United States got an AOL account that year, I think, because they sent out all of those discs, remember?
I had 20 of those discs at any time. They popped in the mail.
I got, that was my first graphic internet, I think, and I immediately went for UFO data, UFO pictures, stuff like that.
Well, and so UFO Mind, that website was also a really cool, positive aspect of a depository of everything UFO. I don't know how that was maintained back then, because it was all links and that was manual labor. There wasn't any automation and, website design and all of that. Man, that was a labor of love, and it was...
I have a lot of that printed out. I think...
I did, too.
It's an amazing resource. You're totally right. Back in the late 90s, when I was pulling down everything that existed on the web and the internet on UFOs, I printed a complete... like what were then websites of really interesting UFO places to go. And I think I may have UFO Mind in a binder on one of my shelves.
Man, I remember I spent we'll move on, but I spent probably 6 months of every waking free moment out of every day that I had, 7 days a week, of reading every link, everything. And so at the end of 6 months, I get to the last link at UFO Mind, right? The last one. Mm-hmm. I'm like, do I want to do this? Do I want this to end today? This is it. It's over. But and that's what that aspect of uniwiki.org needs to be. It needs to be that positive driving force where everybody goes first, whatever it is. They want to, investigate what disclosure is. Well, you're not going to get a true body of evidence of disclosure on Wikipedia. You're not going to get it anywhere on the net. It's too. We need to get all of that.
This is a good idea because there's a lot of enthusiastic, energetic, smart people out there who are looking for a project like this.
Oh yeah,
and I think you really have the ability. And they've been locked out of Wikipedia, which that's all that Wikipedia does. They're so highly controlled, and in bed with the intelligence community as well as just state the obvious.
Right.
But what you can do is provide an outlet for an enormous amount of public around the world. So your job and your moderators will be to police that, I assume, and make sure that it's at the standard that you want.
It's going to be amazing. And the only way to initiate change is to roll up the sleeves. That's it, and I'm glad you stated it like you did. All right, let's move on. Everybody, just go check out uniwiki.org over the next weeks, months, and years. It is going to be a real game changer, and it's going to be awesome. Now, okay, MUFON Symposium. All right.
Oh gosh, yes.
Okay. Now, I hope that I'm catching you a little bit off guard, but you know that there are quite a number of people listening right now wondering if we're going to go there. I will, Richard. I will go there.
We should. We're doing this. It's the obvious thing hanging over everything in ufology these days.
So how do you... Okay, let's start with the top and then we'll work down. How do you think it went? Versus the expectations.
A couple of different ways to put that. So the attendance was very good. The attendance was good because it had a tremendous amount of promotion of some, I will say, very sensationalistic stories that were very unlike MUFON to do. So MUFON, which of course has always striven to promote what they call scientific ufology, in the past would never bring on, just mention the guests, so Corey Good, obviously, Andrew Basiago, William Tompkins, and researcher Michael Salla. And, I mean, it just wouldn't have happened in the past. Perhaps Michael, but certainly not the other three. And then to bring me on, and I guess this is where I become part of the story, I was asked also to speak about the secret space program. This was an explicit request that I was asked by Jan Harzan back in, I think, January of this year when he asked me to speak there. And I said, well, I've done a number of lectures on that theme, and I'm kind of done with it right now. I'm moving on to other things. And he really asked me insistently, and I said I would do it. I would try to do something original and unique, which I did for the most part. I did a lot of new information. But then it was only months later that I realized I learned. In fact, Tracy pointed this out to me. She said, do you realize you're going to be on a panel with these four individuals, a secret space panel? And, I mean, I'll say to you what I've said elsewhere. I felt a little bit like I was had a bit, to be honest with you. I thought, what actually happened here? And I say this because it's not that I have any personal animus against any of those people. I don't. I do not. I've known Michael for a number of years. I've always liked him personally.
Well, on top of that, Richard, there's another elephant in the room here that we need to address. You've gone back and forth with MUFON too over the years, So there's that part of it too. Okay, and
avoid that whole thing.
Not on this show. So, there's a few,
one thing at a time here.
Right. But there's a few things in play. I want the audience to understand that it wasn't just Corey and Sala and Tompkins and Basiago, but this was the first time for you to go back to MUFON for a long
6
time.
Years.
Yeah, 6 years.
Last time I was there was 2011. And, so I always jokingly say, but I don't think it was so jokingly, that I was unofficially banned from MUFON from 2011 to 2017.
Well, I tried to get you at 2015, but
no,
remember.
I mean, it was just not going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a contingent there even now that I know that there are people in there. They don't like me, and they're allowed not to like me. That's fine. That's their choice. But for 6 years, I was not invited. Previous to that, for 10 years, I had spoken at 5 symposiums, so like every other year, basically.
Right.
I was a regular and popular, I thought. In 2011, the whole thing came down to the fact that I was there to do a secret space lecture, believe it or not. It was one of the first that I ever gave. And I took the last 10 or 15 minutes of that to talk about the need for MUFON to reform. That came out of the blue to the leadership. And in 2011, this was a very big issue. There was a kind of a mini revolt going on in MUFON.
That's right.
Led by the late Elaine Douglas, a lady that I knew. She's no longer around. And Chase Kletsky was a little bit a part of the controversy. And James Clarkson, who just recently left MUFON again, was part of the controversy. And there's all of this stuff about how MUFON was not transparent, that it was opaque at the top. And it, indeed, absolutely, that was true. And there was a lot of discontent going on in MUFON. And they fired a bunch of state directors just recently, including Elaine Douglas. And a lot of those folks went to the MUFON symposium. It was sort of like an alternate contingent. And a number of them were people that I knew and respected, including Elaine. And I decided that I was going to speak about it at the end of my lecture, and I did. And I said, basically, look, if you have an organization like MUFON and it is clearly undemocratic without anyone having any say over who's on the board, when it's obviously by, who pays the most money and they get on, and that was a big part of it. Mm-hmm. I said, look, you can't keep you can't keep people in the dark about this forever, and they will bolt, and eventually another organization will come up, and they will surpass and leave you in the dust. And the then director was Clifford Clift, and I know from 2 different sources that he turned purple practically, and vowed that I would never speak at another symposium ever again. And I didn't but Jan Harzan's different, because Jan was always, everyone always recognized that Jan was the guy who really could do some good things at MUFON. He was the guy everyone liked. He was the guy that was always knowledgeable about the subject.
Smart.
Absolutely. And
good-looking businessman, CEO, leader. Yes.
Exactly. So when he became ID, International Director, everyone thought, this is great. And it's been a struggle for him. You should have him on to do an interview with him. I think that would be great. But he asked me to speak in 2016 in Florida, and I know that was nixed by other people. And I'm not even going to get into it, and you're not going to get me to talk about it, but I know it happened. So then for 2017, he asked me, and I said, sure. I said, yes. So it was kind of like a little bit of a homecoming. I've always had a certain fondness. I've got a lot of friends in MUFON. There are so many good people in that organization. They work hard. They are dedicated. MUFON is so important to us because it's the only organization that is actually doing the most fundamentally important thing for UFOs. So many people get bored by it, but it's so necessary, and that is investigating sightings. We need that because even now in 2017, we absolutely need well-investigated UFO sightings. Because if we don't have good investigations, all we've got is just some guy's story or some woman's story, what's called a raw report. And I got news for you. A raw report is not going to cut it. So it's only a well-investigated report that will have a certain credibility for the outside world. And if we want something like disclosure or anything of the sort, we need a database of solid cases. And that's what MUFON, in theory and sometimes in practice, can give us, is that good foundation. So I believe in MUFON. And so I was glad to be able to come back there. I will say, MUFON always has had bad leadership, up to Jan. I'm not including Jan here.
Right.
But MUFON's leadership, in my view, has always been poor, substandard. They had Walter Andrus for 30-plus years, and the organization just basically spun its wheels. And then comes the Internet, and it still spun its wheels. You know, you have the most popular subject in the world on the Internet, second to porn, I suppose, UFOs, and MUFON's membership just stayed steady at 2,000 year in, year out, all through the 90s. How is this possible?
Right.
Well, because they didn't know how to market themselves. They didn't know how to reach out. And that continued through most of the 21st century. And Jan is now trying to change that. And I wish him success in doing that successfully and with integrity. But back to my return to MUFON, I go back this year. And I was happy to go back, and then then I discovered that I'm.
How did you find out? How did you find out? Did you
Tracy,
hear?
My fiance, she's the only one who pays attention.
Right.
Do you think I pay attention? I watch other. I'm so involved in all of the things that I'm doing. I totally forgot about MUFON.
So it wasn't a phone call from Jan.
No, it was my fiance.
Your fiance, Tracy.
Do you realize that you're on this panel? And I thought, oh, snap. So now what do I do? And at that point, I called Jan. I phoned him. And I just said, you know, what is the deal here? I didn't realize this is all happening. And I said, do you realize that you're bringing in people whose credibility has been severely, persistently questioned by many, many, many people? Why are you doing this? And Jan's answer, which I didn't really like, and I told him I didn't like it, but it's his answer. He was, well, we're going to bring them in and let people decide for themselves. And I thought, all right. And then he asked if I wanted to be pulled from the panel. And at that point I said, no, I'm staying on this panel. I want to be on this panel now. So if there's going to be me and 4 individuals with whom I have strong disagreements about certain aspects of what they have to say, then I thought, I will go. Because actually I thought about walking. I thought about not going. And once again, the sober yin to my raging yang, Tracy said, that would be foolish. Don't do that.
I remember, I'm going to tell we got to take a break right here. I remember,
we talked about this,
we talked about this it was probably a 2-hour conversation.
It was totally private.
Yeah, it was completely private.
I was really going to not go.
And we talked through it, and, you know, walking from that would have achieved absolutely nothing. Right,
I agree.
And there you go. Let's take a break right here, Richard. And man, it's getting hot in here, Richard. It's warm on this side.
And we'll take that break. And hello, everybody that's watching on YouTube and everybody that's in YouTube chat. And for those that are tuning in, you may also want to tune into P&K Space Imaging and Sky Tour live stream. They're both streaming as well right now. Mark's doing his thing. Paul and Keith are doing theirs. And we're doing ours here. All right, so we got about a 3-minute break before Jimmy comes back after his break. So I am going to say hello to everybody that's in YouTube chat. Arnie, Chris in the UK, Duplicat, Henry Payne, Kerry, Cree, Jello, Prow, Sarah, and Ted. And let's see. I compensated the camera to lower it a little bit, the gain and the ISO, so we don't have this insanely bright moon right now. What the heck was that? Z5 something. I don't know what the heck that was. Actually, Z2. Something blue. That was weird. Maybe it was a quick shooter. we've seen a couple of nice ones so far. It is early. It's only 11:30 Eastern time. The skies are nice and clear. So we'll keep an eye on this. The peak is Saturday morning, night of the 11th into the 12th. So that's Friday night into Saturday morning. You should see quite a bit of activity the day before and after the peak. So Thursday night and Saturday night into the morning hours is also going to be good. So we're a couple of days away. We may see a little activity later on after the 12 o'clock hour. And depending on how tired I feel, we'll try to go as long as we can. So we'll keep it covered. Let's see where the show is. Still ads running. So we've seen a couple of nice ones, I got to say. Like I said, the moon is a definite issue. And if you check out any site about the Perseids meteor shower, they say that immediately. The gibbous waning moon is going to wash out a lot of the activity that you would see with the naked eye. But we're not watching with the naked eye. We're watching with a camera that can pick up things that our eyes could not see. So maybe we'll see a little bit more activity than if you were outside and watching yourself. So we'll keep an eye on that. Soon we should see Perseus rising from the bottom center of the screen beyond those trees. Right now you see Cassiopeia or Cassiopeia, or however you want, like I always say. We should start seeing some activity, I would say, soon. Not that we haven't already, but a little bit more activity as this rises in beyond those trees. Anyway, let's check the status of the show.
Hi, folks. CBD.
And they're still running ads. And I'm just going to do something quick. A host just sent me a message. Oh, she wants to know what size shirt I wear for this shirt for her show. That's pretty cool. And yeah, that's it. No more messages.
You are listening.
So we're listening to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, with guest Richard Dolan. I'll make a decision what I'm going to play at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. But right now we're carrying, the audio from Fade to Black, Jimmy Church. And he's got the music coming, so that means he's coming back. I would say in about 1 minute. And Mom is going berserko in the room. What are you doing over there? Cleaning. Ma? What fell? What do you mean you don't know? I was going to say, I thought that was you. It fell by itself. I heard that. I said, what are you doing? I know you weren't there. That's what just bugged me out. Okay. Still got the music going on. Something just fell by itself. I have to laugh about it because it happens all the time. Okay.
Jimmy at jimmychurchradio.com. Now, Richard, talking about the MoonFon Symposium, I kind of want to set this up for the audience that has never been there. Normally, in a normal scenario, I would say the correct word is stuffy and unfun. That's the atmosphere there. And
I don't know if I would completely agree.
Well, but what I mean, no, and I do mean that, in that they are all about the science. They're all, they just want the facts. And
yeah, well, they've had. I mean, I've done many MUFON symposium in the past, and I've actually. That can happen. All right, it's easy to get caught in minutia. That can happen, but no, I think that there's been some very excellent presentations over the years at the MUFON symposiums.
Well, I've tried to make people laugh there, and that's tough. Yeah,
tough crowd.
Yeah, tough crowd. But for this presentation, this is the opposite of what the attendees desire. right?
You asked what did I think it was a success, or what did I think how did it do? And so I would actually like to answer that. I feel that by doing what MUFON did, and I don't know all of the people who were involved in this decision. I've got some ideas, but I don't know for sure. Of bringing in what is clearly very controversial claims. And I mean, if someone in the UFO community has been like living under a rock, basically the claims are that there are certain self-proclaimed whistleblowers who have stated that they have gone to Mars. One is Andrew Basiago, one is Corey Good. William Tompkins doesn't claim that. He claimed that he designed kilometers-long spaceships, galactic ships for the Navy. Described, if I'm not mistaken, by Michael Salla as unsolicited bids for the Navy. So that's a whole other thing. So think about what that means.
Mm-hmm.
You design or you draw. He wasn't an engineer, so let's get that straight. He was a designer. He's an illustrator. He illustrated ships in unsolicited for the Navy, so they didn't ask for these things. He just drew them and gave them to the Navy. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean that they built them? Seriously? I can tell you that a lot of other real whistleblowers, like Gary McKinnon, and I've spoken recently to Gary McKinnon, don't put any stock in these stories either. So anyway, MUFON brings these people in of questioned credibility, and they got extra attendance out of it. But MUFON also is going to have to face the repercussions of what they've done. MUFON has a core mission, and that, like any organization, you have to respect your core mission. And in MUFON's case, it is to conduct the study of UFOs in a responsible way, and as they say, for the betterment of humanity. But their core mission, whether they say it or not, is scientific ufology. Mm-hmm. It always has been, always. And they also have a core constituency, and that is the hardworking investigator members who are the backbone of that organization. And what MUFON did in bringing these people in to speak was really something that damaged their core mission and angered and alienated their core constituency. So in that sense, it was not a wise move. And they're going to be paying a price for this. Now, it's not a fatal blow. There's all kinds of people out there in the blogosphere who are like, this is the end of ufology, the end of MUFON. That's clearly not. People love to get histrionic over these things, and it's not appropriate either. But it is something that I feel should have been handled better. And it will hurt them, and MUFON needs, and they've had a couple of public relations disasters over the last few months. Let's not forget John Ventry. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good God, that was a horrible disaster. And it wasn't handled the way that people really wanted it handled, frankly, which is issue a burn notice against John Ventry, essentially, and say he's not welcome in the organization anymore. And that really did not happen. So there's all of these things that were floating around. And so, yeah, I entered into this little cauldron.
What
and,
do you think?
My whole take was I have to speak responsibly, in a civil way, but responsibly. And that's what I tried to do.
Do you think that there was a lot of anticipation out there leading up because of all of the background static that was running throughout the community, and then certainly through the constituency that is there, that are paying to be there, that they were expecting a blowout, a debate? For
yes,
you?
They were. Absolutely, yes. I can tell you, I mean, it's the moment of getting there, the entire weekend was.
Go get him, Richard. Go get him, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, there were members who wanted it to be like a cage match.
Right,
see us throwing down. And
which is not cool, by the way. I mean, and I
don't want to do that. But on the other hand, I have always felt an obligation to represent the UFO field in the best way that I can, and in a responsible way. And when I do feel that non-credible claims are being promoted right on the panel where I'm sitting, then I have to speak up. I mean, otherwise, because here's what happens. If I don't speak up, then that's forever, right? Because that panel right now is on YouTube, and it's there for the rest of all time. And every time that I'm in a situation where I'm forced to confront someone, like I have to think about this because it's always going to be recorded. I mean, there's many times in my life when I would have been very happy to weasel out of having a confrontation because I didn't want to have I didn't want to, fight. I didn't want to like get into it. But I knew that that would not be the case here, that I had to speak my mind. And by the way, that panel is on YouTube. I would encourage people to listen to it. And really, it's essentially 4 individuals and myself. And I had a different opinion.
Did you guys?
What I said.
Okay. We'll get to that. Did you guys hang out before the panel?
No.
No. Not at all. No.
I mean,
there wasn't a weigh-in.
I've had meals with Michael Salla. We've talked on a number of occasions.
Right.
I think he and his wife are very lovely people. So I've met him socially. I did not talk with Andrew before the panel. I did take this was funny actually, the bus from the airport to the hotel. Tracy and I arrived in Las Vegas. I'm talking to my driver, and he says, yeah, I'm here at the baggage claim with Andrew Basiago. I'm going to drive all of you together.
Oh, nice.
And we just looked at each other, and we thought, awkward.
What was that conversation like on the way to the hotel?
It was actually it was fine.
Okay.
The thing about Andrew is, from my perspective, my dealings with him, he's an extremely likable human being. When you meet him, he's very intelligent, and he's nice. What am I going to say against him? I can't say anything personal against him. We were very dancing around things for a while. We wouldn't want to talk about this, and finally, as we were about to walk into the hotel, I broke the ice, and I just said, "Look, okay, I'm not here to go after you personally. I have no interest in doing that." And he said, I understand that. And he said, you should become more familiar with my story. And I said, well, I am familiar with your story. I'm familiar enough with your story. Like, I don't believe you went back to Gettysburg in 1863 and photographed, and there you are in the picture just because you say that's you. That I don't believe.
You said that to him?
I said,
wow.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't know if I mentioned about Barack Obama being with him to Mars. I don't believe that, and I don't know if I said that to Andrew. But on the other hand, I mean, I said, look, I would be willing to talk with you one-on-one, and I am, actually. I am. We haven't since then, but I am fine. And we have each other's phone numbers, so I'm in his cell phone, he's in mine.
Okay, good.
So we could talk, and I'm not opposed to it. I don't think he's going to persuade me. He's had many opportunities through his lectures, and I'm familiar with him, and I don't believe. Now, is it impossible that there's a program on Mars? I'm going to say it is not impossible. All right. But what is, the devil is in the details. And the thing is, you got to look at people's stories over the course of time as they have told it and how those stories have changed and evolved. And you find inconsistencies and you find oddities. And that is the case with Andy, and that is the case with Corey Good as well, I would say. And in the case of William Tompkins, I don't want to talk against a man who's 94 years old, so I don't really know what's up with him. But I don't believe that he actually drew galactic quality. I mean, he drew them, but I don't think it had anything more happened than that. Certainly not in the 1950s or 60s. There are many.
Well, what's difficult with William?
That I do believe, but I don't believe those 3 individuals.
What's difficult with William is he's got the credentials and the paperwork to back up his identity, and he says who he's, his military career.
That's true. Well, he some of his military career is identifiable.
Yes.
He had what is clear about him is that he has a low level kind of designation during World War II. He was a kid. He was like in his late teens, so he would. And what has been argued by Michael Salla, and Tompkins makes this claim, is that he had a covert element to his World War II career. And that could be true. Like, I recognize that the argument that, and the evidence that is put forward for that is not a bad argument.
No, it's pretty strong, actually. Yeah,
I think that's probably true. And but the problem is that is irrelevant. It is utterly irrelevant having anything to do with the claims about a secret space program. So it is entirely possible that Tompkins had a covert job, and he claims that it was a covert job. Now, this is where we really are making a stretch here, that it had to do with, our agents who were in Nazi Germany ferreting out Nazi technology. Now, that's a different and a much more radical claim, and that is one that neither Michael nor Bill Tompkins have been able to substantiate. And I doubt that they will be able to. But that Tompkins may have done some classified work for Admiral Riccobotta, yes, in World War II. I'm acknowledging that that's probably the case. But then you go to the entire mini-skirted aliens, and you go to the image of the woman who is the founder of the Vril Society. I can't remember her name offhand, but Tompkins says like she was the woman, or she was the identical splitting image of the woman who was the Pleiadian in the 1950s. And I'm just calling BS on that. I don't believe that was the case. I didn't say that on the panel. I argued other things on the panel, but I didn't bother to get into that whole thing. But
how do you think the audience reception was to? And I'm sure they were just fine with you, but with Corey and Sala and Basiago.
There were supporters of Corey Goode and William Tompkins at that panel. Absolutely, in the audience, there were definitely, and Andrew. There were a number of individuals who, by their very questions, certainly seemed that they were supporting.
Were there squirming in the seats? Was there any uncomfortable moments?
I actually wouldn't be the best person to tell you that. I mean, when I'm on a panel, especially that panel, I was very focused on what was being said.
Sure.
And what I wanted to say. And I really wasn't studying the audience.
So no murmuring. No rumbling.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think there's an interesting statement at the end by Jim Mann, who's a friend of mine. He's the head of Phoenix MUFON, and one of the best MUFON groups in the country.
Absolutely.
And Jim got up there, and I wish, well, it's on YouTube, so people can listen to it, but I'm only going to paraphrase. But it was a very strong statement against those individuals, and a very strong statement for responsible UFO research. So people should check that out. It's at the very end of the panel on YouTube. And I do encourage people to listen to it. I thought it brought out the dichotomy that's going on in this field right now. And what I said, and I want to say this here because I feel that this is fundamental. And I really got strongly criticized just recently by Michael Sala for saying it. I was surprised that he decided to go there. But what I said, and what I'll repeat till I'm blue, is that, I, as a UFO researcher, for example, when I am dealing with the outside world, people who don't know anything about UFOs, I recognize that I have an obligation to present evidence for those people to examine, and it is their choice to accept or reject my evidence. But it's my job to present evidence that other people can look at, and as I've done that, I feel that there's a great deal of documentary evidence attesting to the reality of this phenomenon and to the cover-up as well. So that's where I go. I don't demand people to trust me because I've got this really good inside guy who says this, this, and this, and this. I don't do that because that's actually implicitly arrogant, and it implicitly puts you above the audience because you're basically saying, I am the receptacle of special knowledge here. You're not, so you have to believe me. And, oh, yes, I'm very important, and I'm an ambassador to all of these people. And, I mean, Corey Goode's not the only person who says he's an ambassador.
That's gone on for decades. I mean,
but every time anyone says that,
right?
A, don't believe them, because it's certainly not true.
Right.
And B, recognize that what they're doing implicitly is a power game over you. All right. So, and it's really not good cricket. It's not fair. So what I said anyway was that as a researcher, I expect other people to demand evidence from me that they can examine, and that's fair. And I said, you whistleblowers on here on the panel with me have the same obligation to provide evidence that we can examine. In other words, like most of it, we don't even know who you are for real. Like we don't know your genuine backgrounds. I mean, other than Tompkins. Much less your stories. And by the way, the stories are all, I mean, look, what Corey has been saying, every single claim he's made other than Blue Avians has been floating around in this community. All of it was there long before, including stuff that, you know, ideas that I originated, like the idea of a breakaway civilization. And my goodness, even the idea of a secret space program, which I was talking about back in 2010, 2011. And I'm not saying I'm the only source for that, but these ideas were absolutely current and out there. So, you know, if they're going to claim special provenance, well, they're going to have to do something better than just say, then trust me, which it fundamentally is really what these people are doing. They don't count as whistleblowers, I said, because I don't know who they are. I use the example of William Binney of the NSA. I know who William Binney is. The entire world knows who he is. His background as one of the senior NSA code makers and officers is well known and documented. The fact that he was arrested by the FBI for being a hero is well documented. All right, the fact that he talked about how the NSA spies on the American public long before the world knew about Snowden is well documented. He counts. He's a whistleblower. I count Gary McKinnon as a whistleblower because I know who Gary McKinnon is. I know what he did, and I know that the United States government tried to imprison him for over a decade.
Yeah, the two governments fought over him, for sure.
He's a real guy with a real background. I cannot say the same about Andy or Corey in particular.
What if
Corey... Other individuals that I can't say. I don't know who they are. So until they can tell me, until we can talk to family members, for example. Right. And other people who can vouch for them, then no. And in fact, none of that has come out. Not even spouses. Not even... you know, I'm trying to get up to speed on everything that's happening here. And I know that Corey's wife has no recollection of any explicit secret space program activity that he's done. And she has no evidence that she can provide other than what he tells her. So what do we really have here? I mean, maybe it's true. Maybe beyond all of that, all of my doubts, it's true. But what I would say is that it doesn't even matter if I believe or if you believe. It really doesn't matter. What I say is they've got to provide something that we genuinely can examine.
What if, well, let me ask you, let me jump in.
I don't really know what to do with these stories.
Well, let me jump in really quick. What if Corey, he's going to be on this show tomorrow, right? If I brought Corey on tomorrow, I'm not saying that I would, I don't know. But what if I, you know, got all of the beans spilled? Name of elementary school, junior high school, his parents' names, street addresses, if just the full-on list of the CV in its completion. Does that change things?
Well, I'd like to see a character analysis done.
Right.
So, for one thing, you know, what people who've known him well would have to say about him. What kind of person is he really?
Right.
I don't know what kind of person. I've spoken with him.
Right.
And he's very genial with me, and he was gracious, and I have no complaints about how he spoke with me personally. But I don't really know what kind of person he is. Well, you might. You know him better than I do, but I don't.
Well, I remember, and in your defense, I want everybody to understand something here. When Corey spoke here in Los Angeles, after I introduced Corey, I walk off the stage, and I'm walking out of the room, and I bump into Richard Dolan, right? So Richard is standing on the side, leaning against the wall, and you stopped me and you said, I'm going to listen to everything he has to say. We'll talk later. And I said, okay, good. And I split. Well, after that, you did come up to me outside and you said, let's talk. And and I said, okay, let's do it. What did you think? And now that was a private conversation, but what was interesting was you flipped it back onto me and you said, I want to know what you think, church, right? I said, okay, all right.
That's right.
And I said, I'm going to be honest with you, Richard. We're dealing with one of 3 Coreys here, and I don't know which one it is. We're dealing with somebody that is been to Mars and is on the council, right? He's a delegate, or he's somebody that is lying for money and is an opportunist, and this is a big hoax. Or C, and the third Corey that is out there is that there's some kind of MK Ultra mind control thing where he believes what he is saying is true, but these are some type of false memories, and it's something sinister. So, and I don't know. And I've asked Corey those same 3 things, and I presented that to him.
Well,
you know, and
none of us know, but we don't have anything to work off of. So it's either people believe what they want to believe. They choose to trust him or not. I would direct people to, and I don't know, this is not definitive either, but this is another. There's a lot of people now doing investigation of him, and one are the people at Project Avalon. And I do feel that their work needs to be acknowledged right here. Avalon is where Corey may have gotten his real start in all of this. And it's a forum with a lot of really smart, active members. They talk about a lot of topics there, including, well, everything that Corey has talked about and much, much more. And he was an active member at Avalon from 2010 to 2014. And what they've done is, because if you go there, they get your ISP. They know who you are, and they know everything that you've done on the website. It's legal. They're allowed to do that. And they know his ISP, and there's a report. It's a detailed, extended report of every single area on Avalon that he visited prior to claiming to remember that he was in the secret space program in 2014. So from 2010 to 2014, he did apparently thousands and thousands of visits to Avalon, researching me. I'm one of them. Laura Eisenhower was another one, and all the Mars things were there. Now you can look at this 2 ways. All right, one way is you could say, well, he was troubled in the back of his mind, and he was trying to remember, what was going on. He was drawn to it, I suppose. Or you could say he was studying
the story
like mad and studying the entire legend and lore and everything that was true and everything that was speculated. And I believe the moderator at Avalon, one of the moderators there, Kristen Griffin, wrote a report about it. And I encourage people to go to Avalon and read it. No one's really making a definite conclusion, but I have a feeling when most people read the detailed report, they're probably going to come away with the idea that he was just studying and studying and studying. That's what it's going to look like. And he's going to have to deal with that.
But wouldn't it be easy? We got to hit a break here. But it would be easy to take that kind of information. I mean, they could take, if somebody studied my IP addresses and everything where I go and where everything that I've done in the last 15 or 20 years in ufology, could write something completely slanted. And,
all they're doing is noting where he went on the Avalon side. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. But
and areas where the stories are identical to the things that.
Sure, I wouldn't question that at all. Let's take a break right here, Richard. We got to do it, and we'll pick up right.
All right, so they're going to the break, and we'll say hello to everybody on YouTube and everybody in YouTube chat. It is midnight here in upstate New York on the East Coast. So let's do a shout out quickly to everybody in chat. We have Sherry, Chris in the UK, CND Boy in Canada, Daryl in Colorado, Duplicat, Justin, Small, Kerry, and say hello to your father, Jimbo, for us, James. Jello, Kerry, Prow, Rockstar Star, and Ted Bronson. Okay. Sarah was, and Sarah. I don't know if I read out Sarah's name. Okay, so Jello's making me hungry. Actually, Duplicat's making me hungry. Putting pancakes on there, which makes me think of Jello and all the food that he talks about. So now I'm hungry. And I'm on a diet, so it's even worse. You know, I almost ran to the store last night at about 1 o'clock in the morning just to get chocolate chip cookies. I had a weird urge just to get something sweet to eat. I didn't do it because I'm on a diet. But I'm going to have to get something for an emergency. I just cannot be here like this with this. It's not tolerable to have all this food that is eating like a rabbit. Salads and all this other stuff. I need some munchies once in a while. I could always make air pop popcorn, but I need some sweets once in a while. This is killing me. Oh, man. It's like torture. Okay. Oh, bacon. That sounds good in a salad right now. Slab bacon. Anyway, enough of the food. So after Jimmy Church's show, I'm just gonna put a replay on of something. I haven't thought about what I'm gonna play yet. And again, I want to thank Jimmy Church for allowing me to carry his audio stream. Fade to Black, Jimmy Church. Go to jimmychurchradio.com. And we're gonna get back to the show in a second. Once these commercials stop airing. And hello to Patrice Sheridan, host of Global Newsmaker Focus, which airs on KGRRadio.com on Fridays, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And this week, guess who her guest will be? None other than I. And next week, she'll have Preston Dennett. Preston is always interesting when he's on. So some good shows coming up with Patrice. Not to say that me, because I'm very humble. I'm just honored that I'm going to be her guest. And then that'll be followed by, on Friday, Don Ecker's Dark Matters Radio. His guest's going to be Walter Bosley. And then QP Science Project with host Jill Hansen. And she's going to have the first 2 hours, Diane. Let me make sure I get the name right. Diane Brandon. Followed by hopefully an hour with Chris Garitano. So it's going to be a special 3-hour show for the QP Science Project this Friday. And at the same time all this is going on, while I'm producing all these shows, I'm planning to live stream. So it's going to be a heck of a multitasking night for Bill. And that also will be on Saturday with Dark Matters Radio at 8 p.m. Eastern Time with Open Lines with co-host Richard Seraday, followed by The Starborn Connection with host Michael Melton and Julia Weiss, and their guest will be Ben Davis. Commander Cobra show, I forget who his guest is for Sunday. Haven't heard from Vance yet, so I don't know who's the guest for Fate Magazine yet. So I don't know who the guest is yet. I'm sure I'll get a message by Thursday. Let's see. Who's Commander Cobra's guest? David Sloan will be his guest Sunday night. Great. So that's going to be his guest. So that's the news of who's going to be guesting on these shows upcoming weekend. So really looking forward to that, as always. All right, there seems to be a shooter that was on the screen. Let's check the show if it's back. It should be. All right.
And there's my website.
Now, back to this.
Which is richarddolanpress.com. I'll just say that. Okay, go on.
Yeah, well, the links are over at Jimmy Church Radio. They know how to find you.
Gotcha.
Okay, so as you sat through the panel, and listened to everybody's presentations, maybe even got the feel of personalities and feeling what was going on with the, you know, that's a pretty good crowd too, by the way, for MUFON, having 800 there. What's your position now? You know, I mean, do you feel that these are voices that need to be heard, or I mean, do you feel differently?
No, I think these are voices that need to justify much better than they have up till now, justify their case. I don't feel that they've justified their case. Now, I want to just emphasize that I have believed for many years, and I continue to believe, that there is a secret space program. So, you know, that's, and I've felt this for a long time, and I've gone by a combination of things that I know relating to the UFO phenomenon, things that I know relating to traditional, historical, genuine insider statements about the moon and about UFOs accompanying our astronauts on the way to the moon. There's quite a bit of that. What I know about anomalies that have been recorded in Earth orbit, which there's quite a few very, very good ones that are hard to explain away as conventional. I mean, some are, but there's a number that are not. So there's strangeness happening in Earth orbit, and what I've said for years is, ipso facto, that's going to be evidence of a secret space program, no matter who's behind those anomalies. Even if we're not making those anomalies, we're going to be studying them covertly, and that would be a secret space program. But on top of that, there's a few other insider leaks that I do credit. I credit the 1988 ARV story. This is the alien reproduction vehicle story that comes from an aerospace aviation executive named Brad Sorensen. That story, that whole account comes through Mark McCandlish, who's an aviation illustrator. And a lot of people interviewed Brad Sorensen, like high-level, very well plugged-in individuals who all came away believing his story. And what he claimed was that he went to an air show, a classified air show, and he saw 3 hovering objects that were essentially flying saucers, described as alien reproduction vehicles. This is in 1988. A 4-star general was lecturing at a podium about them and stated that they had traveled through the solar system by then. That's 1988. And that their energy source was the vacuum. This is a year before the first published paper on zero-point energy, sometimes known as the vacuum. So there's an interesting story, and I believe that story, and there's others. There's actually a very good case to be made for a secret space program, but the difference for me is that for me it's a hypothesis and a probable scenario. So I have not made a claim that I've been part of it. Now, in theory, you would think, okay, well, if it exists, then at some point there would be insiders who would have something to say about it, and that's a valid position. I just don't believe that these individuals are those insiders.
The other aspect of all of this is, I mean, for me, is why do it? That's the question that I've always had. It's just why do it? Why do it? Why do it? Nobody's driving a Lamborghini here, I don't think.
Well, there are some people who get off on lying. I mean, I had a friend years ago. I talked about him a number of times. Great guy. Had hundreds of cups of coffee with him. Brilliant, funny, good friend. Lied his ass off and lied about things pertaining to himself all the time. And we didn't even, our friends, we didn't know about this until after he died. He died tragically young. And I miss him to this day. But he loved to tell tall tales. It didn't make him a bad person, by the way. It just means that we're complicated people. So I don't know why people say the things that they do sometimes. I can't get into everyone's head. But people do tell falsehoods. And that's just what happens. And so when a researcher gets an account from an individual, I mean, they can't simply just take it that is true. And this is where I'm going to respond publicly to something Michael Salla wrote to me about me below one of the YouTube interviews that I gave recently with Bill Ryan, who's the founder of Avalon. And I was very surprised, frankly, that Michael decided to go where he did. And
well, let me say this:
like he got personal. He basically said that I engage in clever sophistry when I stated that it's the obligation of these individuals to provide evidence. He says it's not the obligation of them. It is the obligation of researchers to disprove them. And I say that that's wrong.
Right.
That's absolutely wrong. Because if that's the obligation, then we're right back to the Salem witch trials, where any accusation that someone makes is taken as true, and that's ridiculous. That's absurd. It is not my obligation to disprove your claim. It is your obligation to provide me with evidence that I can examine.
Right. Well, I can't comment on any of that because I haven't seen that video or that interview, or I haven't been to Project Avalon. I have no idea what goes on in that forum, and or any of the other stuff. I just don't. I don't want to get clouded or get bogged down in that.
But I will just, and I'm not even responding personally. There were some personal remarks he made that I was a bit surprised by. But, my attitude is we are very foolish if we abandon an evidence-based approach to this phenomenon. It's important to speculate. My goodness, I do it all the time. Some people think I do it too often. But I think speculation is very important, but we have to be factually based as well.
Sure. And then, what do we do, Richard, when we have things like Whitley Strieber and Communion, or Travis Walton, or Betty and Barney Hill, or
every story has to be analyzed individually.
But there's no evidence for anything. Otherwise,
in Travis's case, we've got something that's actually pretty good.
We have polygraph, yes, and we have witnesses.
And we have multiple witnesses.
But
so you have Travis and 6 guys that he was with.
My thing is, this is my take on anybody's story. Nobody came back with a Palladian T-shirt. Right? Okay. There's no evidence. It's all, whether it's polygraph test or eyewitness testimony, but there is no evidence. Otherwise, it would be case closed. We don't.
In the case of someone like Travis Walton, I believe his story.
I do too.
The reason that I do is for some of the reasons that I just mentioned. The fact that I personally have spent a great deal of FaceTime with Travis. I've known him for years, and I once drove across the state of Pennsylvania alone with him, and we had a long conversation about life and everything, and about his experience. And the other thing is that he has never wavered, not an instant, not expanded, not extrapolated.
That's right.
Absolutely rock solid.
Right.
The Betty and Barney Hill case, I would put in a similar category. And the reasons would be simply if one goes and investigates the nature of the case, I think you can see like how this whole thing came about and why it's probably very credible, at least that they're telling the truth. Whitley Strieber is different, and I'm friends with Whitley, and I do believe Whitley, by the way, but he's in a different category because not all, but most of his experiences don't really have other witnesses. But
and I'm not singling out
Conroy, who wrote about Report on Communion years ago, who actually investigated Whitley, thinking that he was hoaxing, and came away after. And I read Report on Communion by Ed Conroy, and he came away very strongly convinced that Whitley was genuine.
Yeah, I do too. But let me jump in though. I'm not singling out any of those 3. I could any UFO experience that has been put into book form can be presented with the same thing. I mean, there is no evidence. Otherwise, it would be case closed on everything.
There's evidence. Maybe you say there's no proof. I don't know. I mean, I think there's evidence for the UFO reality, for sure. There's strong evidence.
Right.
I mean, I go back again to the military records. Those are not fake. Those are real. They indicate something going on that's not supposed to have been going on, and yet it was happening. Objects that were not supposed to exist did exist. Were being chased by our best interceptors, which failed.
Right.
Tracked on radar, seen visually, the whole thing. It's all there. So something important has been going on. And there have, along with that, been sightings and alleged encounters with non-human beings. That's a little different. But there's so many of such people. And you and I and many others have spoken with a lot of these people and interviewed them. And I think most of us would agree that they are credible individuals. And they're not really, most of these people are not seeking attention anyway. Almost none of them, a very few. So, there's that. Not every whistleblower has that same level of credibility that they bring to the table. And when they're making themselves the story, that's one thing to be wary of. When a person is making themselves more important than the actual story, and that is the case, I would suggest, with Corey and with Andy, and to a sense with Bill Tompkins, then I'm a bit suspicious,
Yeah, all we can do is move forward. I have going back to what I had originally said in this show, which is we absolutely have to listen to everybody. There's a little bit of something in everything.
I agree with this.
I mean, it blows my mind how much information. You know better than anybody. You host a radio show. You know what I do. I'm at the center of all of this information coming at me daily. And most of it, Richard, conflicts. Right? Most of it conflicts. The audience.
A lot of
the audience.
The thing about the UFO mystery is that it is so perplexing. Like when you think you have an answer, then information comes from another direction that just it gives a wholly different perspective or even refutes what you think you believed. There's
exhausting.
Variety of different things going on here, and it is incredibly complex. That's one thing that makes it so important. It's so clearly on the leading edge of all these different areas of knowledge in our world. There's a powerful truth to this phenomenon, and we really need to understand it, because I actually believe it's the key that's going to unlock us to the next phase of whatever it is we're supposed to be, is understanding this phenomenon.
I tell you, I want to share this with everybody. I know we've told the story before, but let's lock this down. One night, this is a couple of years ago, a contact in the desert. Richard is hanging out with the Fadernauts. We're having a party. And night vision shows up, and prior to the night vision showing up, Richard and I and Mike Barra, Mike is being the bump on the log that night.
2016, I believe.
Yeah. And we were talking about, hey, how cool would it be? And Richard says to me, it'd be kind of cool. I'm a little jealous that you saw this last night, Jimmy. It'd be really cool if we saw something. Right. Well, a half hour later, the night vision arrives, and we walk out to the parking lot and look up, and you and I, and of course the skeptic, right, the debunker Barra, the three of us see this object in the sky light up in front of us, and we watch this thing fly across the sky, and we shared the night vision, and it was something that truly was a UFO. I mean, you cannot explain what we saw.
It wasn't an aircraft.
No.
I would agree with you. And it wasn't so high up either.
It was
like a satellite. It was right there.
It was right there.
It was very interesting. And this is the thing. I've had a couple of other night vision experiences, not many, but a few. And when you look at the night sky with good night vision equipment, there's so much activity out there. if the night is clear, there's a tremendous amount of activity. You just have no idea until you look at it. And not all of it is conventional. Some of these things are very bizarre indeed.
And when we talk, I wanted to, the other aspect to all of this, for you, when you brought and coined the term breakaway civilization and brought that forward, that's a pretty hard concept for people to wrap their minds around too, as well. So when you present something like that, which is as absolutely as intriguing as it can be, and also totally possible, how do you want people to accept and try to absorb that kind of concept and theory?
Yeah, I came up with that idea. I'd been reading. This is going to sound really like overly academic, but I was reading a concise history by Arnold Toynbee, one of the greatest historians who ever lived, and he wrote this extended thing called A Study in Civilizations. And I happen to have a copy of a brilliantly condensed version of that. So it's like, I don't know, 700 pages, whatever. And what Toynbee did way back then was he looked at all the different human civilizations as he understood them and defined them. And I mean, one can agree or not agree with him, but I thought it was a very interesting exercise that he did. And it got me thinking about what is it that constitutes an actual civilization. And I just kept thinking, well, civilizations, normally in the last 500 years, all the various civilizations of the world have been sort of combining and intermingling. But is it possible that there could be a civilization that exists in the classified world that's actually breaking away from all of that, that has its own technology, that has its own cosmology, its own understanding of the universe, and has its own interactions with these other beings? Would that constitute a separate civilization? And I thought, yeah, probably in a lot of ways it would. Now, does that mean that they're all living on Mars in a kind of alternative 3 setting? It doesn't have to, not at all. It could mean that they come home for holidays and have barbecues with their family and relatives. It could mean that they're living on Earth because maybe Earth is where the action is anyway. Maybe they have jobs in underground facilities that are totally off limits and people have no idea what's going on. Does it mean that they have advanced technology? Probably, but how advanced? That's the question I don't know the answer to. Do they have advanced propulsion? Yes, I think that they do. Do they have time travel capabilities? Well, that's another question. I have not found any evidence to think that there's been a breakthrough in that, but maybe it's theoretically possible.
Well, when you have
there's just to say, like, there's a breakaway civilization doesn't mean that they're magical in every way, and this is where I've become a little distressed by some of these claims.
Well, when we have the X-37B, right, that if you want evidence of a secret space program that is now public, well, there you go. Right there. Now, how far does it go beyond that? I don't know. Is it possible?
Right, we don't know.
Right.
I think it does go beyond that, and I do think that we've actually been going off-world. So it's entirely possible that there's a covert program dealing with the moon and Mars. I think it's entirely possible. I'll tell you one story. Years ago, over a decade ago, I was just kind of still a new guy in this field, and I was communicating with one scientist who I felt was kind of in the know, or at least he seemed like he was. And I remember I was testing him out, and I wrote an email, and I intentionally belittled the claims about Mars. This is before Andy. This is Richard Hoagland's stuff. And I wasn't actually belittling all of those claims, but I did it intentionally in this email to this particular scientist. And he wrote back and he said, I wouldn't belittle that stuff if I were you. There's a lot of us in the classified world who are looking very carefully about Mars anomalies. And he didn't really want to say much more than that, but that got my attention. So I'm of the opinion, strongly, I would add, that this phenomenon, it's not only real, but it involves a clandestine infrastructure. And that infrastructure, in part, is in space. And they have no intention of letting us in on this. They don't have insiders who want to alert the public to this. I do not believe it. They have way too much to lose. Now, if there's a disclosure of the UFO reality, I do think a secret space program will be one of those messy little realities that's going to come out, and we're going to have to deal with it. But I personally do not believe that any of those people who have any power on the inside are ever willingly going to give us the ansers. Because they just have way too much to lose.
What do we do with, we have Corey, we have William, we have Sala, Basiago's time travel. He's kind of on the outside of these concepts. But then
Corey Good has said that he went for 20 years to Mars and then came back and not only age regressed but time regressed. I mean, how is that really any different?
No, what I'm referring to is whistleblowers here and contacts on the inside. And now we have Tom DeLonge. And the same thing where the celebrity aspect and the ability to have a talent agency behind him and Hollywood and the music and the pull and his audience. We have him coming into this play too as well, and we have another trust factor that is also, and it is
well.
It's
in
tangible.
his case, there's different because DeLong, who's the lead singer of Blink 182, and there's other people that can be spoken like that we could be interviewed. So John Podesta is someone who, in theory, we can approach. DeLonge communicated with Podesta about the UFO subject. DeLonge communicated with General William McCaslin, who was the former commander of the Air Force Research Lab at Wright-Patt. DeLonge was in touch with General Michael Carey of U.S. Space Command and Robert Weiss, who was the head of Lockheed Skunk Works. Those are real people. And in theory, we can approach them and say, what's the story? Why are you connected with Tom DeLonge? And why are you apparently stating that there's ET technology that you guys are working on, which is apparently that's the story. Now, there's a spin with that story, by the way. The spin is that the U.S. military are the good guys. The aliens are kind of scary. They're protecting us, and the secrecy has served a very good purpose. We can question that. We certainly ought to question that. But at least in his case, he's got actual, genuine individuals that we can investigate, check into, question, interrogate.
Have you been in touch?
No, not with Tom DeLonge, no. We know each other. But I tried getting in touch with him a number of months ago, but I think he's busy. He's got a lot going on. So, I mean, I don't think he was blowing me off, but I think he was just very busy.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later about that. Anyway, hey, Richard, man, thank you so much. And when is the bleeping book coming out?
Well, as long as I'm not being asked to contribute to Wikipedia sites and the like and other projects, which I'm always being asked to do things, and it's hard. And right now I'm doing a renovation of my house. How about that? So I was hanging drywall today. But I have written several hundred pages of my false flag book, and I would like to have it done this year. It may be a little later, but it won't be long. I want this book done. I'm working on it.
Anything else going on? Have you signed any new authors?
No, I was talking with Mike Cleland, author of The Messengers, and he is going to be coming out with a sequel to that really excellent, powerful book. I have to say Cleland's book, The Messengers, is one of the best books in the UFO field of the 21st century. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great book.
It's a page-turner. And it's one of those few books that you read that really will cause you to question the very structure of what you think reality is. And no matter how experienced one thinks one is in this field, that book is a unique one. Well, so he's coming out with a sequel to that, and I think that'll be a couple of months. I will probably put out a little booklet on UFOs in the media. I'm doing an analysis of mainstream media coverage of the UFO phenomenon, like 80, 90 pages. I'm just going to put that out there. I think it'll be useful, but I'm still working on my false flag book.
Thank you so much, Richard, for doing everything that you do. You know this, and every chance that I get, I say it. I say it often, both directly and to the audience. Your voice and the way that you represent this community, you just make us proud, and don't screw it up, okay?
Thank you. I feel like the luckiest guy I know because I do what I love, and this field can make me crazy at times. It's a lot of stress at times, but honestly, I would not want to do anything else. I love what I do, the people that I've met along the way. It's the most fascinating journey I can imagine, and I intend never to leave it.
Thank you so much, my friend. Have a great, safe rest of your evening.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Richard.
All right, so he's going to break, and while he goes to break, say hello to everybody on YouTube and everybody in YouTube chat, and you know what time that is. It's time to say hello to everybody in YouTube chat. CND, Arnie, Daryl, and good night to Daryl. Duplicat, Cats in Space. James and Justin Small. And I think, James, you're still down in Florida, if I'm correct. I believe you still are. I should have just looked at the box. I opened that box up so quick, I ripped it to pieces, threw it out. I didn't even look to see. I knew it was you, though. And I thank you for that. John Lennon. Kathy in Pennsylvania. Jello in Texas. Depending, he's probably eating right now. Prow in Toronto, Sarah in Texas, and Tony the Night Owl. All right, so we're going to get back. Actually, it's open lines now, so I'm actually going to cut that feed. I'm getting messages. Who am I getting messages from? Oh, my God, 1 million birthdays. Everybody's on the same birthday on Skype. 4 people. All guests on shows. Okay, so I am going to kill that stream. I'm not feeling open lines right now. And I want to thank Jimmy Church again for allowing me to carry his stream. Now I'm going to decide what show I want to pick and choose to play. Let's see. What do I want to play? Out of the KGRA archives. Let's see. I believe P&K Space Imaging is still streaming. I think Mark called it a night. And also, make sure to sub to P&K Space Imaging if you haven't already. And, of course, Sky Tour live stream with Mark D'Antonio. And also Sarah Fezio. If you want to see some beautiful artwork, Sarah Fezio, Sarah, Fezio, Fezio. I won't even tell you. You just got to go there and see it for yourself. And I still want one of those pieces on my wall, Sarah. And like I've been to galleries in Manhattan, Chelsea, etc. in Manhattan, and I'll tell you, she puts some of those art pieces to dust with her work. I would take her artwork any day over some of the stuff I see in these galleries downtown that I tell you, I don't know why they're there. Maybe I just, maybe I don't have the eyes like some people do for artwork. But Sarah's stuff, oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Okay, let's see. What do I want to play? I could play one of my old shows. Let's see if I find a good scary one from the old days, from with Jamie and I. Let's see. I gotta pull this out so I can see the names. Aztec UFO was pretty good. Oh, the Sally House. That was a good one. Wow. There's a lot of shows here. Chris Garitano, that was a good one too. Mary Joyce. Jesse Marcel III. That was a good show too. There's quite a bit of good shows here I could play from the day. All right, you know what? I'm just going to pick. I really wish I could. I do have the time. To be fair, I can play. I don't know. People are sick of the Rendlesham stuff. I have. Well, Jamie and I did shows with Peter and Larry. I wish I had that. Oh, I think I don't have it. I know I don't have it. Also, I got an interview with John Burroughs. Now, yeah, let's do the ghost one. Let's do the Sally House. Let's do that. We'll play that one. Let me skip the music a little bit.
It's going to be waiting for the moon to rise at waiting for the moon to rise at a reasonable time so that I could bring the telescope out and do these lunar observations with this humongous telescope that weighs 70 pounds combined. So, yeah, just waiting for the proper viewing observational period, and we'll do that. But, speaking of stuff going on as far as ufology. Next week we have our guest is going to be the person that did I can't remember her name, Jennifer Stein, the Travis Walton documentary, and she's going to be in my area on May 20th and 21st at the Pine Bush UFO Fair. So if anybody's in the New York State area, she's going to be there along with Peter Robbins and Richard Dolan and Linda Zimmerman, who does paranormal UFO stuff up here. And the Bronxville paranormal guys, the guys from that paranormal team will be there. Now, this is going to be a little preface to the guests that we have on tonight, Deborah and Tony Pickman. And for those that are not familiar, you want to go to their website, thesallyhouse.com. This is a really incredible case that we're going to be discussing with them in a few minutes. But, Jamie, you know that there's some things that have gone on in my home.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are actually going to come to my home that weekend and do an investigation here to see if they pick up any anomalies.
Nice.
Yeah, because, there is things that are questionably going on here. So I'm just really curious to see what they find. And I'm going to ask our guests that are coming up some questions about that as well, because I'm really curious. They've been through so much, and I mean, it's nothing compared to what they've been through. But with their background, maybe they can give me a little bit of input on some of the things that are going on here. So I'm really looking forward to speaking to our two guests.
Yeah, and every once in a while we focus on a paranormal type show, and for all the paranormal people out there who are either investigators or researchers, you should be familiar with the Sally House. It's a story in a class by itself. There have been full-body apparitions, objects flying through the air, items that have been moved, misplaced, or lost, only to reappear or show up again later in another location. Phantom furniture has been heard, along with thumps, thuds, knocks, scratchings, the sounds of animals, and disembodied human voices. Although some have been heard with the naked ear, there have been an amazing amount of EVPs captured, depicting the voices of men, women, and children. Many have experienced extreme smells. Lastly, and most famously, there's been physical harm to the occupants and investigators in the forms of scratches, burns, and cuts. Although the majority of these attacks have been often centered on Tony Pickman, there have been a few others who have also been a focus of the physical harassment. Back in the day when Tony and Deborah still lived in the house, the show Sightings was out there and did an investigation with the psychic Peter James. And then recently, Ghost Adventures did a show and investigation there with Tony and Deborah, and also did an Aftershocks program on it as well. So we're going to be talking about the Sally House tonight and their experiences there. So with that, I'd like to welcome to the show Tony and Deborah Pickman.
Hi, all. How are you?
Good evening and welcome.
I got to say, a lot of our listeners are really excited about tonight's show. I don't think we've ever been had so many questions submitted before a show before tonight. So we're really looking forward to getting into this.
Questions are good.
Indeed. Now let's start off with this. Did you have any paranormal experiences before moving into the Sally House in your life?
I did not. I had one when I was 11. I was in my bedroom at my parents' house, and I one night saw these really white, bony fingers kind of reach from inside the closet door. I had sliding closet doors at the end of my bed, and kind of pull the door open. Probably about 4 inches, and I just saw this face that just frightened the heck out of me. To me at the time, I thought it was the devil, because it looked at me and just let out this really evil laugh that just echoed through the room and just scared the dickens out of me. I never I kind of refused to sleep in that room again.
I don't blame you.
In fact, I don't think I went back in there until
after we were married.
Yeah. So that's how bad it scared me.
I'm getting creeped out already. I'm going through stuff in my house. I don't even want to go in my room. But it's really interesting, because I'm wondering. Someone brought this up. I'm going to ask a direct question that they asked me, and it has to do with a law regarding when a house has a previous history of paranormal activity. She asks. This is from Lorraine. When you first found the house, the two of you have said you found it warming and inviting. Since problems did not immediately occur once you moved in, do you think laws such as the stigmatized
property, or more specifically phenomena stigma that are in many jurisdictions require disclosure if a house has these hauntings. Do you think that this law can actually help people, buyers, before they move into a home?
I do, and I don't think all states have that kind of a law, but I have heard about it, and I've heard that there's some people who actually search out homes that have that paranormal activity that's being disclosed because they want that type of environment.
Yeah, I think it'd kind of be a double-edged sword. It'd be good, in the fact that I would have liked to have known.
Yeah, for sure.
But at the same time, there's so many researchers that it would spark such an interest too that it could backfire too. So that's a tough question.
Now, did you guys know who lived in the house before you, and is there any idea of where this this entity may have originated from, the cause of it?
We didn't know any of the history on the house until the first episode of Sightings aired, pretty much. After we had, I'll backtrack a little bit. When we had when we had the main event where all the bears in the nursery moved, it was a few days after that we had a psychic that originated from town, had been since then living in California and giving lectures and such out there. And she came back to town just in time for, us to get help from her and insight. And it was then that Sally was actually given her name, and it was probably the next day. I know it was the next day. Myself and two other friends went down to the library and just scoped out every bit of information we could find, from death records and church records in Latin, and the microfiche, which is like ancient, and telephone books. And that's when we realized who had lived in the house prior to us. Not to say that anybody had really listed any history of paranormal activity. I do know that after the first airing of Sightings, we had a woman by the name of Heather who had lived in the house prior to us, probably about 4 months prior to us. And she didn't live there for very long, but her daughter was young, and she would reprimand her daughter for, leaving the toys out and such. And her daughter would respond with, "Well, Mommy, I didn't do that. Sally did it." So it was quite an interesting coincidence, I guess you would say, that, the first time that we realized that there may have been any paranormal activity prior to us being in the house.
Now, the question I have is, with this entity, let's name Sally, I think it's Sally Isabel Hall, if I'm correct with that, but is it possible that some dark presence was masking itself, or a demon, to appear that it was a little girl, but in fact it was something more sinister?
Absolutely.
Yeah, at the time it was going on, we were so new to the paranormal, it didn't really even cross our mind. But now that we've done investigations and we've learned more about it, that we definitely think that's what happened. I know myself, when bodily harm was going on and things like that, it did not feel to me like it was something a little girl would do. I just couldn't wrap that around my head, and it just always felt really evil to me. Deb had a totally different reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it affected each of us in a different way, so much so that it basically drove a wedge between us. Here I was thinking it was, pretty well benign, and, was actually inviting it in and into our lives, come sit down and read a book with, myself and the baby, or, different things like that. And Tony, he wouldn't even acknowledge it when it was leaving signs that it was in the room with us. And so in Tony's not acknowledging it as a child, it started taking on other forms to try and get his attention.
What were some of the first instances where it became physical with Tony?
I think I would say some of the first instances were
when sightings started coming up.
Yeah, it seemed to really pick up when sightings come up. A lot of their crew members started having experiences. I had a few scratches before that, but after they showed up, I don't know, the energy in the house just seemed to really
spike.
Yeah, escalate, and that's when more of the bodily harm started taking place.
Wow. Maybe because they was upset that you actually brought something like that into the home?
Well, at first we thought it wanted to show off, thinking still that it was a child. We thought it would show off.
But, looking back, I think now that it didn't want us to get help. We were, I think, in a way, trying to foil its plan, and it was, I think, fighting back.
Deborah and Tony, how many different investigative teams looked into the home over the years, and was there more than one entity detected?
Well, we lived there. Sightings is probably the only sort of team. I wouldn't even necessarily call them a paranormal team, but their sound equipment and their video equipment were able to, pick up on some of the evidence. So, in a way, they were a team. So we didn't really have any teams come in while we lived in the house. Since then, I couldn't give you a number. Yeah.
Countless teams have gone in.
As far as how many entities, I know for the longest time we thought it was just the one, the child, or Tony thought it was more than just a child, and we realized that in a Christmas photo that we got back from the development at our nearest Walmart, where we could clearly discern two separate visual anomalies. One was like marbly lights or something like that, and several feet away from that was like a murky brown sort of an entity. So that's when we realized that there were two.
Now, what prompted the sightings team to come out? Did you guys get in contact with them? Had they heard rumors about the house?
Yeah, no, we didn't reach out. In fact, at that point, we didn't know what to do, because not ever being in a situation like that, we thought, we don't have the money. I mean, we just moved into the house. Between the baby and the move, we were pretty well sucked dry. So we had no idea that paranormal investigation teams didn't ask for money. Hence the not reaching out to anybody. The reason sightings came in is that psychic that I originally talked about. She lived in California and gave talks about the paranormal at some of the universities out there. And that's where the interest from a lot of the television, there was sightings, there was...
they had heard about us through her lectures.
Right. There were several big, TV show kind of entities that were interested, and she finally contacted us and said, hey, I don't know if you're interested in anything like this, because she had talked about us anonymously, and they were approaching her for more information. They wanted to get in touch with us, and finally she turned around and said, hey, I don't know if you guys are interested, but these kind of people are interested in your story. She said, be really careful, because once you cross this line, there's no going back. You're going to have national and TV kind of stuff for the rest of your life, basically, and that's how it has been.
It could turn into a circus, is basically what she said.
Yeah.
And she kind of suggested that we go with sightings. I think paranormal paranormal witness. Unsolved Mysteries was another big one that wanted to get a hold of us, and we kind of chose to go with sightings just because they weren't at the time as well known. And we didn't think it'd be as much of a media circus, because I'm telling you, this is a little town we live in, and everybody knows your business.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine.
So we're really worried about, we fought like cats and dogs, I think, when we decided to come out with this. My family originated from here. We've been here for, Pickmans are infesting this town. And my parents worked hard to give us a good name, and I didn't want to do anything to mess that up, and so it wasn't an easy decision to come out with their story.
I was going to ask you that. When did you both decide that it was time? After, I'm sure it must have been maybe a subtle beginning to the activity, and you're saying, okay, what was that?
or maybe it was just it got wild all of a sudden. I don't know. But I'm wondering, when did you reach that point, and was there any religious considerations involved on seeking certain advice by certain institutional type organizations?
Well, to answer a little underlying question, yeah, things escalated very gently. It was very benign in the beginning, and then it escalated to full on forceful impacts, physical impacts, and attacks on Tony. He had actually started talking to a priest.
Yeah, I talked to a priest that I had kind of grown up with. I went to a Catholic grade school, a Catholic high school, so I'd known him for years. And he had finally, I had explained what was going on, and he was in the process of getting ready to come over. He was going to come over and kind of go through the house and see and give me what his thoughts were. But he had passed away of a heart attack a week before he made it over, so he never did make it over.
We always thought that was really kind of odd.
Now, did you guys ever receive any type of message or communications from Sally or the other entities of why they were still dwelling in this space? Any theories behind that?
Yeah, we were told by the first psychic to maybe, at the time she was telling us it was this little girl, and Deb did a little better job at communicating. It just did not feel right communicating to it for me. I don't know why, but I just couldn't do it. But at the time, she had told us to leave a notepad.
No, I don't. No, she didn't tell us to do that. I told her that that's what I had done to try and. I'd always been interested in the paranormal, and for some odd reason, I always thought, if given the situation, I would be able to communicate in some way. And I thought if this was a little child, crayons. Every kid likes crayons, so I set up just a pad of paper on a clipboard and a little box of crayons, and I would write notes to her like, "How old are you?" or "What's your favorite color?" And I would leave the crayon laying there for her, and she answered back twice. The first time was, and we used to have a picture on the website, and I must apologize in advance here. Our website is going through a major reconstruction, so there's not a whole lot of photos available. But there is a picture that I will have up, and it shows what looks like the number 7 and then the word "like" next to it. And that was in regards to us asking how old she was. The "like," we thought it was in regards to that first psychic coming, and we had talked about, leave some toys for her that she can play with, because she was constantly waking the baby or flipping our pictures upside down, or playing with the microwave, or different things like that were a little bit more dangerous. And oh gosh, I forgot where I was going with that. Forgive me.
No, it's all right. We have a couple of questions coming in from chat. I'll get to the two real quick. One wants to know, did you guys get a cleansing of the house early on, and was there any effect to it?
We had a shaman approach us at one point. It was like after the first or second, it was after the second or third sightings investigation. So I want to say it was towards the end of 93, maybe into early 94. And I can remember sitting at the top of the stairs going through this whole shaman ritual, and she had picked up 2 entities in the house, one being a male and one being what presented to be a little girl. She asked if we wanted the little girl to go, if we just wanted the man to go, and we thought, it was my fault. I said, let the little girl stay. In hindsight, we should have just pretty much exorcised everything out of the house, and we did not. And during that cleansing that we tried, we were at the top of the stairs, I remember, and sitting in a circle holding hands, and we were shaman was telling this thing that it needed to go and be forceful, and we ended up having to quit like Oh yeah.
through it because it was just.
It was attacking Tony.
Yeah,
we've got pictures as well across his
It
shoulders.
just
several
felt like
attacks.
something ripping at my back, and I couldn't take the pain anymore. And we stopped. We took pictures afterwards, and it was.
But that's the only cleansing that we really had done while in the house.
There's another question from Lorraine, and it says, Did you guys seek counsel with the priest before or after the incident with the cat? I don't know if we've talked about the cat incident yet, but
I did both. I was had started seeing him, but yeah, I did talk to him about that. And yeah, that really terrified me. That
The cat incident.
because I just did not understand that we are such animal lovers. We have so many pets that we love and adore, and it was just so unlike me. And yeah, it's still a hard thing to swallow. And
Lorraine also mentions, Tony, that she mentions that you were touched by unseen hands, leaving behind bite marks and scratched often. At one point, you are on camera without a shirt, hands at your side, and scratches appear seemingly out of nowhere on your torso while the camera films it. She wants to know, was this some type of these attacks reserved just to the house, or maybe a particular area in the house, or anywhere on the property, and did you ever require medical attention for it?
Let's see. Most of it did occur at the house. There were some scratches that people would have to point out because I wasn't even aware that I had at the time. There were times I may be sitting there and just my forehead started bleeding, and someone would have to point it out. I was unaware, but there were other times that were really, really painful. Most of them did occur in the house, and I had most of my worst trouble, I think, was up towards the master bedroom. For some reason, that room was just really, really hard for me. I had a lot of trouble in that room, from things moving to seeing full apparitions and just
and physical contact.
That's probably where I had some of my worst.
Now, I know on the Ghost Adventures, you guys were in the basement, and I mean, something weird happened where the psychic almost fainted at the same time. You received what looked like some kind of welt or burn on your neck. How long did that last, and how did that relate to some of the other things that have happened to you? Was that on the more severe end of?
It was a little different than we had normally experienced.
It was a little different, but I had been. There was a time when we lived there, I remember laying in bed, and it was probably one of my most frightful times. I was laying in bed, and I had saw the apparition of this little girl, and she kept reaching out for me on the side of the bed, and it was, scaring the heck out of me, and every time she'd reach towards me, I'd pull back. And the final time she reached and grabbed my wrist, and as I jerked back, the whole apparition just changed. It turned into some kind of, it's so hard to explain, half human, half animal type creature. It was just horrible. And it let out this growl at me, and to this day, my heart just gets to beat and talking about it. It's the first time I've ever been so scared that I could not scream. I just froze. But I had in the morning, I had kind of the same burns on my wrist. I had handprint welted up on my wrist where something had grabbed me.
Wow. That's deep.
Yeah, so what he thought was a dream wasn't really a dream.
I was just going to ask you that. Did any of your dreams interpret any kind of... I've had dreams sometimes where it's so vivid, it seems so real, and I'll grab a part of my body that I felt was, being attacked in the dream. Did anything manifest physically from dreams?
Let me try to think.
The welts.
Wake up.
Well, several scratches. I remember one time dreaming that it was almost like going into another reality. I felt like I was this little girl and I was being whipped, but I could see this man in there, and he had overalls on, and he was chasing me around this cabin, and he started whipping me with this it almost looked like a piece of rubber hose or something.
Yeah.
And he was just whipping me across the shoulder. And when I woke up, I had horrendous welts across my left shoulder, just 4 or 5 of them. It had looked like I'd been, beat.
Yeah.
Now, Tiffany has a question in chat. She wants to know, did you guys have children in the home?
Our oldest boy, we have 3 boys. Our oldest boy was born in that home. We moved in December of 92, and he was born in June of 93. So we'd been there about 6 months.
Did you ever have like relatives or friends coming over during your stay there and the day? You ever have experiences there?
Oh yeah,
we did, and you kind of find out sometimes. A lot of our friends would come over, because things would happen.
We got a lot of new friends, we'll say that.
Yeah, people would just, you'd meet people and they'd come over and something had happened and they couldn't wait to come back.
Wow.
Thankfully, it was nothing too severe to, some of them were kind of comical. I remember a neighbor boy being there one time. He used to
walk our dog
and stuff for us, and he was sitting there with me. I was getting ready for work, putting on my boots, and he I'm tying my boot, and I'm sitting at a table, and we had a big sectional couch that kind of wrapped around the living room, and end table on each end with oil lamps, and he was sitting kind of in the middle of the floor, and this oil lamp slid right in front of him off the table. I just remember he just looked at me terrified, and he looks at me and he says, "I'll be going home now," and he just darted out the door. But thankfully, thank God, most of it was
pretty
prankster type things that would happen when they were over. A few friends I remember dared Sally to turn the lights on and off, and it was like a strobe light. The lights just started, flashing on and off, and these were big grown men pretty much, and they were pretty terrified.
This took place upstairs in the nursery, and you never saw 2 big Indian boys tumble down those stairs trying to get ahead of the other and out the front door. Wow. It was really funny.
Well, we're going to take our short first break, and we'll be back in 2 minutes more with Deborah and Tony Pickman about the Sally House. Keep your questions rolling in. We got about 3 or 4 to get to when we get back from the break. You're listening to the Jamie Havocan Show right here on KGRA Radio.
Okay. While that takes the break, let's lower that down. Oh, that's weird. What is that sound? I heard like a humming sound, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't know if you heard that. Just not like a... I heard it. Anyway, hello to everybody on YouTube that's watching, everybody in YouTube chat. And while we're doing that, let's do a quick shout-out to everybody in the YouTube chat room. We have Sherry, Chris in the UK, CND Boy in Canada, David Schmidt, Amanda, Jello, Patrice Sheridan, host of Global Newsmaker Focus, which airs Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on KGRARadio.com. Prow, Sarah, Mark D'Antonio, and like I've been mentioning it all night, make sure to go and subscribe to Sky Tour live stream with Mark D'Antonio. And also don't forget P&K Space Imaging, and sub to that if you haven't already. Hello to Tony the Night Owl, Vicky, and Zombie. I like doing that. For some reason, Zombie, I like doing that. Zombie. All right. So, I hope I got Sarah and Henry. All right. They didn't catch the humming sound. I heard it. Let me see if it's my arm. Maybe it's these little... No, it's not the springs on the arms. I thought maybe they were... No, it's definitely not that. I heard it. Oh, you see it? Maybe it is. It is. Hear it? Well, I can hear it. That's what it was when I swung the arm. Hey, we got to figure it out. At least we come to a logical conclusion and solve it. Debunked. Debunked. Okay. So I'm waiting for the commercials to stop.
Coils.
And then we'll continue that show. And then I'll play something else. I got to say, the show that Mark did with Commander Cobra was, I think, one of the best interviews that has been done with Mark, because there were so many things that were discussed that aren't normally discussed. Those familiar with Mark know, and we know of Mark here quite well, about his work involving astronomy and MUFON and the UFO Talk 2 project. But they were talking about some other stuff and some of Mark's experiences. And to me, it was a real intimate conversation, and it was a real fun conversation as well. So I may air that after this show, because I don't know if a lot of people have heard that show when Mark was on with Commander Cobra. And I'm sure I have it in my archives because I play it in KGRA all the time. So maybe I'll do that. Because like I said, it's a really telling and insightful interview with Mark. And Mark goes on with some interesting stories, like I said, experiences he's had. And maybe we'll do that. And yeah, I'm definitely still getting revenge, Mark, for the both of you busting my chops right before we come from break on the air. They're both messing around. They're messing with me, and they're still talking. I'm going 3, 2, 1 to go on air live, and they're counting along with me. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, you guys are gonna pay, both of you. I'm getting Commander, and I'm definitely gonna get you, Mark. So I just wanted to say that. Let's see if the show's back.
It drives me nuts feeling like it won, and part of it is it was my faith in God. I feel like if I'm going to preach this faith, I need to have faith myself and know that I'm stronger than what's there. So that was a big part of it, and
going back, I think you did win over what was there. You told it, you have no power over me.
Well, that's right when that happened, is right when you said you have God on your side. And that's when, that burn happened and everybody just started, the psychic girl almost fainted and fell.
Yep, down there in the basement.
Yeah, that was very, very strange.
It's kind of a weird thing because, after all that's happened there, the draw back to that house is
still there.
It's crazy. It's always there, and you really have to fight that draw. It's like it wants to bring you back in, and I had fallen for that before.
Yeah,
and that's why we ended up there in 2007. And
there was another time that he was drawn back. I got up in the morning and he was sitting on the couch and he said, "You'll never guess where I was."
Oh, boy.
And I'm thinking, okay, where? And he said he woke up in front of the Sally house. He had walked it's a small town. We are like 9 blocks away from the Sally house.
Mm-hmm.
And he had walked in the middle of winter without even shoes on his feet. And that's where he woke up, in front of the Sally house.
Wow.
Tiffany would like to know in chat, do you have any lasting effects, either one of you, from the paranormal attacks that you experienced at the Sally house?
I want to say Tony suffers from that post-traumatic.
Yeah, I never realized at the time it was happening. I've always compared it to almost living with a sniper, because you wake up in the morning and you don't know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And all day long you're on eggshells because you don't know, is it going to get really physical? And you kind of fear for your life every day. And I realized we were doing a talk in in Gettysburg. And we have a slide presentation that goes on during our talk kind of behind us, and it shows a lot of photos. And during that talk, I kind of got to glancing back, and it had just all at once kicked into me. Man, I've really gone through a lot of physical, and I just broke down in tears. I mean, I hadn't realized that it had bothered me that bad. and it was somewhat of post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Yeah. And we, even to this day, when there are certain groups over there that are very challenging to the spirits that are in the house, we get the repercussions in our house.
Oh, wow.
And so we always try to be aware of what's going on there. I mean, he's been set on fire. We've had, a knife fly through the air. We just don't know what's going on. So he still is almost living in this sniper type environment.
Wow. Now, I'm going to add on to X-Lady's question. Who is the current owner of the house, and is there any idea what might happen if somebody attempted to demolish the house?
The current owner is Les Smith. He's a ex-police officer here in town, and he owned the house when we lived there. In fact, he had just bought it like 6 months prior to us moving in, and he does still own it. As far as burning the house down, I'm not sure if that would take care of the problem, because through our research and the research of other investigators and ancestral kind of, research that's been done, we've kind of determined that it's tied to the land. It's not tied. It's not tied to the house.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't bother me a whole lot.
Yeah,
to see it burn. And part of it's because I know what's in the house and what it's capable of, and our town gives. Now you can take guided tours and unguided tours and stuff, and
but trolley rides and
I feel sometimes like it's just waiting for just the right person.
Yeah.
It's going to happen all over.
There was an
again.
investigation team. I mean, investigation teams go in all the time anymore, and there was one team that even took a baby in. And that's stupidity.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's very. We almost feel responsible for what goes on in that house because we know what's there. We try and warn people away.
We get questions on, people approach us on Facebook or emails because we put it out there that had been to the house or sometimes just stood in the yard and are really being bothered now by something that they're, wanting our help. So
we worry about the people that go in there, or that it's available for the public to go in.
You have to be careful what you're going into without knowing, 100% what's inside.
And even then, as much as we know, we've investigated with a lot of extreme cases since leaving. We got involved in the paranormal, and knowing what we know after the investigations that we've done outside of the house, it's not something to mess with. It's waiting, and somebody's going to be hurt badly at some point, and people don't realize, even seasoned investigators don't realize the harm that they're putting their group or their family or whatever into.
One quick follow-up, Bill. Has anybody occupied the house since 2007, actually lived there?
No, not since 2007.
Okay.
No.
Now, Mark has a question, and it kind of relates to something I wanted to ask you. It's about mirrors. He wants to know, did you have any experiences with mirrors? And we were speaking off the air. I showed you a picture of something I might have captured in a mirror in my home. Now, not only with the mirrors, but any kind of other personal objects that were in the home. When you moved out of that home, did you leave everything behind so there was no kind of connection from any of the artifacts that were in the home to your new home?
There was nothing in the home when we moved in, so everything that was in the home when we moved out was ours. So there was nothing that that had an attachment prior.
Gotcha.
Everything we left we owned. We did, however, leave some toys and different things behind for what we at that point still thought was a little spirit ghost.
Interesting.
Now, Tony, when did this start taking a darker turn? When did this start? I don't know if you would say it was a possession or some type of oppression or influence that and I'm not sure you want to talk about it, but gave you some very disturbing thoughts.
It was probably I want
to say 1993.
Yeah, it was probably months after, I'd say 2 to 3 months after we lived in the house, it started really affecting me. My thoughts would just get really heavy and violent. There were times Deb would walk by me in the house, and it would be such a quick, it would just be like something would come over you, and all you could think about was wanting to hurt her. And I've always told her, I said, it felt somewhat like, it felt like I was someone else and almost jealous of her.
Mm-hmm.
It was such an odd feeling. And then it got so severe that it was just that's all you could think about were harmful things, and most of it was aimed at her for some reason.
I remember a time, it must have been a weekend because he was home. We were sitting on that long sectional couch, and he had dozed off, laying on his back, and I was sitting at one of the ends. And I can remember him sitting up, looking at me. He sat up almost mechanically and looking at me and saying, "He's mine."
Wow.
And then laying back down. And at the time, that should have been a red flag to me. I'm a very logical and scientifically based, question-asking kind of individual. And it should have been a red flag. I, at the time, thought, oh, he's just having a dream of, our newborn and, someone attempting to take our newborn from us.
Mm-hmm.
But in hindsight, I think that was a partial possession, at least, and it laying claim to Tony, and that it had some sort of a grip on him.
And there's you want to ask Lorraine? You want me to go ahead, Bill?
Oh no, I got to follow up on something.
Go ahead.
I want to know what would you say to individuals who are maybe homeowners that are looking to buy our new home, and they now move into a home that has some type of unknown activity going on, but are yet alarmed by it. Should they accept this, since it's being docile and it's not really doing any kind of real physical disturbances, or should they seek professional paranormal investigative help to uncover the true nature of the entity or entities?
That's almost a hard one. I know that there's a lot of people who live with. I mean, we have a friend here in town. She's, in fact, she's done a lot of historical work for the Sally House, and she has a ghost that lives up in her attic and gets pissed off at times and throws suitcases down the stairs.
Wow.
But for the most part, they live together quite. I don't want to say normally, but there's no dangers.
Yeah, I would have to say you have to go with your heart. If it does not feel right to you,
yeah, go with your gut.
I would get some help, because that I wished I'd known what I know now about the paranormal.
Mm-hmm.
We might have handled things a lot different back then. There wasn't all the help out there like there is now. And it was almost taboo to bring it up back then.
No, I know the whole town there is somewhat considered like a haunted town. Is there something that took place in history, some type of war, Indian war, anything to explain all the activity that the town experiences?
I want to say that Trail of Tears went through this general area. No? I know there was slavery issues. We sit on a bed of shale, or not shale, limestone, and I know that heightens the.
Indeed, yeah, the stone tape theory type thing.
Right, it contains more of the energy.
Yeah,
yeah. But I can't say there was anything really major that went on here.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the records, you won't find a lot of bad things that happen here, so it's kind of unexplainable. But I hear that all the time. People will come into town, and it's just they claim it just has a whole kind of sometimes eerie feeling to it.
Mm-hmm. Lorraine wants to know, what about the baby doll you bought for Sally? Is it still in the house?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, to add to what Lorraine asked, another question she has to Deborah, what would you say was happening to your husband was more like an attempt at possession of your husband, or like an attachment?
I want to say possession because my inference of attachment is kind of a silent thing that changes how you react or something to a situation. I mean, a possession, I think, more along the lines of outright personality change, speaking through you. So I would have to go with possession or an attempt. I believe there was some level of possession to attempt a full possession.
And Lorraine submitted quite a few questions before the show. Here's another one of hers. Paranormal Witness called their episode of the Sally House the Harpy. In Greek mythology and Roman mythology, a harpy is a female monster in the form of a bird with a human face. Did something happen that suggests a harpy was connected to the house? Have you heard this before?
No, that kind of came about because
it caught us off guard. When
the Paranormal Witness is originally they do the show in, where is it?
Canada. Oh.
Britain, I believe, or somewhere like that. But I had been telling them a story during my interviews of there were 2 times in the master bedroom I had dealings with this entity of what seemed like a really mean woman upstairs, and she would appear at the end of the bed, come around, and she would always reach for me like she was reaching for my neck. And when she did, I would hear her say, I'm going to, and about the time she said to, she would reach for my throat, and all I can remember seeing on her hand was a big black bird. And that's how the bird thing came. Well, they didn't quite know how to get that across. They called me one day on the phone and started talking about they were going to make it a harpy, and I'm like, a harpy? I'm kind of confused. But they kind of combined stories because they didn't have a whole lot of time.
Yeah, there's so
much
many
editing
events
and stuff that you don't have control over, and that's where the whole harpy type thing came about.
What do you think would be the best way to resolve a house that has some type of a haunting or residual entity there? What do you think it would be the best way to resolve that? Have you, looking back now, do you think there is any kind of specific way that you can rid of an entity like this?
They kind of combined stories because they didn't have a whole
sorry
lot of
about
time.
this.
That's all right.
Okay. That's a hard one because we've had teams that go in and bind what's there, or try and do some sort of a cleansing sort of thing.
Exorcism type thing.
But there's so many groups that come in afterwards and call it back out that it just re-engages all that energy and activity. If you could bind it and perhaps burn the house, maybe then it would quiet what's there. But it's hard to say because you've got so many people that want to engage with it again.
You'll have one team that will go in and try to cast out what's there, and then another team behind them come in and use a Ouija board and open things up again.
Yep.
So it really is a hard situation when you have when it turns into a public place to go investigate.
Yeah, like experimental platform where everybody's doing from all different kind of angles and theories.
Right. You just you bring up a good situation there. For the longest time, it was just a few investigators that went there, and it was almost like a laboratory. You could count on this, you can count on that. You had in your EVPs, you would hear consistently through time certain individuals. And at this point, there's been so many people that have invited, more spirit in, or, have come with spirits themselves, that you just don't know. It's kind of like a bus station. You just don't know what's going to be there or what you're dealing with. It's basically changed over time. You don't know what to expect.
So you think this is from different investigators opening doorways, or do you think there's actually a doorway or a portal there or something like that?
We were told by Peter James that there was
he said there was a big portal there in the dining room, that things were coming and going, and there was one entity that was very bad there that was also holding other spirits there, almost like prisoner in the house. So,
and to add to that, Tony and Deborah, Lorraine mentioned something earlier that was interesting. Were any of the surrounding area or homes affected? Because, like Jamie just made reference to, as far as portals, and we hear of that sometimes it's a specific area that something opens up and this activity occurs, a rift in time and space. You think that's possible, that this could be an explanation for this type of behavior, these actions?
It could be. The little boy I told you about earlier that with the lamp that moved. I know he lived in a house just kind of catty corner to us across the alley, and he had always told me about problems they had. There had been a murder that had occurred at their house too, and he had talked about a dark entity that he had seen in their house that scared him quite a bit. So there could very well be a parallel to that.
And I know that both houses on either side of the house we lived in did have some paranormal activity at times, not consistently across, the different individuals that would move into the house, but reportedly they did have some activity.
Mm-hmm. You know what, though? They're speaking about this in chat. There could be a lot of negativity when people that go into an area like this, and they're looking for the adventure, and they, like we were talking earlier about the experimentational phase of this, and they're using Ouija boards or seances, and they don't really take in consideration the ramifications, the consequences of doing this, and what it can mean, not just for you as the residents of the home, but in general of what they could be unleashing into our realm.
Right.
Exactly.
There's a group that goes in quite often right now that is the epitome of that situation.
Yeah, you don't know what you're opening up, how it's going to affect the next person that goes in that house. You may not have trouble yourself, but the next person that goes in could get bombarded. So it's really a bad situation.
Well, we have about 5 minutes left. I wanted to let you guys talk about the book. Deborah, you wrote the book. You want to tell us a bit about it, where people can pick it up?
The book was written, and it's based on the journal that I kept while we lived at the house. So the details of it are very factual. Excuse me. It's a chronological record of the events that we went through. It's kind of like being a fly on the wall. Mm-hmm. So they get a good glimpse of the behind the scenes, the arguing that took place, the emotions and stuff that we went through when dealing with all of this. You guys, your listeners can pick it up at our website, which every one of the books goes out with our autograph, so to speak, and a couple extra bonus items, pictures and stuff like that. But I'm sure that it's still available on Amazon at a discount as well as through the publisher itself.
Okay. So that website's thesallyhouse.com. A couple more questions. Do you think that the entities could be feeding off this high traffic in the house, all the people that come to visit?
Personally, I definitely think it is.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, we get messages from people every day that have gone there just on a tour or a visit or such, and are having a lot of really bad trouble now. So yeah, I definitely think that's a yes.
Another thing too, I know there was a made-for-TV movie, I believe, based on the Sally House. Has there been any consideration on doing some other type of film, maybe a feature film on the experiences at the Sally House?
Before the made-for-TV movie was produced, they were thinking of making a feature film. They decided against that, and right now there's nothing else on the plates of anybody that I know to make a feature film.
Okay. Because we see so many of these movies like The Conjuring and some of these other movies. I think this is a good atmosphere for, this could be the right timing to have a movie of this type to come out based on the Sally House. I think there'd be a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, it would definitely do good. I know that.
Yeah.
Well, anything you guys have coming up in the future? Anything to be released? Any big interviews you'd like to talk about?
We don't have anything major scheduled this year. However, we have recently embarked on on creating a group. It's called Survivors of the Dark, and anybody can find it on Facebook. And we're basically trying to give those who have been through an extreme event like this, like a forum or a connection with people that can help in the aftermath of what they've gone through, because so many people live through an event. Families that have lived through this end up separating. They go through so much stress, and they don't know how to react to it, and they don't know the ramifications that occur within their family unit. And so this project is to help anybody, whether you're a celebrity and have gone into locations that are really making a difference, a negative difference on your life, or if you're just every Joe Blow like we were, giving them an outlet.
Now, one final question for me before we go, because we're getting close on time. But what do you think about all these paranormal reality shows that are on TV and everything else? What do you think about that?
I think it gives people the comfort of being interested in this from the comfort of their own couch. And so they know it's more out there, and they can feel comfortable about knowing the experiences that they've gone through. But it's also a double-edged sword, because all you need is a handheld recorder, and you go into a old building or something like that, and that it creates newbie groups, which can do a lot of damage out there.
Yeah,
they go in thinking they know what they're doing, and they actually can make the situations worse.
Agreed, inexperienced. I agree.
All right. Well, I got to say this has been a very interesting show. A lot of listener participation and interest in this, and it's definitely a case I've had interest in for a long time. So we thank you guys for coming on tonight to share your experience.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you to all your listeners for such great questions.
Indeed. And we'll keep in contact. If anything happens in the future, definitely let us know. We'll help promote it. Maybe bring guys back on to talk about it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, you guys have a good night.
All right, and that was Deborah and, oh my, I forget his name. I got to look at the file. Oh, I can't even see it. I can't remember his name. I know she was Deborah. I can't remember his name. But that was all about the Sally House. Okay, now, let's see. You guys are talking about a sound. Anyway, okay, we're going to play that. I just want to say hello to everybody that's watching on YouTube and all those that are in the YouTube chat right now. Let's go and do a quick shout out before I go with that. Let's see. Arnie, Sherry, Chris, Amanda, John, Jello, Prow, and Sarah. And so far, it's quiet on the screen. It's only 1:33, so we'll give it a little time, see if we see anything. Let me see what show I'm going to play. I haven't heard this one. Let me see what this one's about. Oh. I don't think
Europe, Tibet, Native America, and Africa. This gives him an interesting perspective and edge on a lot of investigations and phenomena. And in addition to being the author of The Black-Eyed Children, he has written Strange Intruders, and also has his first anthology, Wood Knocks, about Bigfoot out, and a second one coming out. I'm pleased to say that I'm going to be a feature in that anthology on the interdimensional aspects of Bigfoot. Websites, leprechaunpress.com, and a fabulous blog, twocrowsparanormal.blogspot. David, welcome to the show tonight. So glad to have you back.
Hey, Rosemary. It's always great to talk with you.
Where do we find you now in mid-February?
in mid-February. I've been traveling quite a bit, actually. I just landed in the Southwest again, and we'll probably be sort of in one place for a week or two, maybe, and then off again. I stay on the move quite a bit, doing investigations really all over the world, and stayed mostly domestic this past year, but I've got some international things probably coming up again in 2017. And I did just get back from Australia, which I know you're going to do Australia, or have already done it, I guess, at this point. And it's a great place, and I had some great accounts from down there. I'll be posting on the blog soon too.
Well, every time I look at your posts on Facebook, it seems like you're somewhere else doing an investigation or research. You travel an amazing amount of time. How do you ever keep up with your writing?
Well, it's been a lot of adjustments. The reason I didn't write any books for actually so many years is because of traveling so much and just spending so much time, as I say, boots on the ground doing investigations. But it got to the point where I just had so much information I wanted to start sharing that I finally did sort of start getting into a rhythm of writing more. And you'll see a few more projects out from me next year, actually. I've got several books in the pipeline that are coming out in 2017, and lots of exciting projects lined up. And I've sort of gotten into a rhythm now where I can write just about anywhere, which is, real benefit with how much I travel and everything.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of your fans are glad to hear that as well, because the books that you have done are highly prized in the paranormal and cryptid communities as being chock full of very interesting information and a lot of in-depth research. When you go out and investigate, what kinds of criteria do you apply when you look around for sites? Because you've been at some very unusual sites that are kind of off the beaten track.
That's true. I had to actually stop and think about that for a moment. I have such a diverse range of interests in this field, which in itself is a little bit unusual. I know that you share that approach too. And, one of the people I idolized a lot in this field was John Keel, and he sort of had the same approach. I'm interested in haunted sites and ufology and cryptids and just the whole gamut, even bringing in things like psychic phenomena and ancient mysteries and things like that. So one of the things I have found myself looking for a bit more in the last couple of years are areas that have a real high concentration of that. And I've always sort of been drawn to these, portal areas or window zones, places of high weirdness, so to speak. And, it's drawn me to places like the Uinta Basin, where the Skinwalker Ranch is, Point Pleasant, West Virginia, which, of course, everybody knows for the Mothman, but there's a lot more going on there. Cannock Chase in England. These sites are really all over the world. And I find that has the last several years, I find that the amount of weirdness, if you will, and reports are just increasing at a rapid pace. I know there's some people saying that, we're in a cycle where it's sort of going down, but traveling so much, I don't see that. I see more and more paranormal or supernatural activity, if you will.
I would agree with that. Exactly the same thing too, what I would consider an increase in all kinds of activity across the board. And for me, I've wondered, well, how much of this is increased reporting, with more people out doing things and coming forward with them versus an actual increase. I still wind up feeling that we're actually seeing an increase in activity. And have you formulated any theories why? Are we seeing a thinning of interdimensional boundaries? Are more people psychically sensitive?
I think both of those are factors. And I would add in, too, that I often point out the paranormal, and I use that term in general, has become a part of pop culture. And that's something that certainly people like you and I, when we started in this field, that was not the case at all. We were kind of the weirdos interested in this stuff, and nobody wanted to talk to us. It took a lot of work and effort, pre-internet, to get to this information. At least that was my experience. And we're sort of seeing the flip side of that now in the past, I don't know, 10 years or so, but particularly in, I'd say, the last 5 years, everyone has a story. Everyone has a story about a ghost or a cryptid or something strange they saw in the sky. And part of that level of comfort comes from, you can turn on the television any given night and there's some kind of reality show with a paranormal theme. So I think that has created a level of comfort. But on the other side, I do think we're in a period of the veil's thinning, so to speak. And that in part comes from my background, having a shamanic approach, speaking to elders all over the world, particularly when 2012 was racing towards us and, the media wanted to hype this whole idea of the end of the world and all this nonsense. But the native cultures really weren't saying that. They were saying that, yeah, it's a transition period, but it's really a period where we're going to see things open up in a different way. And people are going to experience more things because there's simply more coming through. Hand in hand with that, I definitely think that, overall people are starting to develop a different level of sensitivity, if you will. And it's kind of curious because if you look just at the world, in general, you see a lot of what seems to be dumbing down of sensitivity with people so focused on social media and glued to their phones and everything. I think a lot of people are becoming a bit more oblivious, but then the other side of that is I think that there's a different segment of people who are starting to pull away a little bit and open up a bit more. And that's leading to, some unique things.
Well, definitely in the field of paranormal investigation, for individuals who are going to be serious about it and they put in a lot of time, I really do think that just naturally they start opening up psychically, even though they may say to themselves that they don't consider themselves to be psychic. It's almost impossible to investigate the paranormal without having that sensitivity.
Absolutely.
One of the things... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's funny you bring that up because I hear that all the time from investigators who have been in the field a long time. I hear both things. I hear people who just start to get into it and claim that they're sensitive, and I don't see any evidence of it. But I also see people that have been in the field a long time and, say, well, no, I'm not really psychic, but boy, they demonstrate all of the aspects of having a certain level of intuitive ability because you do become sensitive the longer you're in this field, just by default.
I agree with that. One of the things that's troubled me, however, in this trend toward more activity is the skewing toward the dark side of things. Oh, yes. And of course, on the shows, the reality shows, the ghost hunting shows, and even some of the recreations like My Haunted House and A Haunting, where stories are retold, there is an emphasis on being terrified. And I'm wondering how much of a factor that's been in this trend toward the dark side.
Yeah, that's very concerning to me, too. And I know that you and I have had a lot of private conversations about this, Rosemary. There seems to be a good chunk of the population within the paranormal community that really wants to default to everything being demonic or sinister to some degree. Now, I don't deny for a moment that stuff is out there. It certainly is, and I've seen a lot of evidence of it. But, we get into this sort of rabbit hole question where we have to wonder how much of people focusing on that so much is actually drawing it to us. We know so little about the capacity of the human energy field and our consciousness and, exactly what we can help co-create in this existence that we're all experiencing. And I've seen situations where, people are, I almost hesitate to use the word, but conjuring the demonic in a sense. And I try to make a great effort when I go to locations or if I go with, fellow investigators to not assume that at the beginning. But there have been places that we've went and, it's coming through and it's very clear that some nasty things went on there. The big thing I tell people is that if you're going to investigate in this field, you need to have some kind of a foundation, spiritual foundation that offers you some type of protection. And, I don't push any particular religion or spirituality on anyone. I think you need to find what naturally fits for you and be adept and comfortable with using that if you're going to go to these places, because I meet far too many people who dabble in this field and they come away with, attachments and negative effects from what they're dealing with. It's not something that that should be a casual hobby. It really isn't. And that's what it's become in a lot of ways.
I agree. Very well put, too. I'm often asked by paranormal investigators what my advice is for how they can improve as investigators. And my answer is meditate as often as you can, ideally daily, and have a spiritual foundation. And I get a lot of strange looks. I think people expect me to say something like, well, run out and get this gadget. Be sure you say a certain prayer before you go into a haunted place. And it's a much more serious undertaking. But David, over 100 years ago, when the field of psychical research started, especially the efforts of the Society for Psychical Research that was founded in London, and those individuals who were largely academics as well as some scientists, when they went out trying to validate phenomena and evidence for survival, and they investigated mediums and all kinds of psychic experiences, nobody had an emphasis on the demonic. There was never any assumption that if you contacted spirits, you were going to be beat over the head with something evil. What happened to us?
Oh, I think the short answer to that is reality television. I think that the fact that a lot of these shows, which I know people on almost all the shows, I don't have anything against them, but it's often forgotten that is entertainment. And when you see a team on a show go into a location and, we get 40 minutes of airtime of them getting all this stuff, really to properly investigate something, you need hours in a location. And often, there are lag times where where things just don't happen. But television by nature has to distill that down to a few sensational clips that get people's attention. And, what's more dramatic than something, sinister or evil popping out? And I think that, that combined with the fact that, as the natives say, we're at a time where the veils are thinning and a lot of these darker entities can come through easier if people on this side are focusing on that, then it becomes 10 times easier for those entities to, make contact or come through. So, we sort of have come to a place where it's like a perfect storm of all of these factors coming in and, creating situations where, there are some real dark presences active on this planet right now.
Well, speaking of which, I was fascinated to find out recently that in one of your investigations at a fairly unknown place, Revenant Acres in Indiana, I want to hear more about that, you got bit.
I did, Rosemary, and I could, I told you that, and I could even, we were just messaging, and I could feel your reaction. It was kind of funny. 40 years doing this stuff, and I've never been bitten somewhere, but it happened at this location, and it's a really dark, creepy place. I would say it's one of the most disturbing places I've ever been in, hands down. I would rate it maybe number one, certainly in the top five. There is just something very wrong about this place. And for those, most of your listeners have probably never heard of this place. It's in Indiana. It's in a rural location. It's an old farmhouse that was built in the 1800s. And there's very, very little history on this place. sort of home team that manages the location, they're law enforcement officers. And, to me, that kind of ups the ante a little bit when you're dealing with people like that, because, a lot of people feel that increases the veracity of the reports. I find it interesting because, trained law enforcement personnel are observers. And they notice a lot of things that many average people don't. And these guys have had some really weird experiences there. We went to the location, and when we say we, I investigate sometimes with a couple of cohorts. We call ourselves the Society of the Supernatural, SOS for short. And that's Dave Spinks and Sean Austin from Demon Files. And Dave and I, by ourselves, investigated the location about a year and a half ago, something like that. And we were having so many strange experiences in the place. The bite occurred when, to sort of paint the picture for you, there's a room where there are a lot of reports that women are harassed and pushed and so forth. We were running a ghost spot session in that room, and something was communicating, and it was being sort of a smart aleck, with its responses. And I finally said, okay, Dave, let's try something else. I'm going into the front room, and in the front room there is a old piano and a piano bench. I sat down on this piano bench, and it's a very tiny place, so it was easy for us to hear each other. And I told Dave, I said, ask this, whatever's communicating, if I'm sitting or standing. And the response was, he's standing. And I said, wrong. And as soon as I said that, I was straddling this piano bench, and what I felt was a sensation of almost something the size of a child crawling under this bench and sort of coming up between where both my legs were and pushing against the bench. And it literally, it was as if it was trying to stand up and throw me off this bench. And in order not to fall on the floor, I quickly stood up, and the bench toppled over. And this is when the incident happened. Now, I didn't realize at that moment that I'd been bit. I felt something strange on my leg, but I thought it was just from where the piano bench had hit it. And later on, in fact, it was the next day, because it was cold weather. I was wearing jeans. The next day, I discovered this bite on the inside of my leg. And, we have pictures of it. It's very clear. It's around the shape. You can see the teeth marks. It's something maybe the size of, a woman's mouth or an older child's. And it was just the most bizarre incident. Now, what's even more compelling is that we recently went back to Revenant Acres the week before Halloween, and Sean Austin was with us this time. He spoke to, now he didn't know he didn't know everything about Revenant Acres that we did. We filled him in on a little bit of it. He knew that I'd been bitten, but he was speaking to a friend of his who's an intuitive when we were on our way to Revenant Acres, and he didn't tell her anything. He didn't even tell her the name of the location. He just said, we're going to this location, and I want to know what you pick up on it. And she literally said, well, there's the spirit of a woman who was abused at the location, and she likes to bite.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
So,
what a corroboration.
Yeah, it was, we were all kind of blown away by the information. And as I said, there's very little information about this site. One of the things that I found fascinating about it, the first time we went, we were speaking with one of the sheriff's deputies who managed the location. And I said to him, is there anything at all? Have you been able to find anything about the history of the house? And they found the original owners. And the people who built the house were named Van Meter. Now, this kind of put the bells off in my head, because I'm thinking, Van Meter, that's so bizarre. Now, we're in Indiana, but I couldn't let this go, and I know you know where I'm going with this. I later, when I was able to research a little bit, I started researching the Van Meter family and found out that the Van Meter family that lived in Indiana, at least some segment of it, did indeed move to Iowa and found the town of Van Meter, Iowa, which is where a whole bizarre set of events occurred in 1903 with what they called the Van Meter Visitor, with this bizarre cryptid thing that came out of the underground and had bat-like wings, and it's a very notable experience. This creature came out of a coal mine. All these people reported seeing it and chasing it, and it disappeared. So, it kind of made me think, wow, could this be the same family? What's the connection here? And, I always look for those types of things. Now, I haven't been able to find further details. I'm really intrigued to know if it is indeed the same family. Maybe more research will determine. But beyond the people who built the house, there's a massive gap between Revenant Acres as it was founded and where it is today. We do know from the law enforcement guys that the house was abandoned for many years and used as a drug house, and a lot of crime purportedly happened there, and there's rumors of satanic activity. There have been a couple of documented possessions in the house, and there's an absolutely stunning piece of footage that, in fact, we have a DVD coming out on the location with some of our investigation there, and a piece of footage that is, Rosemary, it's one of the strangest things I've ever seen, and it is indeed, it appears to be a possession.
Well, I'll bet you do find some more connections on the Van Meter angle. It's too much of a synchronicity to not have a deeper connection. But how did this place land on the paranormal radar? Was it after these law enforcement people took it over? Because, it doesn't have a history as an investigation site going back very far.
No, it doesn't. And, it's another aspect of it. I mean, there's very, very little history at all about this place. As far as I know, a local team had, tried some investigations there, probably just because it was an abandoned place, and it is really creepy looking. It's an unusual house. It's 2 stories in the front, but there's only one room upstairs. So you sort of have this odd shaped, old farmhouse that is 2 stories in the front, 1 room upstairs, and I think 2 in the front part downstairs. And then there was an addition that was put on at some point that has, a couple of additional rooms and a small kitchen. But the place is old. There's not even a bathroom in the place. And since it was sort of a flop house and had a weird reputation, a couple of people started investigating and getting some evidence in there, and it grew from that.
I am up to no good.
The law enforcement team, they obviously do investigations, and they started getting some strange things from the place and ended up managing it for the owners and allowing people to come in and investigate. And they occasionally do public events and things there. It's a little bit difficult because of the size of the place, but it's it's still relatively unknown, and it's a gold mine at the same time in terms of activity, but it's not a place for an amateur team to go at all. I don't believe that it is.
David, we've got to take a short break right now. I wanted to come back and ask a few more questions about this Revenant Acres place. It sounds fascinating. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Strange Dimensions on KGRAradio.com. Stay with us. We'll be right back with my fascinating guest tonight, David Weatherly.
I just had to do it. I just had to do it. Oh my God, where is it? Tell me it's got to come on the screen. Well, there it is. Let's see if everybody's paying attention. Oh my God. I had to do it. I just had to do it. Oh boy. All right, so there's a break going on. Hello to everybody on YouTube and those in the chat. Oh boy. If Tana was here, she'd have a heart attack. Oh my God. We were playing that movie a little bit. We were doing it on Skype and sharing and watching the movie. I think it was Saw she couldn't handle. She had to bail. And we're definitely going to do that, Amanda. We're going to do the Saw thing again. And hello to Sherry, Sandy Boy, Amanda, Sarah, and Tony. Okay. We're going to wait till that wraps up. Actually, it's really quiet. Not much activity going on at all. I'm not producing right now. I was thinking of a picture just to play and mess everybody up. I was really looking for a really good photo, but I knew the break was coming, so I just had to throw anything up there. Yeah, where is Tana? That's a good question. But yeah, that's actually one of my favorite movies. But there's hardly no activity going on. I hope it picks up for the weekend and the weather cooperates for the peak. But, I mean, this is really quiet. We'll give it a little bit more time, see if anything happens. But Perseids is right there. Pretty much center bottom. And there's nothing going on. So Tony was all the way at the beginning of the stream. Oh, man. All right, so let's see if the show's back.
Their lives. Wounded.
Oh, ads. I should know better. Let's see what's going on. Okay, my new fork files came in. Let's see what's going on. Okay. I'm just reading something. I'm going to have to go to this email of the newsletter from it's actually, I don't think it's New Fork. It's the National UFO Center for this week. Oh boy. All right, this is from the National UFO Center. So it's not New Fork, where I reported mine. I'll just read a couple of things off of it before we go back on. Somebody's giving me ideas. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to throw them under the bus. Bad. Okay. Unidentified area phenomenon studies reported over Arizona, Arkansas, California, Connecticut, Florida, Idaho, Indiana, Missouri, Nevada, New Mexico, New York, Pennsylvania, Oregon, Tennessee, Washington, and Virginia. Aerial phenomenon sightings were also reported in Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Ireland, Puerto Rico, and England. And then it says here, NASA is going to fire a bullet at an asteroid in an attempt to save the Earth. Here we go. Let's see what these articles are saying. NASA's planetary defense. Let me raise my mic up a little bit. NASA's planetary defense against a real threat. And I just got this article just now from the National UFO Center. because I'm a subscriber for their newsletter. The event will be good, a good way of assessing our capability to work together in response to finding a potential real asteroid threat, the space agency said. Some 250 million asteroids are circling the solar system. It appears periodically a major asteroid hits Earth, causing great upheaval and possibly the death of the dinosaurs. Asteroid 2011 UW158 will pass 1.5 million miles away from Earth in October. NASA will try out its response to a deadly asteroid when the small rock flies past. The space agency is excited for this asteroid because it will give it a chance to try out its defense system that could be the most important systems in the world should one ever fly towards the Earth. As ever, NASA will use the opportunity to study the asteroid from relatively close up, taking a look at it and finding data. But at the same time, they will also put those systems to the test, seeing how effectively the world can work together to keep the planet safe in the event of a deadly asteroid. Another asteroid NASA named 2012 TC4 could hit the Earth in October, and various agencies have been working hard to coordinate their potential response. It relies on organizations around the world and hasn't been properly tested, and so the asteroid offers a useful opportunity. The upcoming rock will fly past in October. It's named 2012 TC4 and could be as small as 10 meters wide. Scientists don't know exactly how close it will pass by, but the Earth is safe. The nearest it's likely to get is 4,200 miles. Although movies about planetary disasters often seem far-fetched, impacts between extraterrestrial bodies and Earth are not. In fact, an estimated 100 to 200 tons of extraterrestrial material bombards Earth's surfaces every day. Much of this material ranges in size from dust to pebbles and lands unnoticed. So it goes on about that. So it seems like NASA is working on something. The agency has laid out plans for its DART mission, which will send a space capsule the size of a refrigerator towards an asteroid to shoot it off course. For now, the mission is just a test, but in the future it could be used to save Earth from what scientists say is an underappreciated threat from asteroids. The mission has now been approved by NASA and will move into its preliminary design phase, getting ready for testing in a few years. Okay, let's see what else they got talking about in this article. Oh boy. Is NASA going to fire a bullet at the spaceships orbiting Earth? Why does this name seem familiar? I think this is the guy that was talking to Mark about the name. This name looks familiar. John Leonard Walson, an amateur astronomer, has photos of series of UFO fleet starships filmed on his telescope. It is him. I know it's him. Okay. See, this is when they send these crazy stories. I just can't read no more. It stops me. There's something here with Bob Lazar, too. Let's see what they're talking about here. What is all this? Interesting. I have to tell you, I am one of those people that lean to believe in Bob Lazar. That's just my opinion. I really think this guy has seen stuff. And they tried to discredit him. Totally. So there's a big article here on him. And they're saying they found more snow-covered pyramids in Antarctica. Interesting. I'm reading about it right now. They're saying that 100 million years ago, Antarctica was covered in lush rainforests, similar to those that exist in New Zealand today. So I'm just skimming through the article. Then there's some video clips. Not actually video clips, pictures. See, I'm looking at photos right now of supposed pictures of UFOs, and every one of them looks like a camera that was moving. Oh, now that one looks good. The Connecticut Lights one looks like something I've seen. I like that one. The other ones, no, not so much. What the hell is this? Missouri game camera. What is this? I don't see what they're seeing in this picture. It's just showing me the latest photos from the week of supposed UFOs. There's one of interest. Some of them come from MUFON. And a lot of them, oh, no way. That cannot be a real photo. It's a lot of BS articles in here. So I'm just going to skip over that. Yeah, it seems like these pyramids are popping up everywhere. There's a lot of activity going on in Antarctica. You have to assume that they're discovering something of worth there, that all these countries are there, surveying, having bases. Something's going on. Now, I don't know if there's some type of resource there that they're discovering, and countries are trying to monopolize on that, or if it's something else, ancient artifacts or relics. Who knows? But it seems like something is definitely going on in Antarctica. So I'm also going to just, because there's not much activity going on the screen, so I don't know. There's the battery. Let me change the battery. Okay. Oh, nice one. Oh, just as I look at that. Z2, nice one. I move the camera, and immediately I need to maybe move the camera even higher. That would have been a nice one to catch on the screen completely. I'm going to actually go outside. I'll put my song on while I'm playing with the camera, but I definitely need to move the camera up a little bit more. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Once I put my song on. All right. I'll be right back. And we are back. Just seen two shooters in Z2 and Z6. So maybe we'll see more activity. It is 2:18 Eastern Time. So if anything's going to happen, it should pick up now. So we'll hang out and see if we see any activity for a little bit. If not, then we'll just call it a night. And I'm seeing a lot of flashes. I just seen a blue flash in Z1. And when I say Z1, Jello actually came up with the concept. I think it was Jello, Amanda, and I last year sometime. And he came up with this grid. And it works perfectly. 1, 2, 3, left to right on the top. 4, 5, 6, left to right on the bottom. It's a quadrant. So if I say Z1, it's the upper left-hand corner. If I say Z6, bottom right corner. Just for examples. So I'm just looking to see if we see any activity. And I'm just going to pick a show so I can watch this in the dark and let my eyes be able to pick up anything that comes up on that screen. So I'm going to look for a show. Let's see what I'm going to pick. Tough. Let's see what I got here. Up Z. There's another one. Z4. Let's go back to show streams. What do I want to listen to? I think I got the last one. Let me see. I don't know what this is, but we'll play it. Oh, here we go with the music again. Yep. Gotta lower it down till that music ends. That's the one I got slammed for. We're gonna listen to Phenomenon Radio. The guest was Winston Keach. As soon as that music fades away.
Evoking breakthroughs in the fields of UAP UFOs to discover fascinating truths. First-hand
the music is still playing in the background.
Investigative insights into the
and I'm gonna keep it low.
By Emmy.
Yeah, Zone 4 is pretty hot tonight.
Reporter.
So is 6.
How and world-renowned experiencer.
Actually, 2 was busy earlier.
Incident John Burroughs. And now, leading off tonight's
I'm just waiting for that music to go.
Moulton Howe.
Oh boy.
John Burroughs and I were with the Ancient Aliens TV crew in Rendlesham Forest on the 30th anniversary of the unidentified aerial lights, beams, and craft phenomena that were in the forest from after midnight December 26th to sunup on December 28th, 1980. That's when Phenomenon Radio co-host John Burroughs was engulfed in the mysterious lights twice. And rumors spread on the Bentwaters Woodbridge Air Force Base that John, quote, had jumped up on a UFO, close quote. During the Ancient Aliens film production, we were joined by UK electrical and mechanical engineer Winston Keach, who owns the Power Collective in Harrogate, North Yorkshire, England. I knew Win Keach from his infrared and starscope investigations of crop formations. So I asked Win if he could help us investigate with a tri-field meter and infrared and starscope camera equipment to see if we could locate any electromagnetic or geophysical anomalies in the forest or the big open field that ran along the forest near a place called Capel Green. Around midnight going into December 26, 2010, Winston and I walked into the large field with his tri-field meter that can measure microwave, magnetic, and electric fields. Near the center of the big open space where there are no trees, the meter pulsed, and both of us, wearing heavy winter coats, could still feel electrostatic energy on our backs, necks, heads, and hands. After winds and my midnight encounter with the strong electrostatic energy, John and retired Air Force Staff Sergeant James Peniston decided to walk together in the same field. At the end of a finger of trees that grow in the open field toward Rendlesham Forest, the tri-field meter pegged with a loud noise as high as it could go in both the electric and electrostatic range. Then, 2 nights later, after midnight on December 28, 2010, Wynne and John went together back out to the field where the tri-field meter had pegged before. Wynne wrote up a report about what happened and said, quote, "The field near Capel Green was still quite literally electric. The EM field meter was at full-scale deflection right across the field as we walked. And by a spot at the edge of the finger of trees, it was not only off scale, but it was sounding an audible alarm at a continuous intensity that was unprecedented in my experience, and in fact was quite alarming," close quote. Later, Wynne and John told me they saw with their eyes ping-pong-sized balls of blue-white light moving along that finger of trees. Even Wynne's visible light cameras photographed the blue ping-pong ball-sized lights that look like bright glowing plasmas. Further, there were also strange orange-red lights in some of the images with the blue lights. Where do the glowing lights and UFO UAPs come from? In that same year of 2010 that we were in England, the Journal of the British Interplanetary Society published an important paper by physicist Hal Puthoff, PhD, the 1986 founder and still director of the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin, Texas. Dr. Puthoff wrote about his concepts for, and this is the title of the paper, quote, "Advanced space propulsion based on vacuum space-time metric engineering," close quote. And that this applies to such topics as warp drives, traversable wormholes, and time machines that could be possible by, quote, "manipulating the underlying space-time structure of the vacuum of space itself by processes that can be called vacuum engineering or metric engineering," close quote. Dr. Puthoff had earlier in 2003 described the strange phenomena in Rendlesham Forest back in December 1980 as likely the result of a field effect propulsion system deployed by an advanced intelligence, presumably non-terrestrial, meaning extraterrestrial from outer space or other dimensions. In that paper, John Burroughs and Jim Peniston were brought up as good candidates to study the effects of UFO UAPs and what they emit on human minds and bodies. We returned from England by New Year's Eve going into 2011, and within a month, John Burroughs' lungs were filling up with water because his heart was not pumping right, and doctors could not figure out what was wrong. Eventually, over the next 3 years, in and out of doctors' offices and hospitals, John was diagnosed with a failing mitral valve that had to be replaced in open heart surgery with a mechanical valve on December 18, 2013. John also learned from neurophysiologist Dr. Kit Green, working behind the scenes as a science advisor for the CIA, DIA, and NSA, that the mitral valve damage was most likely linked to John's exposure to terahertz frequencies emitted by the UFO UAPs in Rendlesham Forest that engulfed John twice in December 1980. After this short break, electrical engineer Winston Keach joins John and me on Phenomenon Radio. Going back to that field in 2010 December, about 7 years ago, a lot has happened with phenomena. And one of the things that John and I thought would have occurred by now, August 1st, 2017, would be some kind of headlines coming from maybe the Tom DeLonge group, or from the people that Grant Cameron has been interacting with, or other groups that were sympathetic and resonating with astronaut Edgar Mitchell. And we have had rumors ever since the wind up to the 2016 election that some forces were feeling that right now that there is something critical about getting at least this truth out to the world. We're not alone in this universe. What is your perspective as a scientist and an engineer from everything that you have done in England and your studying of this phenomena? What do you think is the state of telling the world the truth as we go into August of 2017?
Hi, Linda. Thank you for asking me back. It's always a pleasure to be on the show here, especially with John. And yes, my perspective is that we're definitely on the cusp of something coming out. It's been one of those years where multiple sources have started coming forward saying that something approaching official release of information is certainly coming out. And I've certainly been part of those, some of those meetings, which is a huge step forward, I think, for ufology. But from my perspective as a primary acquirer, I think it's quite obvious. I mean, the stuff's been flying around for many years, and it isn't too difficult to observe it or film it, to be honest. So I think we're reaching a critical mass where the activity is so great now that I think we're going to see more and more release of information, especially since our own technology is obviously starting to approach parity with the pre-existing UFO phenomenon. So I think now political people will feel more at ease to be able to announce that there is something that they have a viable counter to.
And is terahertz frequency and all the breakthroughs that keep being reported in the public having to do with discoveries in the terahertz frequency, is this something that you have been working with people that this is part of the, we'll say, parity with the UFO phenomena that we're beginning finally to catch up in some areas?
I think certainly research in what was previously the grey area of terahertz radiation has been one of the areas of reverse engineering from UFO technology that's been going on for the last 70 years. And
your hands on some technology to back engineer?
Well, I actually have had. I've actually handled pieces of recovered crashed craft, but I don't have any to date on my person. But I'm certainly aware of the physics research that's going on in this area, and obviously the area of high-frequency waveguides, metamaterials, gravitational wave generation. Those are all areas of advanced physics that's now becoming mainstream.
Could I ask you a question? Just recently, somebody who has had a very high clearance, has worked directly on UFO ET technology, back engineering, is now retired, wanted me to know that the bismuth, magnesium, zinc layered metal that I have been trying to get to the bottom of what it is, how it was made, what does it do since 1996, and this is 2017. He told me he had worked with it at S4 underground at Area 51 long ago, and that one of the things that they were able to confirm is that at least one of the wedge-shaped vehicles that came down, I believe, on White Sands, that they were able to find that the entire skin of the wedge-shaped craft, the entire skin, was made of micron-layered bismuth alternating with magnesium zinc, and that it was working as a waveguide, but that apparently its application is extremely complex. And I wondered if you've heard anything like that, and if you could explain what you think the bismuth, magnesium, zinc might be doing if the bismuth is a waveguide.
Oh, absolutely. Now, I understand the physics of what's going on there precisely, and it does cut across other pieces of technology, and which are obviously parts of the puzzle for UFO propulsion. So, yes, the most promising developments in field propulsion drives for anti-gravity drives are in using metamaterials with organized spin that you can excite so as to cause reverse Compton wave emissions of anti-gravitational fields. So to explain that in simple terms, if you have an atom and you have the electrons in an electron field around them, if you excite them with, say, a photon striking the energy field, what actually happens is the field becomes distorted, and that energy of distortion travels like a wave on the surface of a pond through the electron field, slightly faster than the speed of light. It travels like a sound wave. And the model, according to Maxwell, for that means that it travels at pi/2 over c rather than c. So the re-emitted photon, the other side, comes back out when the field springs back into shape, as it were, from its distortion, is slightly phase advanced from the rest of the photons in the time-locked wave of reality that's travelling behind it. And the phase difference between that emitted photon and the rest of normal timeline progression as we experience it is in fact the field vector that is gravity. And so if you can take billions and billions and trillions of similar atoms arranged in a material that is an engineered metamaterial so that it has precise characteristics that can be operated, then you can synchronize the emission simultaneously from entire sheets or entire blocks of material to create significant anti-gravitational fields, which is, of course, exactly what you need for propelling a ship or navigating a ship and controlling it. The question is, how do you synchronize the activation of all the molecules in all these metamaterials that would be the outer shell of your ship with the central power generation source so that you can control the lift and variable areas of the craft so that you can actually control it. Because if you just generated a bulk field, you would fly off in some direction in an uncontrolled flight. So to be able to control the flight, you have to be able to control specific areas and control them with high accuracy at very high speed. So to do that, you need a high-performance waveguide that will work in the frequencies of the excitation of the material that's providing the gravitational force. And that is exactly the bismuth, magnesium, zinc waveguide that you're talking about that operates in the terahertz frequency band. And terahertz frequency bands are quite unique because they are just the frequencies you require to operate at femtosecond speed operations, which are exactly the speed you need to control magnetic effects in atoms and control spinning in atoms. So that's exactly in the sweet spot of what you would want to control in a metamaterial to produce a controllable gravitational field.
And I have also been told that the rapid pulse, that's where you get into the, it's
femtosecond, yes. Femtosecond pulses, yes.
And that once you can do that, then access to, we'll call us in the matter world, is the Hertzian world, Hertzian. The other half of the cycle is the non-Hertzian, and that the non-Hertzian would be like another dimension that is invisible to us, but that is a absolute fabric part of the cosmos that we are in, and that it is the non-Hertzian phase in which a lot of things related to UFOs, UAPs, and we'll call it phenomena of the ages emerges from. Do you think there's truth to that?
Absolutely. The non-Hertzian part of electromagnetic theorem was originally defined by Maxwell, and it was well defined. He defined it in quaternion algebra, which was a style of the day, but it meant that he modeled all of it in 4 dimensions simultaneously. Unfortunately, that was seen as too complex for mathematicians that followed afterwards. And so mathematicians such as Heaviside actually tidied up Maxwell's works by taking anything that equated to zero and throwing it out and converting the quaternion algebra back into standard algebra. Unfortunately, in doing that, all the components that equated to zero do not have zero meaning or zero impact. They were half of electromagnetic theory, and that was the non-Hertzian components that equate to zero. So Heaviside wrote those out of mainstream physics soon after Maxwell actually defined it. And if you think of non-Hertzian wave effects as like a different polarity, like you have a television antenna, you can mount it vertically or horizontally, and you get a different picture or a different station depending on which way around you mount your antenna. It's the same thing. It's as though we have two levels of reality. One is accessible by Hertzian technology, and the other is accessible by non-Hertzian technology. And certainly, most of the effects that seem to relate to UFO, UAP activity seems to come from the non-Hertzian range, and certainly all the more powerful consciousness effects seem to be conveyed via non-Hertzian methods. So yes, it's very real, it's very significant, and we lost this. Other countries in the world picked up on this. For instance, the Russians poured over all the American literature in the 1950s, and they kind of laughed at us because they realized we'd lost half of our electromagnetic theory. So they were able to steal a huge march in this technology going into the Cold War. And the rest of the Western world now is really just catching up with this with the latest batches of advanced physics. But it's very well developed now, yes.
And when it was suggested that just about 3 or 4 months ago, John and I on Phenomenon Radio, we did an interview with Ray Boucher, who is a theologian in Nebraska, who contacted me back in the early 1990s about an NSA and CIA analysts that wanted to get in touch with me because of a section in one of my books. And that when we did get communication, they began through floppy disks communicating to me that we were dealing with a lot of deception coming from intelligences and entities greatly advanced. But the implication was that they were coming from some kind of negative vector. I'm just going to put it in those terms. Recently, in talking with this retired physicist who had worked underground at S4, he said that it is his understanding that when you go into the non-Hertzian side of those pulses, that you can get things that would range from demons to angels.
Yes, this is what's referred to in the literature as the Dahl universe, which is the same sphere of influence, shall we say, as the things that the Vril Society and the Thule Society in the Nazi Germany were looking at with the Dark Sun. It was the same metaphysics. It was an emanation that was invisible to the eye but was just as real, but was a secondary source of electromagnetic radiation. It just wasn't detectable by normal means. So yes, there is a lot of literature that says that these entities live in an information, energy, and consciousness frame in what's known as the Dahl universe, which could be seen as the dark matter universe or the flip side of the Hertzian universe.
And was it spelled D-A-H-L?
D-A-A-L, I believe.
Okay,
Dahl.
D-A-A-L without an H. I've seen it both ways. And can you explain a little bit more about the negative, positive sides of a Hertzian, non-Hertzian signal? Because that gets to the key of being able to travel interdimensionally. Lisa Randall at Harvard University, her most recent book is about her conviction that not only are they're the, we'll call it the bright light photons, but that there is a corollary opposite of dark photons. All of this seems to be talking about a yin and yang quality to everything, but for some reason, like as you just pointed out, we have been narrowed down to only the Hertzian field.
Yes, I think this all comes down to what is the fundamental nature of matter, consciousness, and our universe. And really, we interpret our world through our brain, which is really nothing more than a receiver. But our bodies and the DNA that makes it up really is our connection to the energy stream of source, which is, if you think of it as the searchlight that illuminates the reality as we travel through time, as we live in linear time. It's the searchlight passing along, which collapses the wave function in terms of the physics, but actually illuminates the quantum potentials of every step of each fragment of time as we experience it. So when we start looking at this level, we realize that we live as a consciousness in a biological vehicle which is adapted specifically to the range of experience in our universe that we live in. But it means that if people have different genetics or different structures of their biological being, then they will be tuned to a different level of reality and a different frequency. So it all comes down to us being walking radio sets. We listen to a very narrow range of stations. So the universe has different levels of excitation, different dimensions of existence, which different structures, different genetics, different DNA can tune into and experience as their primary reality. But I think that we're able to stretch the energetics of who we are as beings and to modify our environment around us so that we can actually stretch into and possibly pass into and through surrounding realities just by changing the resonance of our being.
And is the Hertzian, non-Hertzian the key to moving dimensions and moving forwards and backwards in time?
It's definitely a component. It's definitely one of the ways you can do it. Transitioning matter from Hertzian matter into non-Hertzian is definitely one way that you could pass through a dimensional framework that's made primarily of Hertzian matter. So, for instance, if you can stop the spin of electrons in matter, then you can effectively dissolve it back into an energy and information field from the perspective of Hertzian matter. And Tesla actually said this very thing well over 100 years ago. He was a proponent of ether theory, which actually is getting a resurgence now because it was given a very bad name at the time by some experiments that weren't properly understood. And also general relativity tried to put a nail in the coffin of ether physics, but ether physics is probably more valid than relativity has ever been. And Tesla did his own experimentation, he came to his own conclusions, and he was right far more times than he was wrong. And he basically engineered the present technological world we live in now. And he made a quote, which is in April 1908. So that's nearly 110 years ago. And he basically said that every ponderable atom is differentiated from a tenuous fluid filling all space merely by spinning motion, as a whirl of water in a calm lake. He's talking about the ether here. By being set in motion, this fluid, the ether, becomes gross matter. Its movement arrested, the primary substance reverts back to its normal state. So what Tesla's saying is that from his understanding and his experiments, that matter is really just ether or energy and information flowing in what you would say is a non-Hertzian manner across the entirety of the universe. When we talk of a vacuum, the vacuum isn't empty, it's full of energy, it's full of what Tesla would refer to as the ether. It is the quantum potential, the 0 point energy, which Feynman defined as there's enough energy in the area, the volume occupied by a light bulb to boil all the oceans of the earth in what would be considered a vacuum.
And that's
so
what Dr. Puthoff has also been devoting so much of his career to.
Yes, well, it's obviously the key. Is the 0 point energy or the non-Hertzian ether flow is is what excites the whole of our reality and keeps it real, as it were. It fixes it into reality. But what Tesla is saying is that matter is merely the flow of ether that encounters a spin. As soon as the ether flow, the energy flow, starts to spin, then it slows down the frequency of that ether, and it gives it an extra dimension of motion, which gives it a solid reality. And those are our electrons and protons and neutrons and all the atomic material we have, are those small spinning walls in a flow of like a river flow of energy.
And what does terahertz do in all of this? Because that triangular shaped craft in Rendlesham Forest had an interaction with John and with Jim, and it had a physical impact on John's heart and his eyes, and yet the terahertz seems to be one of the focuses of advanced science research now in relationship to waveguides and gravity fields. Can you explain what you know about why terahertz can do what it does, and why would it end up being able to manipulate human minds and damage human bodies, as it says in the DI 55 report on UAPs for the Minister of Defense?
Okay, yeah, I can definitely say that. I think first we have to define for people listening who don't know what terahertz is, what it actually is and where it lives in the electromagnetic spectrum. Terahertz frequencies are the frequencies below infrared, and also just below or just above the microwave, normal microwave band. So it's that transition from a microwave, like a radar transmission, just to the point where it becomes visible light like infrared. And so typically they're in the range of what we call the millimetric band, which is the most high-resolution radars that the military have for their aircraft, etc. So that is that band which is at the very limits of being able to be processed by electronics in terms of speed, and is previously a not very well understood area of the electromagnetic spectrum, because it was difficult to generate and difficult to measure. But now modern electronics have allowed access to that region, and you now find that there are commercial devices using them. When you go to the airports now, the little booths that swing around where you put your hands up and it looks for things on you, well, those are terahertz generators and terahertz camera system. And the property of terahertz they're using there is that it travels through plastics, it travels through the human body quite easily, but it doesn't travel through metals very well. So if there's anything metal on your person, it won't travel through and it'll be easily detected. So that's your terahertz band. Now the unique property of terahertz is just in a range of frequencies that are called the Larmor band. Now that's from Professor Joseph Larmor. And that is to do with the modification of electron spin precession and electron spin. So what that means is that using energetic pulses at terahertz frequencies, in the laboratory for instance, they can stop the spin of electrons, they can reverse the spin of electrons, they can control the magnetic fields down to an atomic level, because there's sufficient resolution at an atomic level to be able to apply a pulse, femtosecond pulse in the terahertz frequency band that can control how the spinning field of an electron operates. So that is why it's of use, because that means that it's a sweet spot, a frequency sweet spot where you can control matter in a way you can't control by any other means. So if we go back to Tesla, as he quite rightly pointed out, if you stop the spin of what we perceive as matter as a disturbance in the ether flow, then it reverts back to ether, which is just purely information and energy. So if you had, say, a solid wall, and obviously, as we know from people's UFO experiences, people pass through solid objects when they're being abducted in some of these experiences. Then how does that happen? Well, the answer is that if you project a beam from your craft, because your craft is using this kind of technology for its propulsion anyway, so you're very accurately controlling the field emissions from your craft so that you are providing the stable flight characteristics and hover characteristics that you require. If you project a beam of that, say to the wall that's in front of you, such that it stops the spin of all the atoms in that wall, then that wall, as the spin approaches zero, will actually basically transform itself back into nothing more than ether. So it becomes less and less substantial, to the point where if you stop the spin completely, you will simply pass through it as if it isn't there. And that's quite simply because the actual density of material in the real world is actually quite sparse. If you could look at an atom and see the nucleus and then see how far away the electrons are, it's the distance from one side of our solar system to the other at that level of scale. So if you can stop the spin of the electrons so that they vanish, then the interpenetration of two pieces of material means that the probability of collision of anything is extremely small. And furthermore, there's no interconnecting electric field between them to prevent the two objects passing through each other. So this is how you would do it. You would simply render the matter of the material you want to pass through into a state that was either completely or partially insubstantial. And then you can pass straight through it and then just switch off the field and allow it to reform back into the spinning field that it was before. So this seems to be the mechanism.
And is that what would have happened to John, for example? If terahertz were focused on him in order to transport him or whatever was done, would that end up with this residue of damage on his heart and eyes? Do you have any understanding about that impact on organic biology?
Yes, I have some knowledge of that. I would say that what happened with John is slightly different in that it was simply the field propulsion of the craft, and the craft was probably traveling in time as well as space, and it was probably just shutting down or synchronizing to our reality from the reality it came from, in which case the external field would still be active. And quite correctly, if you look at Hal Puthoff's work, when you're looking at a modified time-space metric, then this is exactly what you'd find. You would find that the craft would appear smaller than it actually is, and that there's an outer field that you would pass through before you came into the inner field of the craft. Once you were within the inner field of the craft would seem to expand as you came into the other side of the time-space compression and dilation that the craft would use to travel in time-space.
And when, I don't want to interrupt because I want you to keep going, but that would be based out of the JBIS Advanced Space Propulsion based Vacuum Space-Time Metric Engineering paper that he wrote, correct?
Correct, yes. Absolutely right. So he was looking at something like the Alcubierre kind of warp drive time-space metric modification. And that model holds very well with the observations at the Rendlesham Forest incident. So that would mean that you pass through the outer field of the craft, and in doing so, that's the danger point, because that's the point where there's the high level of terahertz emissions. And those are the emissions that penetrate deeply through the body and are known to interact with both calcium channels in the body and also to cause DNA unzipping when the pulse strength is sufficient. It's when you have the pulses that build up to a resonance in the DNA, they literally pop the DNA strings apart, and that's when the tissue damage can occur, and that's probably what happened to your heart valve.
Wow.
So, I'm sorry, Linda, go ahead.
John, I was just going to throw it to you by saying that we've had a discussion about could the field itself at Bentwaters have impacted your DNA?
Right. But before we go into that one, I wanted to go into something else, some information that I sent you. There was a paper that was published through NIDS, Jacques Vallée and Eric Davis, and they discussed the high strangeness as an aspect of the study of UAP reports. elaborate reports are categorized as anti-physical. Among the effects are sinking into the ground, shrinking in size, growing larger or changing the shape on the spot, becoming fuzzy and transparent on the spot, dividing into two or more craft, several of them merging into one object at a slow speed, disappearing at one point and appearing elsewhere instantaneously, remaining observable visually when not detected by radar. Then there's producing missing time or time dilation, producing topographical inversion or space dilations. Object was estimated to be small, exterior size volume, but witnesses saw a huge interior many times of the exterior size, appearing as balls of colored, intensely light, bright under intelligent control, which all goes back into the Puthoff's paper. What's your take on that? And then we could talk a little bit about what was reported observed at Rendlesham.
Yeah, I would say that there's a very strong correlation with the effects that Vallée documented and reported, and those that are predicted by the model from Hal Puthoff's paper. And majority of those effects were certainly experienced by the reports on the Rendlesham Forest incident. And there's certainly effects that I've seen, I've filmed, I've observed, and they do seem to be consistently the case. These are telltale signs that some technology is manipulating time-space in ways that compress and dilate it. And from our own observation, those small blue balls of light moving around the forest that we saw and filmed, well, they are also predicted by this as being the actual external perception of a larger craft that has been that is optically compressed and is time-spatially compressed on the outside by the manipulation of the time-space field metric.
Okay.
Wow. So,
okay, I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. So these things certainly seem to be repeatedly observed. I've seen these myself, and also going back to Linda's previous point about the non-Hertzian, the Dahl universe expression of these things. Yes, I've seen those too. I've filmed them. I've filmed entities appearing through what can only be described as portals in the middle of fields, in the middle of the night, in infrared, where they are darker than the background dark infrared radiations. They are jet black in such a way that you don't normally see on an infrared camera. So that would be also indicative of there being a level of energy that is out of phase with ours so completely that it doesn't re-emit any photons back into our reality because it's so disconnected in terms of its mode of excitation. So yes, so all these effects seem to be there.
Would that explain possibly the 5,000 or more years of, whether you want to call it mythology or observation, that there is something of a negative, dark blackness that always seems to be juxtaposed with the light and the positive?
I would say probably yes. I mean, we live in a binary universe. Everything is positive, negative, male, female. Everything has a balance and a counterpart. So it would be completely surprising if there wasn't a counterpart to our normal level of existence that was simply completely the opposite to it. So yes, that will be just as real to anybody or anything living in that reality as ours is to ourselves. The question is,
would the Hertzian always balance out the non-Hertzian? Or is there a possibility that things could go really haywire if, let's say, the non-Hertzian became suddenly dominant?
The two effects operate simultaneously across the world. I mean, obviously, we've built an entire infrastructure based on Hertzian wave mechanics, but non-Hertzian is there all the time, and non-Hertzian effects have been observed as anomalies in Hertzian systems. And systems that are designed to be Hertzian but have other effects that are seemingly inexplicable. So I don't think it would go haywire, no, because those things are both present all the time. It's just that we're not used to perceiving and understanding the non-Hertzian modes of both reality and energy propagation, because culturally we've gone through at least 2 generations where physics has said that it doesn't exist because a man called Heaviside decided that the mathematics would be tidier without it.
My God.
So here's something that I'm curious about. Okay, when you go back to the MOD files that are still being held back, they did kind of release 15 of the 18 that they admitted they still held, but the 15 they did release are highly redacted, and you can't even, they didn't digitize them, so you can't put them out on the internet for people to study. You have to go to their archives place to look at them, and then they won't even let you show copies of those. But then there's 3 that are still held back. But within those 18 files, the MOD used to classify what was going on as UFOs. Now they narrowed it down in 2000 in their own policy files, which the list that they released said they did that, to UAPs. Does that mean that they have a better understanding of what we're dealing with? And also, as you expand on that, you're an engineer. How much of this that's known to the public, whether or not they understand it or not, is now being utilized in today's technology to include, will this take us to the stars?
Yeah, well, I think what has happened is, I think that the UFO phenomenon, from the perception of the public, has expanded so widely that I think to focus on the craft and the effects they want to collect good intelligence on, I think they remonikered the phenomenon UAP to be an identified aerial phenomenon, so as to distinguish it from the bulk of UFO reports, which would indicate they've gone way beyond observing craft and understanding their modus operandi, that they want to study more in depth the actual day-to-day exopolitics of what's going on, the development or not of the technology, and they want to focus on the details that are important to them. So they want to sort out of it the bulk of background noise, which is the normal everyday observations, from the ones that are high-quality observations. I think that's probably one of the reasons they moved to a different nomenclature for it.
Okay, and how much, based on your work, your schooling, and your background, how much of the actual technology that has been discovered from UAPs is being used, obviously in the white world, but with what's been kind of declassified with weapons that are now known to the public, are being utilized?
Yes, of course, aspects of those are generally available now in wider technologies. As you know, I spent a considerable part of my life working in aerospace, working on military and non-military aircraft designs. So I was aware of some of the cutting-edge technologies of that time. And if you look at how those things are playing out now, I mean, things I worked on 30 years ago are just coming out into the public domain now as aircraft, and they're practically due for retirement. So that's how far ahead military technology is in terms of the cutting-edge physics, cutting-edge engineering, compared to mainstream commercial science and physics. So yes, I mean, you only have to look at the latest generation of stealth bombers. You can see that there is basically a gravity assisting component in it, a crude one, but nonetheless, that's one of the reasons for the high cost of the aircraft, is that it has an electrostatic generator on the leading edge of the wing, which helps the aerodynamics by increasing the thickness of the boundary layer, but also to cause a small gravity well in front of the craft to help with its propulsion. And that was part of the design of the aircraft, and that was back in the mid-1980s. So if you extrapolate where they've gone from those kind of mechanics, and obviously that came out of the work of Townsend Brown, and the capacitance discs, which provide a field space propulsion, or you might consider it anti-gravity. So that was obviously using that effect in the airframe to increase its fuel efficiency, its load capacity, etc., etc. So those technologies are certainly out there, and certainly major aerospace contractors have been looking at these effects. You only have to look at the 1990s, for instance, to look at British Aerospace with Project Green Glow, where they were actively looking at exciting superconducting materials, largely by spinning them at that point, to create gravity reduction in aircraft, and also eventually through, I can never pronounce his name, but Lenkoff's work, he actually produced a version of that projected a gravitational beam over some distance. So all those technologies have certainly been looked at, and are looking for commercial exploitation. I mean, even Boeing was committing resource to this, and they were saying that they were aiming to make a 14% reduction in the effective mass of aircraft so that they could get better fuel efficiency out of them. And that's, you know, a commercial airliner design they were working on. So this thing is definitely out there now, and I think when we see that the previous generation of our own kind of backward engineered aircraft, like the flying triangles we've seen, that are widely reported and have been for a long time now, that we must be at least another generation ahead of that by now. So who knows what we've got.
Why would advanced UFOs from outer space ever crash on this primitive planet Earth in the first place?
It's a good question. There can be several reasons. First is that they might not crash by accident, and in which case there could be some sort of Trojan horse. I definitely feel that some crashes have been exactly that, and they were organised largely by our contact forces to introduce technology onto the planet for backwards engineering to advance the infrastructure capability for the spread of our contact systems, our contact AI. And you can see that. I mean, you look at what happened since 1947, and you look at how that's generated a computing industry in the United States, communications in terms of internet, fiber optics, all these kind of things that have enabled the spread of miniaturized devices that, you know, we carry around as smartphones now, that allow an enormous worldwide network of billions of people that could connect to something like an Arcontic network or a control network that otherwise couldn't occur. That we would have been waiting another lifetime or 2 lifetimes before we had that technology if those components hadn't been seeded. I mean, look at my smartphone. I worked at IBM in the early 1980s, and the biggest mainframe we made then had 150 times less processing power than the phone I carry around in my pocket now.
Yeah.
So that's how far we've advanced in what is only part of a single lifetime. And if you look back 3 lifetimes ago, everybody was in horse and carts, and in less than three generations, we've gone from that to flying into space. So yeah. The rate of acceleration of technology has been phenomenal, and it seems to be concurrent with the seeding of technologies from off-world. So part of it, I think, definitely a Trojan horse type of operations or embargo breaching kind of operations. And I think the others are the result of conflict. I think there are several species that operate around our space that are still in conflict with each other after millions of years. And I think occasionally there are little bits of localized actions which result in shootdowns.
And if Hitler was allied with an extraterrestrial intelligence, whether it was from Aldebaran or Aldebaran or wherever, why would the Allies have defeated him in World War II if he had truthfully this advanced type of technology and minds helping him?
That answer is quite simple. He had the technology. He didn't have a very good mind himself, unfortunately. And I know, looking back at history and reappraising it, that actually towards the end of the war, Hitler was one of Britain's greatest assets because he made bad decisions at that time. So I think they actively were trying to keep him alive and in power to make the Reich less effective than it could otherwise be. But yes, he definitely was in touch with off-world intelligence, and that was definitely a reptilian force. He described it as the Superman. He was quoted as saying, "Today I met the Superman and I was afraid he was terrifying." And they definitely provided technology, but the problem was he did not have the manufacturing base to produce it. That's why the Allies won the war. It wasn't wasn't the technology, it was the manufacturing base. It was actually the United States and the enormous manufacturing capacity which defeated the Germans, because they simply could not make enough armaments to replace the amount that were being damaged. The United States out-manufactured them. Simple as that.
So was he enamored with the blondes because there was that book that was written about the coming super race, and Hitler said that he was going to populate the earth with an Aryan, blonde, blue-eyed race, and he wanted to eliminate all of the Hebrews? Does that mean then that the reptilians who were trying to control him were actually reptilian camouflaged in blonde, blue-eyed bodies?
No, I think he went through two phases of contact. I think that initially at the beginning of the war, he was contacted by a more Nordic species, which I think he was obsessed with. But I think that he was then later approached by the reptilian species that promised greater technology and greater armaments. And I think there are two distinct phases of contact with him. And I think he was quite a troubled person. But I also think that the entire war machine had geared itself onto a very negative footing by that point. And certainly he was following the agenda of the Aldebarans. The writings that were channeled to the Thule Society were in fact a form of ancient Sumerian, which was the actual language of the Aldebarans. So it's quite plain who he was in contact with. And the Aldebarans are the ones that brought the xenophobia as a concept because of the origins in their system, that they were part of 4 planets in their system that they had really a kind of xenophobic war with. So they brought that belief system with them into this mix. And Hitler capitalized upon the political advantage of tracing back the origins of the Northern Europeans to this more Nordic race. So this was their ideal. This was the this was the dream that was sold to the people. Whereas I think behind the scenes they just wanted anybody that would give them the armaments and the advantage to see it through. So I think they sold out to what can only be described as a more reptilian form of contact as the war progressed.
Okay. I think I'm going to give it another 15 minutes. If we don't see any real action, then I'm going to call it for the night, and then we'll try again either tomorrow or whenever the next clear night is, because it's really quiet. And there is more stuff coming out. It seems like it's constant here. Alaska is now concerned from the latest rhetoric that came out of North Korea tonight. And this is coming from Guam. Guam is concerned. Wow. The U.S. Air Force has said that members of the 37th Expeditionary Bomb Squadron deployed to Guam from Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota are ready to fight tonight from Guam. During a 10-hour mission from Anderson Air Force Base, Guam, on Monday, 2 B-1s were joined by Japan Air Self-Defense Force F-15s as well as Republic of Korea Air Force KF-16 fighter jets. These flights with Japan and the Republic of Korea demonstrate solidarity between Japan, ROK, and the U.S. to defend against provocative and destabilizing actions in the Pacific theater. So, this is getting really... Okay. The Office of Guam Homeland Security and Civil Defense issued a news release Wednesday morning saying they were working with military officials to continue monitoring the recent events surrounding North Korean and their threatening actions. As of this morning, we have not changed our stance and confidence that the U.S. Department of Defense is monitoring the situation very closely and is maintaining a condition of readiness daily. We will continue to keep the public updated on any changes or requests for action. For now, we advise the community to remain calm. Remember that there are defenses in place for threats such as North Korea and to continue to remain prepared for all hazards. The release stated that there is no imminent threat to the safety of Guam's 160,000 residents and visitors of Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Governor Eddie Calvo said he's spoken to Joint Region Marianas Commander Rear Admiral Shoshana Chatfield, who confirmed there was no immediate threat to Guam. And they've reached out to the White House. An attack or threat to Guam is a threat or attack on the United States. They have said that America will be defended. Wow. I'm just skimming through the article. And this was posted 2 hours ago. So there is a lot of concern with all this rhetoric related. And this is what the quote that President Trump said today. I'm trying to find. It said, Trump had said, North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. He has been very threatening beyond a normal state. And as I said, they will be met with fire and fury and frankly power the likes of which this world has never seen before. And then I believe that the North Koreans made the statement before Trump made that statement about Guam. That's what I had read earlier, that it was actually said before President Trump made that statement. So can you imagine what they're planning to say now? If that's true, if the statement about attacking Guam was made before they got wind of what President Trump had said about the fire and fury remark, it's going back and forth. It's serve, and now it's serve on their end. It's really alarming. It's scary. And I'm just skimming again the article. Even before Mr. Trump's comments, North Korea's militant response to the sanctions on Tuesday was the strongest indication yet that it can conduct another nuclear or missile test, and has often done in response to past UN sanctions. Wow. In the past few years, North Korean officials and the government news agency have repeatedly warned the United States and South Korea against any preemptive attack, with "sea of fire" a favorite phrase. At one point, North Korea vowed that everything will be reduced to ashes and flames the moment the first attack is unleashed. It vowed to turn Washington, the stronghold of American imperialists, and the nest of evil and its followers, into a sea of fire. So, I mean, this has been going on quite a long time with the rhetoric. But I don't think it's ever been as high as it is right now for either side, which is really scary stuff. And like I said, I hope nothing happens. I really don't. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it a night. It's been very quiet. It gives me a chance to get some rest and get ready for the rest of the weekend stream. I want to thank everybody that's been watching on YouTube. And remember, the peak is Saturday morning. Friday night into Saturday morning. If it's clear Thursday night should be active, even. So if it's good on Thursday night, I'll stream again. I'll try definitely Friday, because Friday's peak night. And again on Saturday. It all depends on the weather. So I just want to give a last shout out to everybody that's in chat. And it's the diehards that are left. Arnie, C&D Boy, Ian, Tony the Night Owl, and Zombie. All right, everybody. I am out of here. You all have a great night. Be blessed, be well, be safe. And let's pray for peace and hope that we find a way to create dialogue and try to tone down all this insanity and come to some kind of an agreement where peace is made instead of war. All right, everybody. Have a great night. And again, God bless you all. And we'll do it all again soon. So till then, good night, everybody.